Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have some good news to share with you guys. Democrats managed to flip more seats in special elections that were held last week. And Republican operatives are now starting to admit that their party is doomed in the midterms. Before I get into all these juicy details, please do me a huge favor. Hit the subscribe button below. It is totally free for you. It truly helps. It tells YouTube also to show this content to more people, so it gets more eyeballs on it. Just sets the record straight for the midterms so that Republicans aren't going, oh, the elections were stolen when they inevitably lose. So here's what all went down. If you had not heard this, this was a fairly red city of Whittier, California, where three Democrats or three Democratic Party backed candidates, I should say, flipped seats that were held by Republicans. And one was James Becerra, the man that you see there on the left. He is now the new mayor of Whittier. Vicky Santana and Susie Macedo, they won their races for their respective city council seats. And the reason I say Democratic Party backed and not Democratic candidates is because in these positions, you don't run under a party, party line. Like you're not a Democratic candidate or a Republican candidate, but the parties make it very clear based on your policies, based on your platform, who they support and who they don't. So, like I said, one of the most exciting things besides the fact that they won is that these races were just, they ran away with them. They just absolutely annihilated the competition. So, for example, as of Wednesday morning last week, Becerra had received 66% of the vote. His Republican challenger only got 31.9%. Santana scored 61% in her district. Her opponent got only 24.8%. And then Macedo was the biggest winner. She received 67% of the votes. Her Republican opponent received only 26.8%. So those numbers may have changed a little bit since, Wednesday's accounting, but I mean, this is just huge. This is huge news considering that all three of these Republicans were incumbents. So they already held these seats. It's not like these were newcomers and, challenging Democratic-backed newcomers as well. These Republicans had name recognition, and they were obviously popular enough to win in the past. So this is just crazy. Absolutely crazy in a good way. And those weren't the only Democratic wins last week. So you may or may not have heard this, but this is the biggest news. So the Democratic candidate named Analila, I think is how you pronounce her first name, Analila Mejia, she secured the U.S. House seat that was left vacant when Democratic Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill, she resigned because she won her race for governor. So, I mentioned that months back. You guys, I'm sure all know about that. But this is significant for a couple of reasons. So this is Mejia that you see here on your screen. First of all, Mejia is an official Bernie Sanders progressive. She was the former head of the Working Families Alliance. Bernie Sanders was one of her backers. He endorsed her. She is an outspoken critic against Israel, against their genocide of the Palestinian people. And she won her primary race against another Democrat named Tom Malinowski. Now, Tom Malinowski had name recognition. He had been in Congress before. He was an Israel advocate. And then he mildly didn't even criticize Israel, but he suggested that, maybe we ought to look at their aid. Maybe we should place some conditions around aid to Israel. Well, AIPAC, Israel's AIPAC ghouls went ballistic. They launched an ad campaign against him. And I think in their warped, archaic, 1990s view, they thought, oh, well, Mejia is the weaker candidate. So if we go after Malinowski, then the Republican will win in the general election, right? It's almost like they wanted Mejia to win the primary election so that she would purposely lose in the general election. So they completely shot themselves in the foot, or another part of their anatomy. So, I think in their mind, they're thinking, oh, well, since Malinowski's now turning on us and we know Mejia is against us, then we'll put a Republican in there and the Republican will do our bidding in Congress and will back Trump on everything that he wants based on, his leader, his owner, Bibi Netanyahu. Totally backfired. So Mejia ends up winning by almost 20 points. I mean, again, not even close. You can see here, she got almost 60% of the vote to the Republicans' 40%. And I want you guys to hear what Harry Enton had to say about special elections in general since Trump took office, because we are seeing this, just as you guys know, if you've been watching the show for a while, we've been seeing this across the board. This is not a one-off. This is not, out of the blue. This has been happening over and over and over again. So take a look.
Now talking about 7 special elections. And in every single one of them that we've had during the second Trump era, the Democratic candidates for the House have outrun the Kamala Harris baseline. Florida won last year. I remember you and I were together. 23 points, 16 points in Florida, 6. Virginia 11, 17 points. Arizona 7, 17 points. Tennessee 7, 13 points. Georgia 14, 25 points.
Yeah. So, I mean, just way outperforming what Kamala Harris did. So Republican operatives are finally starting to admit publicly what they've all been saying behind closed doors all year. I mean, we've been hearing this from other people. Oh, yeah, they say it behind closed doors, but they're afraid to admit it. And out in public, it's rah, rah, the Republican Party is so great. Well, now they're finally saying that Trump is a disaster. Republicans are going to have their asses handed to them in November if it's legitimate, if it's a fair fight, right? So case in point, the Wall Street Journal interviewed some of these people, some of these GOP operatives. Here is what they had to say. So there's a man named Todd Blodgett. He is a Republican activist. He is in the state of Iowa. Okay. Corn-fed Iowa, guys, like ruby red Iowa at this point. He said there is a, quote, darkening mood in his state, and really assigned it to Trump's actions. And then Blodgett told them this. He said, what optimism I did feel pretty much evaporated with this war. He went on to say, which is such a joke, President Trump is doing what needs to be done, but the price of fertilizer has doubled in Iowa and gas is up 35 to 40% a gallon. So much cope in that statement, right? No, Donald Trump is not doing what needs to be done. What needs to be done is to help average everyday Americans with their basic needs, with food, housing, healthcare. He is doing the exact opposite. He is running those things up. So anyway, another Republican, actually a U.S. congressman, spoke on the record. His name is David Schweikert. So he wasn't as critical, you could say, but he did say that the midterms, quote unquote, look dour. So didn't assign any blame to Trump, didn't take issue with anything he's doing, but he admitted it looks dour. And then there's another guy named Thomas Galvin. He's a Republican county supervisor. He's in the state of Arizona. And he weighed in on the midterms as well. So here's what he had to say. He said, I think everybody would be in agreement that the Republican Party is the underdog this November. I mean, how do you get around the fact that when your party is doing well, when you are doing things for the American people that they appreciate and like, and the president is popular, you wouldn't be the underdog? That's just a simple fact. And then there's also another person they spoke with. So a Texas state representative, guy named Dade Phelan, which sounds like a place, not a person. But anyway, he said he thinks the Republicans might lose enough seats that just in his state alone, just in Texas, that it would hand Democrats the majority in the House. And then Phelan also conceded that swing voters are more likely to vote for Democrat James Tallarico in the Senate. And he said, quote, there's definitely a nervous buzz. So he is admitting, like, our candidate is whomever it ends up being, because remember, James Tallarico won the Democratic primary, but we still don't have a Republican challenger. Because in Texas and many other states, if you don't get 50+1%, then it goes to a runoff. So we haven't even gotten to the runoff yet. We don't even know who's running against James Tallarico. And he's already saying, yeah, I think they're going to go for the Democrat. So the only people who appear to be completely unaware of the impending doom that's coming in November are the people in the Kool-Aid cult. They still think, and these are the people on Twitter and the people on Truth Social, they still think that Trump is doing a great job. They falsely believe that because the Democratic Party has such a low approval rating, how is the Democratic Party going to win? I mean, no one's going to come out to vote for them. They're so unpopular. Like they live in such a tightly wrapped MAGA media bubble. They just have no clue. They have no idea what's actually going on, and that you can't conflate the two. I think it was the Bulwark recently that did a big breakdown on the amount of money that individual Democratic candidates are bringing in. Like, they are bringing in massive hauls of money compared to their Republican challengers. But people aren't donating. Democratic voters are not donating to the DNC or the DCCC, to the Democratic Party apparatus and the overlords of the Democratic Party. So people want Democrats to win, and they definitely want Democratic fighters to win. But yeah, we're not happy with party leadership, if you even want to call it that. I mean, you got Chuck Schumer out last weekend, I think it was, talking about how, everything is about Israel, and it's all the land in the Middle East, it belongs to Israel, and this is why we have war out there, and blah blah. I mean, and this is why we have to support them at all costs. Really? As they're murdering children, as they're slaughtering women and children and innocent men. Okay. Yeah. Totally out of touch with the base. I mean, something like 80 to 90, between 80 and 90% of Democratic voters no longer support Israel. So this is where we're at. Anyway, guys, I will let you know if I hear any more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have some updates to share with you guys about what's going on with the Iran shit show that Donald Trump started. So here's the deal. He has repeatedly been humiliated over the past several days. As you guys all know, there was a 2-week ceasefire supposedly that had been implemented last week. Iran announced that they had opened the Strait of Hormuz. that it was going to be open for the duration of the ceasefire. Trump kind of made it out like, oh, it's open permanently. No, it was only supposed to be for the 2-week ceasefire. However, Trump immediately said, oh, well, our Navy blockade isn't gonna end. Like it's going to remain in place. So Trump said that the Navy would continue blocking the Strait of Hormuz, both ends of the Strait of Hormuz, until a peace agreement was solidified. He then said, quote, the process should go very quickly in that most of the points are already negotiated. So he made it out like this was almost a done deal. They were, so close on this deal, totally in agreement. We've all seen this game before, though. We knew that there was a high likelihood that this was all bullshit because Trump has repeatedly, for the last almost 60 days now, declared victory. He tries to soothe investors, calm the stock market, and it's all BS. Well, they fell for it again. They fell for his lies again because Trump claimed that, quote, Iran agreed to everything. Okay. He said they agreed to everything that the U.S. wanted, including giving up their enriched uranium, which we all knew that was a no-go. There was no way they were going to give up all of their enriched uranium before this war. And it's even worse now because now if they give it up, they know that they've lost all leverage, that every other country in the region is going to come after them. But according to Trump, he said, oh, we're going to work with Iranians. We're going to dig up the uranium, or uranium that's trapped underground because we bombed their facilities. And then we're going to take the uranium, bring it to the US. Well, that story just completely disintegrated almost immediately. Iran started pushing back on Trump's version of events. And in a statement, they said, quote, enriched uranium is as sacred to us as Iranian soil and will not be transferred anywhere under any circumstances. Pretty clear, right? So that was on Friday. Saturday comes, Saturday morning, Iranians start attacking ships. So here's an article that came out. An Iranian ship fired at an oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz, and they announced that the strait is going to be closed again. They said until the U.S. removes their Navy blockade, we are closing the strait down again. Later that same day, they hit a container ship. We have a good reason to believe it was the Iranians, but the report said it was hit by a, quote, unknown projectile, which caused damage to some of the containers. And then a cruise ship said that they saw something. They reported, quote, sighting a splash in close proximity of the vessel. So they assumed that they were fired on. And then Iran's new supreme leader, the son of the man we killed, he issued a statement saying that the U.S. would experience, quote, the bitterness of new defeats. So, I mean, it just got progressively worse as the weekend was going on. And then the Wall Street Journal came out and reported that U.S. officials were considering boarding Iran ships, which eventually happened. So I'm getting to that. So that was all one humiliation that Trump suffered, claiming that, oh, this is all over. Everything's good. The strait's open. Everything's safe, blah, blah, blah. The other one came at the hands of Israel. Trump tried to assert himself with his master, Benjamin Netanyahu. He posted on social media that Israel, quote, will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They're prohibited in all caps. He said prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. Okay, so that was in part of this Truth Social post that he put up. Trump did this, of course, because Iran said, we're not going to abide by the ceasefire unless Israel stops attacking Lebanon. Well, this ended up being like a dog bites owner story because Netanyahu immediately punished his pet in the White House by bombing Lebanon again. Within minutes of this post that you see here going up on Truth Social, Israel bombed Lebanon again. Okay. This is par for the course with Israel. This is the same shit that they pulled during their supposed ceasefire, many ceasefires with Hamas. As I've mentioned before, Israel does not want peace in this region. They want control of the region. So they purposely sabotage anything that prevents them from expanding their borders. In any case, Trump is now back to making genocidal threats against Israel or Iran. And we just escalated the tensions again over the weekend by attacking and seizing one of their ships. So, as I said, we threatened or it was talked about that our military would take control or seize their ships or board their ships. That ended up happening. There was a Sunday morning post on Donald Trump's failing social media site where he wrote this. Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. Many of them were aimed at a French ship and a freighter from the United Kingdom. That wasn't nice, was it? My representatives are going to Islamabad, Pakistan. They will be there tomorrow evening for negotiations. Iran recently announced that they were closing the strait, which is strange because our blockade has already closed it. They're helping us without knowing, and they are the ones that lose with the closed passage. $500 million a day. The United States loses nothing. In fact, many ships are headed right now to the U.S., Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska to load up complements of the IRGC, always wanting to be the tough guy. We're offering a very fair and reasonable deal in all caps for some unknown reason. And I hope they take it because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy in all caps again. They'll come down fast. They'll come down easy. And if they don't take the deal, again in all caps, it will be my honor to do what has to be done, which should have been done to Iran by other presidents for the last 47 years. It's time for the Iran killing machine to end, in all caps. President Donald J. Trump, in all caps. So that was around 5 a.m. Eastern time yesterday. Several hours later, Trump announced that the U.S. would be heading to Pakistan to hold more negotiations with Iran. However, Iran denied this. So Iran, their official news agency, said that the U.S. is making, quote unquote, excessive demands and that we keep shifting our positions. Oh, go figure, with Trump in charge. And they wrote that the published news about the second round of negotiations in Islamabad is not true. The news that was published by the United States, they said, is a media game and part of the quote unquote blame game to pressure Iran. Hours after that was reported, the U.S. confirmed that we struck an Iranian cargo ship. Okay, so ramping it up even further. According to a Trump post, the Navy, quote, blew a hole in the engine room and the U.S. Marines boarded and took control of an Iranian ship. So there's no way, I think there's no way that they're going to negotiate with us in good faith. There is some chatter out there on Twitter, I don't know how true it is, that they believe that we are preparing for a surprise strike on Iran. Now today, the New York Times reported, I think it was, that some Iranian officials are saying, yeah, we are going to meet with the U.S., even though the public line has been, no, we're not going to. This is such a shit show. This is such a total and complete joke. And then check this out. So on Sunday, The Wall Street Journal published this report and said that Trump had a total and complete meltdown when he found out that Iran had shot down one of our jets. You know, when we knew that like 2 of our service members were trapped over there, or one had been rescued, one was lost. According to senior White House officials who spoke with the Journal, Trump had a complete meltdown. He had a total tantrum. He was screaming for hours, and his freak out was so bad, they actually kicked him out of the Situation Room. So they said he was roaming around the White House. He was yelling about gas prices. He was yelling about how the Europeans won't help us. First of all, why should the Europeans help us? You didn't consult with them. You didn't get their buy-in. This doesn't fall under Article 5 of NATO. We weren't attacked. You did the attacking. Why should they have to come bail your ass out? And as I said before, if things are going so great, which Donald Trump just came out again today and said, oh, I'm just not getting credit. Things are going so great in this war, and the fake news media is telling you different, blah, blah, blah. If things are going so great, why do we need European help? Why do we need our allies' help? And then second, like, I'm so glad, guys. I'm so glad that we don't have a female president right now, right? Because females are so emotional. Yeah. We are the ones who are so emotional. While this piece of human excrement, dog excrement, bat dung is wandering around the White House screaming and whining about the war. But we're the emotional ones. Like I always say, you know, I think a lot of people forget that anger is an emotion, if you had not known in the past. Anyway, let's take stock of where we are, okay? We are almost 2 months into this war. We have no clear objective or goals, no clear end in sight. We have 13 U.S. military members who are dead. They lost their lives, along with thousands of innocent civilians in Iran and Lebanon, including almost 200 little girls. The U.S. is now considering releasing $20 billion in frozen Iranian funds in exchange for their uranium. So remember, or we're still living in an era where the right continues to piss on Obama and his legacy for releasing frozen funds to Iran to get the deal that is now a pipe dream for Trump. Like, we're now looking at Trump getting a worse deal than the one that Obama had negotiated. Or at the best, he might get the same deal. So in other words, all of this would be just to set us back to when Obama was president. Yeah. And yet, the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. It's already resulting in, and will only get worse with time, food and fuel shortages, high prices on everything throughout the end of this year, if the strait opens fairly soon. If it remains closed, this is going to spill out the prices and you know, lack of food. It's going to spill over into 2027. We have now pissed off all of our allies. We've caused them to go seek out new, more reliable relationships. Our military bases in the region are all destroyed, which will cost all of us as taxpayers billions of dollars for reconstruction. We have already spent tens of billions on the war itself. People are estimating this war could end up costing $1 trillion when we don't have health care. We don't have, you know, free college as Israel does on both of those. We don't have, you know, paid family leave. when, God forbid, one of our family members gets sick, maybe even with a terminal illness, we can't take off to spend time, what little time we have left with them. No, we have to go to work to earn money and to pay for our health care. We have depleted our offensive and defensive weapons, leaving us vulnerable to attack by other countries. And Trump has now exposed all of our weaknesses to our enemies. And according to experts who have gamed this out, we have only two choices. We either put boots on the ground and we suffer almost inevitable casualties, or we walk away and we allow Iran to now take their place as a new global superpower. So in other words, Donald Trump has completely and irrevocably fucked the US, and he's fucked our allies with his incompetence and with his asinine decisions. For nothing, seemingly. Anyway, guys, there you go. There's your happy, uplifting news for Monday. All right, I will let you know as soon as there is more news on all of this. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So Donald Trump's war in Iran is growing more and more unpopular as it drags on, and it is totally tanking his approval rating in general. In fact, he just hit another new low in a recent, very large NBC poll, and other polls are showing Gen Z and Hispanic voters moving back towards the Democrats. Or I should say Gen Z is moving back. Hispanic support may not be moving back, but they're definitely moving away from Trump. And especially in a very key swing state. So I'm going to get into all of these details. Before I do, please do me a huge favor. Hit the subscribe button below this video. It is free for you. Really, really helps the show, and I tremendously appreciate it. So first, let's get into the NBC poll. So this was conducted between March 30th and April 13th. They surveyed over 32,000 U.S. adults. That is like 10 times larger than a typical poll. So here's some of what they found. Take a look. This is in a video format from NBC itself.
Standing with the public here now, an approval rating in our poll here of just 37%. The last time this poll reported out a couple months ago, it was 39%. The big change from then to now, of course, is the launch of the war in Iran. Only a third of adults approve of Trump's handling of the war in Iran. There's a quarter, I should say, 1/4 of Republicans say they disapprove. Those who call themselves Republicans talk about Iran, what people think should happen from here, and this right here, take no further action. That's by far the most common choice you're going to hear. 61% say that, and again, that includes a third of Republicans. Well, this continues to be a problem for the president. Inflation, the cost of living, this has been the story of his second term. Only a third approving of how he's handling that. Also, though, now more recently, the cost of gasoline, what they're paying at the pump here. Add these two numbers together, very somewhat. 2/3, 65% say that the cost of gasoline is a serious, in some way, problem for them and for their families right now. If you want to say there's a bright spot in this poll for Trump, it's right here. Now, look, it's still majority disapprove on border and immigration, but these marks are higher than in other areas, and this is an improvement for Trump from earlier this year.
So not doing good across the board. And it's important to point out, with that same pollster, in April of last year, 1 year ago, he had a 45% approval rating. So it has gone down from 45 to 37% in 1 year. He is crashing hard. And in this same NBC poll, 2/3 of respondents say that the U.S. is on the wrong track. Take a look. I mean, unbelievable. Well, it is believable. I shouldn't say that. It's 67% say we're on the wrong track. You can see if you look all the way over to the right, that's an increase on the wrong track of 7 points. And 7 points, down on the right track. I mean, and then look at this one. So the combined, if you look at this, a combined 81% of respondents say that their financial situation is either the same or worse as compared to 1 year ago. I mean, this is like what Republicans would be having nightmares about for the midterms. These are the kiss of death for the midterms for Trump and the Republicans. Trump voters falsely believed his BS. They believed that he was honestly going to bring down prices and that he really meant it. His so-called, what does he called it? The golden era. They bought that. They believe that BS. So for them now to say, oh my God, like it is the opposite. It's not even that we're just holding steady from when Biden was office. It's getting absolutely worse. Now, here's the caveat. Here's the wild card in all of this. Non-voters. So let me bring this up for you guys. So as you can see at the bottom, 41% of the people who took this poll did not even bother to vote in 2024. So, is Trump causing enough pain that it's going to get these people off the couch and get them out there to cast a ballot in an off-year election? I mean, in what is typically a lower turnout election. Like, we typically see bigger turnout, especially among people who don't usually vote in presidential elections. So we'll have to see, was it because of Kamala? Was it because of other factors? I mean, we don't know. In the meantime, we're continuing to see erosion in Trump's 2024 coalition. So the Democrats may not need all of these non-voters to come out. For example, Trump just went to Nevada. I'm sure you guys heard about that. He's trying to gin up support for his tax policies that are, supposedly supposed to help wage earners, supposedly help people who earn tips, help them to recoup a chunk of their income. Well, in Nevada, there's a lot of Hispanic people, right? There's, excuse me, there's a lot who work in Vegas. They earn a living in casinos and restaurants. That those two policies directly affect them. Well, even GOP insiders are saying this might be too little too late. Last Friday, Politico spoke with a GOP operative who said that Trump, his dwindling Hispanic support is just a toll on everyone. It's taking a toll on everyone. And it's because of the war. It's just, the war is not only about a broken promise of, you promised us no new wars. It's also because it's affecting the economy. So he said here, for the first time, it's not something that Trump has said, it's his own actions. I think ultimately, if this doesn't get resolved, I think we see a lot of those Latinos who have been trending our way just stay home. As like I said, it's not hard to figure out why, right? Because they may see a little bit of savings from being able to write off their tips or, write off overtime. But then when you're spending even more than that at the grocery store and the gas station, they're like, what's the point? I'm still falling behind. And this is showing up in the polling. So there's a poll conducted by Somos Votantes. They are a polling organization that focuses specifically on Hispanic voters. They recently conducted a survey in 8 states. These 8 states have critical races coming up. So this is Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, North Carolina, Texas, and Wisconsin. What they found is that Trump is 24 points underwater with Hispanic voters in all of those states. And Democrats have a 15-point lead over Republicans with likely voters. They also said that they have a 20-point lead on the generic ballot. So that's when they asked them, if the election was held today, would you vote for a generic Democrat or Republican? Like, we're not going to give you a specific one, but in general, are you going to go for which party will you vote for? And Trump is at negative 30 points in regard to his handling of the economy. Also, about 2/3 of their respondents said that prices have risen a lot in the past year. That was a major reason why a lot of them voted for Trump. And by a 2-to-1 margin, these Hispanic voters blame the Republicans. They blame their economic policies, including Donald Trump's tariffs, the money we're spending on the military, cuts to health and food programs. So overall, they're not digging this. And then in another poll, it's the Florida International University poll. They did a poll specifically of Hispanic voters as well. 2/3 of the respondents in that poll say that the country is headed in the wrong direction. So you can see here, 67%. And then if you look at the next box over, the blue one, you see that 29-point advantage for Democrats. Again, this is on the generic ballot. Like, who would you, if the election was held today, would you vote Democrat or Republican? And then check out Trump's approved or disapproval rating, I should say, with Hispanic voters. So this is broken down by state. So it says 76% disapprove in Arizona, 72% in California, and 71% in Texas. And then Florida is a little bit better, 54% disapprove. I mean, it's, you know, it's Margaritaville, guys. What can we say? Anyway, and this sentiment, this is consistent among all pollsters. So there was a new poll or a new survey conducted on behalf of the groups called Third Way and Unidos United States or US. They found that more than 1/3 of Hispanic Trump voters, so Hispanic people who voted for Trump in 2024, 1/3 of them now regret it. But he's not just bleeding Hispanic voters. Like I said at the beginning, it's also Gen Z voters and then younger millennials. So take a look at this. So this is kind of small, so you might not be able to make it out, but a combined 76% of voters who are 34 and under, 76% of them either somewhat or strongly disapprove of how Donald Trump is doing his job. So 3/4 of people under the age of 35. And then take a look at the lead that Democrats have on this generic ballot question. So this is in this same poll. Again, I don't know if you guys can make it out. It's very small, but among all age groups, Democrats hold only a 2.3 point advantage. If you look at all of the age groups, though, and you look at the 34 and under group, they favor Democrats by a huge margin. 59% said that they would vote for a Democrat if the election was held today. Only 22% said that they would vote for a Republican. You know, again, you have people who aren't going to vote, who are going to vote for third party or whatever. And here's where Trump stands on his overall approval rating. When you look at all of the average, or you look at the average of all of the pollsters out there combined. So this is just incredible. This is Trump's average on 771 polls. Okay. Not a small sample size. Not where you want to be either, just 7 months out from an election. 40%, when you average out 771 polls, 40% approval rating, 56% disapprove. I mean, again, would not want to be Trump, would not want to be the Republicans right now. Anyway, guys, that is it for this segment. I'm sure I will have more polls for you either later this week or next week. But thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have new Trump regrets to share with you, new Trump voters entering the find out phase. So first up, I have a video to share from a man who says that he is not proud that he's voted for Trump and he is done with MAGA. So take a look. This is a really good one.
Out of it, man enough to say it. I was one of those guys back in 2020 2024, shit, even 2016 before I could vote. I was all for Trump. I was all for MAGA. I believed he was going to make America great again. I believed he was going to drain the swamp. I thought he was going to be different. He wasn't a career politician. And boy, was I wrong. My views didn't change. They still remain the same. I did fall for the deception, though, because I can't in good conscience support someone who's responsible for a pointless war where thousands of innocent lives are dying every single day. I can't support someone who mocked Christ on Easter. I sure as hell can't support someone who calls the people who want transparency on one of the most heinous and insidious acts in human history, the Epstein files, calls them liars and lunatics. He's probably a part of it himself. Can't support that. When it comes to politics, it's hard to even align myself with one of the parties because they're both being controlled by the same puppeteers at the top. So I was wrong. Not proud of it. Man enough to say it.
So this is one of the people who I wish I could have a conversation with. I wish I could ask this person, like, do you know the difference between a corporate Democrat and a progressive? Because yes, corporate Democrats are controlled by the same people who control the vast majority of Republicans. True progressives are not. Progressives do not take corporate PAC money. They are not beholden to anyone but you and I. That is the big difference. And that's how you know. So if you guys are out there, if you are like a, you know, an MSNBC liberal and you're looking at someone like, let's say, Mark Kelly and going, ooh, I like him for president, go look at who he gets his money from. Go look at who controls him. That is the other way to say it. Okay. Ton of money. Ton of money. Like I believe it was something like $6 or $8 million from AIPAC. I mean, that is all you need to know. Wherever their money is coming from, that's who's pulling the strings. So anyway, this next post is from someone who replied to Marjorie Taylor Greene on Twitter. Greene had retweeted aerial images, aerial video of what Israel has done to Lebanon in the past 6 weeks or so. And she was slamming U.S. Congress members for continuing to fund Israel. And this person replied to her and said this: I truly regret voting for Trump. I supported him, I think it's supposed to be throughout, his whole campaign till he became another president to obey Israel and complicit of killing many innocent people, and then 5 sad face emojis. So yeah, these people are, these are not the MAGA Kool-Aid cult. I keep saying that, but it bears repeating because these are not the people who are with him through thick and thin. These people want change, and that's what they thought they were getting from him. And so, no, these are not the people who are going to stick around if he shoots somebody on Fifth Avenue. Anyway, this next person basically admits that we're all right. Not that we're okay. We're all right. You're all right with me. No, that we were right. That we were right about Trump. So this person wrote this: what kills me about Trump now is he is confirming what all of the people who hated him and hated us for supporting him felt about him. I'm honest enough to admit he fooled me completely. I knew he was an asshole, but I thought at least he was an asshole with good intentions and directionally good impulses. So, in other words, I knew he was an asshole, but damn it, he was my asshole. He was going to do the things I wanted and hurt the people I wanted. And now I look like an imbecile because all the people on the left who tried to tell me that he was a psycho, they were right. Anyway, I also have a story to share about a Trump voter who's been detained in Guinea since last year, and he now regrets his vote. So here's an article. This was published in Semaphore. They reported that there was a charter flight pilot. His name is Brad Schlenker, which have to say, that sounds like an insult, doesn't it? You schlanker. Don't be such a schlanker. Like, that's going to be my new word. Anyway, when you hear me call someone a schlanker, you know where it came from. So when Schlenker and this other pilot stopped to refuel their planes, Guinean authorities arrested them, and these guys were charged. It sounds like they're all trumped up charges, no pun intended. It sounds like a bunch of bogus crimes that they were charged with. So they were arrested. They're out on bail, but they can't leave the country because of these charges against them. So they are stuck in Guinea, and they've been there for more than 3 months. So Schlenker tried calling the Trump administration and got nowhere. Like, he's looking for help from the government. So he now says that the Trump administration is quote unquote useless. And he told Semaphore that people who either are in the government or close to the government told him that, quote, if someone from the State Department had simply called, if Marco Rubio or Pete Hegseth or someone else just picked up the phone, we'd be out of here. So Schlenker is thinking that the U.S. is reluctant to pressure Guinea because they're trying to negotiate a rare earth mineral deal right now. So they're screwing him over for rare earth minerals. And he said, quote, I voted for this administration because they were supposed to protect Americans. I mean, he thought Trump cared about protecting Americans, you guys. Bless his heart. So Schlenker is now finding out the hard way. Trump doesn't give a damn about anyone but himself, which is what we've been telling you for more than 10 years. And speaking of finding out the hard way, I have a video to share with you guys from the focus group podcast conducted by Sarah Longwell's group. So check this one out.
It's kind of hit us really hard in the construction industry, which kind of opened up my eyes to the rest of the state of the economy. It's kind of scary how divided we are, that we're like just bitter rivals, not as human beings, but on political sides of the spectrum, to where it's kind of like a heated sports rivalry where you just, taught to hate anybody that's not aligned with you nowadays. And it's just kind of destroying us from within.
Huh. Yeah. I mean, who could have known that from Trump's first term, right? Here's the thing. It's not like Trump didn't talk about his tariffs ad nauseum, right? Like it was a central part of his campaign. And to say like, oh gosh, we're all so divided and people are just so pissed off if you're on a different side. But yeah, that is what happens when you elect someone who goes out of his way to harm the other side. I mean, Donald Trump, after one of the No Kings protests, I'm sure you guys all remember this, Donald Trump reposted a video of himself flying a plane and dumping literal shit on the heads of everybody on the left who was out protesting. Do you expect us to go like, oh yeah, it's fine, let's all just sing Kumbaya together? If you regret your vote, I will welcome you. If you admit that you regret your vote and you say you made a mistake, I will have grace for you. But if you just think that you can just walk around going, gee, gosh, golly, his platform and the things that he totally promised to do and said over and over again have hurt me, and now I'm upset. No. Like, you didn't care until it hurt you. I mean, this is what happens when you don't do your homework, right? When you vote based on vibes. Another Trump voter who didn't do their homework is Joe. So Joe posted this on Twitter. He said, too many lies coming out of the White House. Sad face. Super betrayed, and I wish never voted for this president. He is doing everything the opposite of what was promised and acting as a bully. Is he doing the opposite? I mean, some of the war, yes, but everything else he promised. And lies coming out of the White House? I mean, what? Like, what? Like, did you not know? Like, Trump and his minions lie? Like, oh, that can't be. Where have these people been for 10 plus years? I also have some fun posts and a story about Trump speaking at the TPUSA event over the weekend, Turning Point USA. So I don't know if you guys heard about all of the big brouhaha, but TPUSA is falling apart. They thought the movement would grow after Charlie Kirk was killed. Okay. I don't know if you guys remember that. They're, oh, you guys have no idea what you just unleashed. You have no idea what you just did. Totally the opposite. It is dying on the vine because no one trusts Erica Kirk, and there's no one who can fill Charlie Kirk's shoes. I mean, whatever you think of him, he did a good job of growing the organization. So a guy named Pete responded to a post about how people were supposedly lining up to see Trump at this Arizona TPUSA event. And here's what Pete told them. He said, funny, I just got a text at 2:36 p.m. today, the day before he speaks at 4,500 seat megachurch venue. And there are still seats. 100% of U.S. former Republicans aren't Trump or TPUSA anymore. And then another Trump voter replied to Pete and said this, I hope he is greeted by empty chairs everywhere he goes. That would be very fitting, but I bet you're not even that would open his eyes to what a failure he has been and how much he cheated the American people who voted for him. Well, she got her wish. This was one of the articles. It was a hashtag sad in all caps turnout. So I'll have more for you guys on that in another video, including feedback from some young Trump voters who were there, who like lost that love and feeling towards the apricot antichrist. But anyway, that is it for today. I will definitely have more for you. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, subscribe to the channel if you have not. If you can donate, it really helps to keep the show going. Greatly appreciate all of you. Love you. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have a very disturbing update story to share with you guys. So today it was reported by Politico that lawmakers on the House Oversight Committee are divided on whether or not to approve a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. I wish I was kidding. Here's one of the articles about it. This is reporter Scott McFarland. He was on CNN earlier today, and he was asked about this. I mean, this would be political suicide. Absolutely, positively. Like, if you want to see the Trump coalition, and including even some in the MAGA cult, completely implode and just never to ever in their lifetimes vote again for Republicans, that would be it. This would be the way to do it. And the excuse they're using is, well, Maxwell said that, when we brought her in for a deposition, or we had her on video for the deposition, she said she would only speak with us under oath if she was given clemency or a pardon. That's the excuse they're using. Let's pardon a prolific, just disgusting, heinous, grotesque child predator so that we can get her to tell us what she knows. First of all, let's look at the logic of this, okay? What little logic there is. Maxwell if she had any remorse whatsoever, she would just say what she knows. And you could say, well, she's afraid because she, you know, she sees how Jeffrey Epstein ended up dead. So then what is a pardon going to do? Right? If that's her motivation, if she is truly terrified for her life and afraid that someone's going to come after her if she spills the beans, why would she speak if she had a pardon or clemency? Those fears would still exist. That risk would still exist, right? So this is 100% selfish and self-serving on her part. And keep in mind, this is not a woman who just recruited girls and children for Epstein. This is a woman who also, she did that, but she also participated in the violation of these children. That is a well-known fact. Many of these young women and girls have said, she actually violated me. She took part in the abuse. And she has never once come clean. She has never once said, I did it. It was wrong. I for whatever ridiculous reason she could possibly come up with, she has not even tried to do that. So this is someone who is, seemingly a sociopath. Like, she has no remorse for her actions. She has always lived this elitist lifestyle, and she just wants to get back to that. And so she's dangling this. And who's to say, like, they don't grant her clemency or give her a pardon, and then she goes before Congress and goes, yeah, I don't know anything. There was nobody else. It was just Jeffrey. And then they have nothing to show for it, and she's out. This is why I question if the Republicans are actually doing this for that reason. If it's truly that they're like, oh, we want to see what she knows and really get to the bottom of this, or if it's something else, or if it's because they want to take the heat off of Donald Trump and use this excuse and give her a pass. That way nothing will ever come out. Like, is there negotiations? Are there threats going on behind the scenes with Maxwell saying, if Donald Trump doesn't do this, if he doesn't pardon me, I'm going to tell everybody what I know about him. I have evidence. And then the Republicans in Congress are then being strong-armed by Trump. That would be my guess. That is what I believe is going on here. Because otherwise it makes no sense. It absolutely makes no sense. I mean, just cynically and politically speaking, like, these Republicans aren't the brightest. Like, the MAGA Republicans who support Trump are not the brightest. They're not the sharpest tools in the shed. However, they are smart enough to know that if they do this, it is political suicide. So I can't come up with any other rationalization for why they would do something this extreme, this insane. Right before an election, right before the midterms, where they're already in trouble. So I don't know, guys. This is insane. I mean, again, if it wasn't for the fact that she is such a vile, heinous, disgusting person who violated so many children and put them in harm's way and caused them to be violated. If not for that, I would say, yeah, go for it, Republicans. Do it. Give them enough rope. Let them hang themselves. No pun intended with what happened to Epstein. Okay. Anyway, if I hear any more, I'll let you know. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have updates for you about Donald Trump's illegal Iran war. Luckily, as you may have heard, he tacoed again, but now we're getting mixed messages about how long things are going to be on pause, and both sides are ratcheting up tensions with new attacks. So here's the deal. Here's one of the reports talking about the ceasefire. This happened yesterday. Donald Trump again threatened Iran, and then after threatening them, he announced, "Oh, we're going to do a ceasefire, and it's going to be indefinite, for an indefinite period of time." Well, then this morning, journalist Barack Ravid, reported that Trump is only giving Iranians another 3 to 5 days. So he posted this saying, "Oh, someone in the White House, a White House source told him that Trump has no intention of this being open-ended or indefinite. We're only doing this because they need to get their shit together, because we don't even know who we're supposed to be negotiating with. The factions within Iran are fighting with each other." Well, then today, Dropsite News reported, Jeremy Scahill over at Dropsite News to be specific, he has been communicating with the Iranians for the past couple months that this war has been going on. So Scahill is getting this directly from the Iranians, and what they told him is, this is bullshit. This is Trump doing, a face-saving move to try to make it look like, oh, it's all on the Iranians, when in fact, no, they know exactly what they want. They know exactly what they're willing to do and when they're willing to negotiate. And they're not willing to negotiate right now. And that's directly because of the United States' actions. So they're saying, no, like we have no intention of even sitting down and discussing this. So this whole 3 to 5 day thing is BS. This whole indefinite, pause is bullshit. So we have no idea what's going on, what the time frame is, what to expect. And Trump, like I said, he's blaming the Iranians for this. Of course, we know Donald Trump lies all the time. He also said, "Oh, we're not going to attack Iran, while this pause is in place." But he said, until it's quote unquote concluded one way or the other. Well, then Trump announced, we're still going to do a U.S. naval blockade. That's going to remain in place on the Strait of Hormuz. Well, that is the Iranians' red line. That is why they're saying, we are not going to negotiate with you until you end this blockade, until you open up the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. Then it was announced also, this was yesterday, that the U.S. is expanding our presence in the region, and that we took control of another Iranian ship. Okay, so this is just growing by the day. This is metastasizing. We also apparently escorted another ship away from India. According to the U.S., the military in the U.S., I should say, the seized tanker was attempting to smuggle oil from Iran. Of course, the Trump administration also told us that they're blowing up boats in the Caribbean because they're smuggling drugs into the United States. So we have to take everything they say with a massive grain of salt. So that all took place yesterday. That all took place on Tuesday. This morning, it was reported that Iran shot at and seized control of two ships in the Strait of Hormuz. And then they attacked a third ship. So here's an article about that. According to the UK, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps fired at a container ship, and then they fired at a cargo ship, and then they took control of the vessels and the crew, who reportedly, thank goodness, were unharmed. As for the third ship, Iranian state media reported that they seized it, but no other country has confirmed that as of now, that at least I've heard of. That was around noon Eastern time that I checked on it last. So we'll have to wait and see if that one's legit. Regardless, the other two are real, and it shows how Trump's asinine decisions are affecting countries around the globe. And they're sucking our allies. We are sucking our allies into this war against their will. And as a direct result of this war, we, the taxpayers, might be on the hook to bail out an airline. Take a look at this. So Trump is considering bailing out Spirit Airline. This was reported by the Wall Street Journal. He's considering a $500 million taxpayer-funded bailout for Spirit Airline. And they're like, oh, and then the government will own part of the airline. Oh, big freaking deal. So again, this is just a monumental shit show. He created this problem. He is the reason that they can't afford fuel. You know, he is the reason that flights are being canceled left and right, like way more than normal. And, you know, as of now, we have no scheduled peace talks. So predictably, the stock market has just been a roller coaster again. It's been up and down and up and down. Crude oil prices surged back. They're now at around or over to $100 a barrel. Instead of learning his lesson, though, Trump issued another threat against Iran, which will further blow up the talks with them. So this happened around 5:30 p.m. yesterday. Trump posted what I'm going to show you on his failing social media site. So he wrote, Iran doesn't want the Strait of Hormuz closed. They want it open so they can make $500 million a day, which is therefore what they're losing if it is closed. They only say they want it closed because I have it totally blockaded closed, in caps for no apparent reason. So they merely want to save face, in quotes. People approached me 4 days ago saying, sir, Iran wants to open up the strait immediately. But if we do that, there can never be a deal with Iran, deal capitalized for no reason, unless we blow up the rest of their country capitalized for no reason. Their leaders included President Donald J. Trump, all in caps. He's freaking insane. So if I had to venture a guess about why he posted this, I would say it's his fragile ego. It was bruised because of all of the negative press saying, oh, he tacoed, he backed down again. In any case, this is what Trump insiders, White House insiders are complaining about to the press. So here's an article about that. According to sources who spoke with CNN, Trump is putting out these conflicting social media posts and his public comments, and they're undermining efforts to negotiate with the Iranians because the Iranians have their own political goals to consider. You know, they do need some way to save face with their population, just like Trump does. And in the meantime, it is now estimated that this war is costing us as taxpayers $2 billion a day. $2 billion a day. And then he wants to spend $500 million bailing out one airline. And it's probably going to grow into more airlines, more companies, but again, we can't afford healthcare. We can't afford childcare. We can't afford paid family leave, government funded college, universal basic income. Can't afford anything that might actually help Americans. No, we had to create DOGE to fire tens of thousands of government workers and end funding for things like cancer research because we're so worried about the national debt. And the Pentagon is trying to justify doubling their budget, even though they can't tell us what they're spending the money on already. Because I'm sure you guys know about that they haven't been able to pass an audit for years. And yet they want more of our tax money for more military projects. I mean, it's insane. And some of these things are outdated technology that are not going to be used in modern warfare, which we're seeing in real time with this Iran war. So we'll see what happens with this request that they're making for the 1.5 trillion Pentagon budget, because Republicans are already, they're like on the verge of telling Trump to pound sand. Like they're so concerned and, don't want to go past the 60-day window, which we're bumping up against. Right. And I think Trump is hoping that Republicans will bail him out with that. I think Trump is going, you know what? I want Republicans to shut this down so that I don't have to. So I don't have to look weak. I don't have to look like I back down, but gas prices will go back down. I'll have a better chance of retaining some power in the midterms. And then they can take the heat. They will be to blame for stopping the war. In any case, I do have a couple bits of brand new, like hot off the press, breaking news to share with you as well on this subject. So this article just came out this afternoon. Iran's military has far more capacity. They have far more ammunition and ability than what's being reported. They're saying in this article that, and this was reported by a bunch of different news outlets, that they still have something like, 60% of their army is still intact, like 2/3 of their navy. Like we are grossly, or our government is grossly overrepresenting and misleading the public on Iran's military and what they're still capable of and what we've destroyed. The other bit of late breaking news that just came out this afternoon is this, that Pete Hegseth has ousted the U.S. Navy Secretary. We are in the middle of a war with Iran. We have ships in the region with members of our Navy, hundreds, if not thousands of them over there. And douchey McDouchebag, who was a Fox News commentator, who couldn't even throw an axe properly, almost took someone out on national television with an axe, Mr. accused rapist, drunkard, pickled Pete, in charge, and he fires someone who actually has knowledge, someone who actually knows what he's doing and could properly, send this in the right direction, could handle things in a way that Pete cannot. That moronic Pete, out there quoting frickin' Pulp Fiction cannot. He's out, he's gone. And this is, just one of the people that they've been kicking out in the recent couple of months while we're in the middle of a war. So just a nightmare, just a joke, or it would be a joke if it wasn't so deadly serious. Anyway, guys, there we go. I can't imagine this is ever going to end well. But anyway, I will keep you posted. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So Donald Trump's plot, his scheme to rig the midterm elections, it's falling apart. It's kind of blowing up in his face, and he's freaking out about it. Kind of, sort of, I should say. I shouldn't oversell it because, and I'll show you guys a map of what I mean, of how, might not be as great of a win for Democrats, depending on what one state does. So I'll get to that in a minute. But yesterday, if you guys had not heard, the state of Virginia held a vote. This was on a referendum. They asked the voters to weigh in on the question of whether or not to redraw the district maps prior to November, so in time for the midterms. Well, as with almost all special elections throughout last year and 2026, it didn't go well for the Republicans. So currently, Democrats hold 6 out of 11 seats in the House, in the U.S. House. in regard to the state of Virginia. The new map, which was just passed yesterday, could hand them an additional 4 seats. So I want to show you guys the map that was shared. This was shared in the New York Times. This is the 2 map. So the current district is the one on top, as you can see, and then the one down below would create more fairly solid blue districts in the state. Quite a few solid blue, and then a few that are iffy, but definitely lean more Democrat or Democratic. And it would roughly even the playing field with the Republicans' gerrymandered seats that they set up. So as you guys all know, and I've shared with you, they redid their district maps in Texas, Missouri, North Carolina, and then I think it was Ohio was another one. So the one thing that could tip the balance of power back to Republicans is in Florida. So let me show you this map. Hopefully you guys can make this out. So this is another map that was published by the New York Times. Florida has not voted yet. They haven't decided whether or not they're going to redraw their maps yet. They're supposedly holding a special session to determine with the legislature. And that's the thing that people need to keep in mind. Democrats are doing this in a way where it's just temporary. It's just for 2 years for this upcoming election. And they put a referendum on a ballot for voters to vote on, saying, are you okay with this? Do you want to do this? Republicans have not done that. Republicans, to my knowledge, I don't think any of the states that Republicans have done this in have actually put a referendum forth for the voters. They've just unilaterally made the decision in their state legislature that, yeah, we're just going to redraw the maps. We're just going to gerrymander. We don't care what the voters say. And I believe theirs are permanent, if I'm not mistaken. So here's the thing. If Florida goes for it, then, and if every state reaches their maximum goals here, Democrats could walk away with a 10-seat pickup. If you add up all of these states, maximum, like they obtain or, score 4 additional seats in Virginia, it would put them up, 10 seats overall. If Republicans move forward with the plan in Florida, they would gain potentially, and all of these other states, they get their wish, they get all of these seats, they could end up with 14. Now, Texas is iffy. I've mentioned this before because Republicans wildly overestimated Donald Trump's Hispanic support in the state of Texas based on the 2024 election. So, they weren't counting on him losing all of this support since then. But we also have to keep in mind, there are a lot of states out there. There are a lot of pickup opportunities for the Democrats this year, especially with Donald Trump being so unpopular and with Democrats overperforming. However, Florida, if they go through with it, it could cut into the Democratic majority a bit. In any case, it did pass. Like I said, it was narrow. It wasn't, it wasn't a huge margin of victory. It was, I believe, the last numbers I looked at, it was 51.5% voted yes to move ahead with the redrawing of the maps in Virginia, compared to, I think it was 48.5% said no. So it barely passed. But the state Republican chairman in Virginia said they're going to file a lawsuit. So we'll see how that goes. Every other lawsuit that's been brought over this gerrymandering, it's fallen flat. The courts are like, nope, it's fine. So I'll keep an eye on that. I'll let you guys know what happens. But yeah, the fact that Trump is freaking out, and then I saw an article today too that Steve Bannon is freaking out, and he's like, we're not going to have the majority. We're not going to have the power. Like the fact that they're melting down like this. I mean, number one, it tells you they understand the moment. They get that they're in trouble. And they knew that because, we knew that because they wouldn't have done this gerrymandering stuff if they didn't think they were in trouble. But then two, it also tells us that Donald Trump is desperate and we need to be aware that he might do something very desperate. So anyway, guys, I'll let you know if I hear any more. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
The largest union talk radio program in the South. This is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. My co-host is Adam Keller. You can leave us a voicemail at 844-899-TVLR. That is 844-899-8857. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us today. We got a big show for you. We're going to be talking about the 1971 Huntsville sanitation workers strike. Really excited for that. We're also going to be talking to the new co-executive directors for the Highlander Research and Education Center. All of that in the first half of the program and some other stuff. In the second half of the show, we are going to be talking to representatives from the National Staff Organization and staff for Labor Notes. National Staff Organization is going to be talking to us about why they have sanctioned the Indiana State Teachers Association. Labor Notes is going to be talking to us about a new guide to building a reform caucus within your union. And we're going to be talking about how the Department of Defense has revoked union contracts for civilian employees and what civilian employees need to do next, folks. It's going to be a big show, so we're not going to be opening the phones until later in the second half of the show. But you can always leave us a voicemail at 844-899-TVLR. We do have one of those that we're going to be playing. You can leave us a written note at tvlr.fm/contact, and you can actually send a text to the same number, 844-899-8857. Adam, last week you were at Tuscaloosa, the University of Alabama there, with the Union for Campus Workers, the United Campus Workers. They have a chapter in the state of Alabama that represents campus workers at UA, as well as Auburn and Jacksonville. They had an event last week that you spoke at. What happened there?
Yeah, I was really pleased to go down to Tuscaloosa this Thursday. The United Campus Workers of Alabama, specifically the UA chapter, held a rally at the Quad on campus there. And they also made some news last week with a billboard they rented right at the, I know it's on the intersection of University and Peter Bryce Boulevard. So it's a very, good location. And their billboard says, "Welcome to Alabama's flagship institution, where legends aren't paid." This message brought to you by the United Campus Workers of Alabama, ucwal.org. And they ended up getting a AL.com article about that, as well as the rally. So really proud to see that. And I love the messaging on the billboard because, of course, if you go anywhere near Tuscaloosa, you're going to see a lot of billboards about the University of Alabama, where legends are made. Is kind of the motto there. So, yeah, I was proud to stand in solidarity with United Campus Workers. I wear a lot of hats in the movement. I've spent most of my adult life in the labor movement because I believe something very simple. When working people come together around our common interests, we can improve our lives and we can make our society better. In the labor movement, we have this saying, an injury to one is an injury to all. And when you have workers on campus who are struggling to make ends meet, when you have people who keep the university running, who are paid wages that really don't allow them to live in dignity, that's an injury to everyone, right? The students, the stakeholders, the community members, all of us as the public, which help fund these institutions and rely on these important institutions. Universities, they like to talk about excellence. They like to talk about opportunity. They like to talk about shaping the future. But none of that happens without the workers that are on campus. The university runs because custodians keep the classrooms and the buildings clean, because dining hall workers keep thousands of students fed every single day, because administrative staff keep the place functioning, because graduate workers and student workers do so much of the teaching and the research that really makes the university what it is, and because professors dedicate their entire lives to education. Every single one of those jobs is essential, and every single worker there deserves a living wage. It's not a luxury, it's not radical, it's really the bare minimum, required for dignity. And I don't think that's asking a lot in our flagship institution. Folks who are showing up, working hard, contributing to the community, they should be able to afford housing and food and healthcare and a decent life. That's not controversial, I don't think. But as we talk about on this show every week across the country, we've got this economy where the people who do the most essential work are often paid the least. And the bigwigs at the top, like to tell us to be patient, to tighten our belts, to be grateful for what we have. But, working people have been tightening our belts for decades at this point, while the rich keep getting richer. And that's why unions are so important. It's why unions like United Campus Workers matter so much, because that's how working people win our dignity. It's when we stand together and we organize for it. One thing that makes United Campus Workers pretty interesting is that it is a wall-to-wall union. That means everyone is in the same fight. Student workers, staff, faculty, support workers, standing shoulder to shoulder. And there are challenges that come with that, but there's a lot of opportunity that comes with that. And I think that's really how we win as the labor movement. Because the truth is, the folks who clean the classrooms have more in common with the folks who teach in the classrooms than either of them do with the folks who actually run our state, right? So when working class people come together across job titles, across departments, across race and gender and our backgrounds, that's when our power starts to grow. That's when administrators and policymakers have to listen to us. That's when real change becomes possible. So really, I stand in solidarity with those United Campus Workers. It was also I want to mention there were a couple folks from UAW that were there in solidarity as well, from Mercedes nearby in Tuscaloosa. So I know they're going to continue to escalate this living wage campaign. It's really a shame that you have folks on campus who are having to work a second or third job just to make ends meet. Especially folks who went to the university, right? Obtained their degree from the university, obtained a lot of debt to get that degree. So I just really want to celebrate what they're doing, trying to build power in the public sector. For those of you who don't know, employees at colleges and universities in Alabama do not have formal collective bargaining rights. So the University of Alabama, as well as the other universities Jacob mentioned, they don't recognize the union. They don't sit down and bargain or negotiate with the union. So therefore, workers have to kind of be creative and organize a little differently, do different tactics, explore different strategies. And they're trying to do that with the United Campus Workers. So I would encourage anyone who works at a college or university in the state or in the South, because UCW has had a lot of success across the South, particularly our neighbors to the north in Tennessee. And as Jacob mentioned, there are growing chapters at Auburn, UA, Jacksonville State, and hopefully more to come. So I really yeah, celebrate this. I want to continue to follow this campaign, see where it goes. But they've had, I believe it was over 1,000 signatures on their petition that they've delivered to the administration. The administration doesn't want to talk. So they're hoping they can be heard in other ways.
Yeah, it's a really exciting campaign and looking forward to seeing them succeed. The United Campus Workers of Alabama have gotten successes in the state already. At Jacksonville State University, where the union has a presence, they have already been able to secure, I believe it is a 10% raise, even without collective bargaining. It's still not where they believe it needs to be. It's not where I believe it needs to be, but it's 10% higher than it was before the union got there. So some good stuff coming out the union. We've got Whitney Washington in the Zoom. Y'all know her. She's a friend of the show. She's a member of the CWA, Local 3908, and vice president of the North Alabama Area Labor Council. She, along with Adam, are, something of citizen historians, and they just presented at a history conference last weekend. That's why Adam wasn't here. They had a presentation about the 1971 Huntsville sanitation workers strike. So we wanted them to talk to us about it here on the program. Whitney, thanks for taking the time.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yeah, you sound great.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Whitney, I guess the first thing would be, how did you get on this beat? Like, what was it that made you want to look into the sanitation worker strike in 1971 and potentially, write something about it?
Yeah. Like you said, Adam and I are both history nerds. So when the opportunity to propose something for the Alabama Historical Association's conference came up, we were sort of going through what different labor stories would be worth highlighting. I know I've done some research on like the use of organized labor in the building of a Frank Lloyd Wright House in Florence. And there were a few other topics we sort of toyed around with. But Adam was familiar with this sanitation worker strike. He'd heard about it from some friends of his. And it seemed like something that was really appropriate considering where we are right now in terms of public sector organizing. And it was also really around the time we'd done some organizing around that City to Tech campaign. So it seemed really appropriate, like a good fit for us to look into that particular strike.
When you looked into it, what were some of the interesting things that you found?
I think most notably is how really I'm not going to say racially motivated, but how big of an issue race was. The sanitation workers were mainly Black. They had a lot of outreach with civil rights leaders like Hosea Williams and Leman Hood from Memphis. So it was really sort of on racial lines. And I think you'll also see you didn't see the support from the Labor Council or the other unions at the time that I would have liked to have seen in a strike like that from the predominantly white and white-led unions. And then even talking to people who were around in 1971, they are immediately talking about race. So I think that was really interesting. It was just like how sort of racially charged this particular strike was, which if you look at it on paper, I think wouldn't immediately come to mind.
That's not, I suppose if you think about it you just think about the year and the place, it may be less surprising than hearing about a sanitation worker strike, outside of that context. But thinking about, 1971, it hasn't been that long since MLK was assassinated. It hasn't been that long since the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act of the 60s were passed. There are still issues with desegregation. And so were you able to kind of to figure out what the inciting incident was? Was there like a particular incident of racism by management against the Black sanitation workers that caused the strike, or were there just kind of enough pinpricks that the unit just decided we've had enough?
Yeah, it seems like sort of a perfect storm of little things over a while. I think one, just like the pay was abysmal. We looked it up, and it was near their like base pay was nearly $1 less than it was. Hourly pay was nearly $1 less than it was in Gadsden. And so they were just sort of especially vulnerable. I think, like you said, like just the moment that we were in the late 60s, early 70s. And then in 69, the city council actually voted to recognize unions or recognize a union for city employees, which led to them being able to organize. And so I think all of that sort of like came together really perfectly in January of 1971, where there was a really bad ice storm, and trucks couldn't go out, and there was some miscommunication, and the workers didn't feel safe driving, and the city was pushing them to drive. And that sort of is where things really like came together. And then, they started building out to start the strike in spring.
And you mentioned that you didn't see as much support as you would like to have seen from the other unions in the area, the white-led unions, the Labor Council, which is the federation of unions in the area. Were you able to find anything in particular that was kind of problematic, or was it just the absence of anything?
A little bit of both. I think as someone in the labor movement, there were a couple of statements released by the Labor Council president that were just like, we need to smooth things out with the city, that were very much, trying to just make things go a little bit easier, that weren't really statements of solidarity with the workers, which I think as people in the labor movement is what we would want and expect. Right. Especially in a city like Huntsville, you would want to see your labor leader saying the city can do better. We need to respect our most marginalized workers. And you don't see that. Right.
What union were they organizing with? AFSCME, presumably, or was it sort of an independent effort?
It was AFSCME.
Okay.
And so they did, they had Lehman Hood, who was an AFSCME organizer from Memphis, who had worked on the 68 sanitation worker strike. He was coming down doing a lot of work with them here as well.
How long was the strike?
The official strike was 93 days. So I think it was April to July.
That's a pretty long strike, actually. And from April to July, I mean, you start getting into the summer months, and the trash, I would imagine, would start. That would start to be
immediately got scabs in. So there was actually the most sort of disturbance was from the strikers occupying streets. There's a famous photo where they're on the Parkway, which, as you know, is a main thoroughfare here. So the residents, I think it was like maybe a couple of weeks that there was trash piling up, but they basically immediately brought in scabs that were willing to take those jobs. So again, there just wasn't the support of labor that one would hope to be behind them in this.
And I was going to add something on that point. One of the oral history interviews we listened to preparing for this talked about the fact that as the strike unfolded, they prioritized certain parts of town for trash pickup. Like as they brought in these replacement workers or scabs, whatever you want to call them, conveniently, the white side of town, the wealthier side of town, had their trash pickup prioritized. So that was just another wrinkle to it that's worth mentioning. And, certainly there was a lot of we relied a lot on news coverage, contemporary news coverage, because there's not just a whole lot written. There's not a whole lot of oral history interviews with folks who participated. So we were relying a lot on what the Huntsville Times and the Huntsville News was saying at the time,
Right.
which, certainly has its issues and limitations and bias. There was, a big fear among the city establishment this would be another Memphis. And that was something that the workers also pointed to. They, more or less put it out there that this could be another Memphis, referring to the famous Memphis sanitation workers strike there, where Dr. King was assassinated. That was his last act of solidarity, was with those striking garbage workers in Memphis. And as Whitney mentioned, you had some, folks who experienced that campaign and organized in that campaign who came to Huntsville. The city itself of Huntsville was very concerned about its reputation, its image. This is a city that put a man on the moon. And here you have trash piling up on the streets. It's not a good look. And Huntsville had always, or at least, in this period, Huntsville had taken a more moderate approach to race than perhaps the rest of the state or many other cities in the state. A lot of people are familiar with, say, like Birmingham, Bull Connor, or, Governor George Wallace. Well, Huntsville, being a very federal dependent town, took a different approach, right? The first black public school student to integrate an Alabama public school was Sonny Herford IV here in Huntsville. And Huntsville took a little different approach, in part to keep federal dollars flowing, right? They needed that NASA money. They needed that Redstone Arsenal money. And Huntsville, I think, has always maintained that image, or tried to maintain that image of being a little bit different from the rest of the state. I don't want to say more progressive, but less regressive, perhaps, would be the better framing. So that was interesting. And I think, there was police brutality that was mentioned in some of our research. There was accusations of violence, that the strikers were alleged to have committed violence, as Whitney mentioned. There were instances of people lighting their trash on fire, as it was piling up, and that being an issue. We also
of like anti-union people.
No, not necessarily.
Lighting
Not
the trash on fire.
No, not necessarily. What the interview I'm thinking of talked about in some of the housing projects where the trash hadn't been picked up.
Okay, so it's just people like, I just need this out of my hair. I'm gonna burn the trash.
Right.
Okay, I see.
Right, and so it was kind of eerie, to have, a bunch of trash fires going on.
Right.
We also uncovered that the military was testing helicopters at the time, and for practice surveillance, they surveilled the strikers in Huntsville. There's always been a long history of police and military intervention and strikes, and I'm not, I don't want to make too much of it, but it was interesting. It caught my eye.
Yeah.
That they referenced that. Yeah, they were the government was testing out helicopters and was spying on these folks for practice for those folks, and it was a very racially charged time, and it was a very tough fight because these are some of the lowest paid workers in the city, and it's an easily replaceable job when it's that low wage, so their leverage was limited. So it was a tough fight, and there's just not much written about it, and I think probably in part because it was a tough fight that didn't end super greatly.
Yeah. I do think my understanding is that y'all are going to be writing an article for the Alabama Historical Association, so I'm looking forward to being able to read that in full. But you mentioned Huntsville's sort of has always tried to to project a more moderate, less regressive picture of itself, and I mean that like I think that everybody senses that. I mean there's an older white person that I met. I don't have like an ongoing relationship with him, not because of this, but just we just haven't had reason to interact recently. But he came from Birmingham in the 60s. He was like in school, and so he was a white person. And so the race stuff was like a huge big thing. And when he came to Huntsville, there were black people in his class, in his white school's class, and he talked to other black people, to some of the white people, and was like, well, look, there's an N-word here. And the other white people around him were just like, what are you doing? Like that. Why? What is your problem, dude? So I mean, that's definitely. Huntsville kind of has that perception, and there's a reason for it. I do think that race has been like maybe less of an issue than in Birmingham, but certainly not non-existent. And so,
or just an issue in a different way. It's just handled
in a different way. And well, the city was very clearly trying to manipulate some of the racial aspects with getting white people's trash picked up first, because presumably that was in part an effort to both placate the white people, but also to put a barrier between the black strikers and the black community, right? And make it more difficult for black non-sanitation workers to see themselves as part of the same fight as the sanitation workers. And so I'm curious, as the Huntsville Times was reporting on this, and y'all trying to uncover some of this, I presumably somebody had to have asked the city council and the administrators, well, why not just pay them as much as Gadsden sanitation workers are making, instead of doing this whole big rigmarole, bringing in scabs, like creating potential opportunities for violent conflict. Why not just pay them more? Just pay them. I know that Gadsden at this point is a much smaller and less resourced city than Huntsville is today. I think they were probably pretty close then, but still, $1 an hour back in 1971 goes a lot. That's big. That's huge. What was the city council's reason for not giving the strikers what they were asking for?
I don't know if there's like a clear answer on that. I do think in general the city wasn't extremely supportive of any of the workers organizing. I think it was just the sanitation workers that got organized first, and in some ways this was probably a lesson to the other departments of like what would happen. Because interestingly enough, by 1972, the city council does pass a higher wage for sanitation workers. I don't think the strike was asking for $250, and I think the raise was to like $245. And so this is like less than a year after the strike.
Right.
So it probably was less of like a little like numbers thing and more of as like a statement against organizing.
I see. So they basically so you think that it wasn't really the numbers, like the numbers that they were asking for were reasonable. Everybody understood they were reasonable, but we just couldn't have uppity municipal workers, making a stink and then it being kind of directly tied to the making of the stink that they got a big raise.
Yes. So this was after basically all of this happened after the strike. The AFSCME also sued the city to make sure or to ensure that most of the workers that were let go from the strike got their jobs back. And that did happen again much more quietly after the strike had ended. So if there are immediate lessons to the workers in 1971, it's don't make a big fuss. It's that, this can all be handled administratively, basically.
And so ultimately the resolution was that many of the workers, probably most of the strikers or all the strikers, were fired. They did get their jobs back, but it took a little while for that to happen. But they did end up winning their wage demands at the very least. Is there any other important pieces of the story that you wanted to make sure you brought out before we come up on our break?
I think, that there may not have been as much solidarity from the labor movement as one would have liked, but there was solidarity with other people, especially people that had been engaged in the civil rights movement. There was a lot of action with faith leaders. A lot of the sanitation workers themselves actually were faith leaders. So there was solidarity around the city. So it wasn't, just these workers. Other people were a part of this. We just didn't see the support from labor that, I think I would have liked to have seen.
One more question. You said that, prior to the strike, the city passed a resolution to authorize the organization of municipal workers. At this point, it is not my understanding that municipal workers in Huntsville have the right to organize. When did that end?
I'm not sure. That is a great question.
Okay. All right. Whitney Washington, Vice President of the North Alabama Area Labor Council, thank you so much for taking the time. Thank you for your research into this really important piece of Huntsville history. And thanks for talking to us about it today.
Thank you. Have a good show.
Yep. Adam, you had anything else on that before we go to the break?
Yeah, it's disappointing when you see a struggle that doesn't result in lasting organization, but there's still lessons to be learned, and it really enjoyed connecting with folks across the history scene so we can advance Alabama's labor history. It's necessary.
We're going to take a break, folks. We will be right back.
You're listening to Alabama's only union talk radio show, The Valley Labor Report, with Adam Keller and Jacob Morrison.
That's right, folks. From the mountains of Tennessee to the bayous of Louisiana, broadcasting online and on the radio from the heart of the Tennessee Valley, the Spice Radio Studios in Huntsville, Alabama. This is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. My co-host is Adam Keller. Today on the program, we just finished a conversation about the 1971 Huntsville, Alabama sanitation strike. If you missed it, you can find it on YouTube or Facebook at the Valley Labor Report. We will soon be talking to the new co-executive directors for the Highlander Research and Education Center and more. If you'd like to leave us a voicemail, you can do that at 844-899-TVLR. That is 844-899-8857. You can also send us a text at that number or leave us a written comment at tvlr.fm/contact. If you haven't gotten enough of us by the time that we wrap up here on the radio, or if you just want to see what we're up to throughout the week, you can find us anywhere you find anything online, in particular at our website, tvlr.fm, but we are also on YouTube, Facebook, and wherever you get your podcasts, all at the Valley Labor Report. Just a reminder, your support helps us stay on the air. Our largest single source of funding comes directly from our listeners, so if you want to become a sustaining donor to the program or make a one-time donation, you can go to tvlr.fm/donate or patreon.com/the Valley Labor Report. We've got a bunch of cool merch for sale at tvlr.fm/store. And finally, if you're a member of a union, then you should think about getting your local, district council, your regional, or your international to sponsor the show. You can reach out to us for more details on that.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Let me add a disclaimer that any viewpoints or opinions expressed in this program belong solely to their author and do not necessarily represent any organization or sponsor. We want to welcome all of our listeners, whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, WVNN, WZZA, WHIV, WGOW, WMSP, Means TV, or through your favorite podcast app. We are proud to be part of the Labor Radio Podcast Network and encourage our listeners to check that out at laborradionetwork.org. And as most of you know, we are not media professionals, just a few diehard union members who want to amplify the voices of the working class here in the American South. We're hoping to make a difference on that front, and we can't do it without you. So we want to thank you for tuning in and appreciate you spending some time with us today.
Every week in the South, workers organize new unions, they bargain new contracts, they fight for good legislation and against bad legislation, and they put the boss in their place. These are some of the stories that we could find from April 10th to April 17th. This is Last Week in Southern Labor. Over the last week, actually no workers unionized in the South, but 119 workers in 2 bargaining units did withdraw their petition for a union election. 250 workers across four bargaining units voted against unionization. 1,013 workers in 17 bargaining units have gone public with their union campaigns, and 682 workers in 2 bargaining units are in decertification elections. In new campaigns, 490 workers at Southern Food Service Management in Fort Lee, Virginia, filed a petition to hold a union election with the International Chemical Workers Union Council of the UFCW. 201 security guards at Garda World Security Services in Moncks Corner, South Carolina, filed a petition to hold a union election with the International Union of Security, Police, and Fire Professionals of America. Workers likely pushed by their employer filed a petition to decertify the District of Columbia Nurses Association as the union representing 680 workers at the George Washington University Hospital in Washington, D.C. This is a really interesting case. I mean, workers at this hospital keep filing petitions to organize and keep filing petitions to decertify. Strange thing happening here. 50 workers at Howard University Hospital in Washington, D.C., though, filed a petition to hold a union election with the D.C. Nurses Association. 82 workers at Tri-County Electric Cooperative in Azle, Texas, filed a petition to hold a union election with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 738, and 19 workers at Starbucks in Columbus, Georgia, filed a petition to hold a union election with Starbucks Workers United. In election results, 93 workers at Trojan Battery in Sandersville, Georgia, withdrew their petition for a union election with the International Brotherhood of Boilermakers. 26 workers at Huntsman Corporation in Freeport, Texas, withdrew their petition for a union election with the International Union of Operating Engineers, IUOE, Local 564. 31 workers at MEMC in St. Peters, Missouri, voted 13-18 against unionization with District 9 of the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, IAMAW. 224 workers at AD USA Transportation in Dunn, North Carolina, voted 83-107 against unionization with the Teamsters, Local 391. 8 workers at UD Contracting in Fort Knox, Kentucky, voted 0-6 in favor of decertifying the plumbers and pipe fitters, UA Local 502, and 12 workers at Workman and Sons Plumbing in Ashland, Kentucky, voted 0-12 against unionization with the plumbers and steam fitters, Local 248. Really, really tough week in union elections. But in grievances, unfair labor practices, and court cases, a jury found that Ticketmaster and Live Nation, which merged in 2010, are a monopoly and act in an anti-competitive way. The U.S. Department of Justice, which was one of the plaintiffs under the Biden administration, withdrew from the case under Trump, but 33 states and D.C. decided to keep going. The verdict by the jury doesn't immediately decide remedies. That comes next, but possibilities include refunds for people who purchased what have been found to be overpriced tickets, the corporation being forced to sell off parts of itself to reintroduce competition, and more. On the other hand, it could also look like the weak settlement that the company made with the Trump administration, in which it paid $280 million and mandates some behaviors to increase competition, but ultimately does not break the company up nor provide immediate relief to concert goers. In strikes and bargaining updates, would you accept a guaranteed 20% raise over the next 4 years? That's the question that thousands of DHL workers across the country are debating as they decide whether or not to ratify a new 4-year tentative agreement with the company. The Teamsters National Bargaining Committee for DHL recently reached the agreement with the company, narrowly averting a strike that had been authorized by 96% of DHL Teamsters in the event that the company wouldn't agree to a fair offer. In addition to the 20% pay increase, the union says that the new contract, if ratified, would include higher health and welfare contributions along with critical job protections. The union also said the contract establishes robust safeguards against AI-driven routing systems that undermine seniority and explicitly prohibits the use of autonomous vehicles that threaten Teamster jobs. 500 drivers and warehouse workers at CVS's distribution center in Fredericksburg, Virginia, voted to authorize a strike as their current contract gets closer to its expiration date of April 30th, and they still have no tentative agreement. The workers, unionized with the Teamsters Local 592, are demanding a fair agreement and rejecting CVS's concessionary demands. In a press statement, the union union pointed out that CVS is the largest retail pharmacy chain in the United States. It posted $402 billion with a B in revenue in 2025 and nearly $1.8 billion in profits. And despite that, the company is demanding cuts to affordable health care along with other core benefits. In political and legislative updates, federal firefighters might finally be getting hazard pay, a 25% raise while doing specific hazardous activities, thanks to their union. These workers have so far gotten no hazard pay for activities on the fire line related to the preparation, implementation, and control on prescribed wildland fires, despite the fact that other federal workers do get hazard pay. The union, the National Federation of Federal Employees, NFE, has been fighting for this since 2022, trying to get the change implemented however possible, whether that be through legislation or the Office of Personnel Management, OPM, changing the rules. Well, OPM has blinked first, finally relenting, and proposed the rule change on the Federal Register. OPM is accepting comments until June 15th. If implemented as is, firefighters would start getting hazardous duty pay for those activities the following week. NFE is still pursuing legislation to codify the coming change. The Trump administration doesn't want to investigate companies for breaking labor law. Crystal Carey is the current Trump-appointed general counsel for the National Labor Relations Board. Previously, she worked for the anti-union employer-side law firm Morgan Lewis. She was so bad that even the Teamsters' Sean O'Brien opposed her nomination, even though he hates to do anything that opposes the Trump administration. Of course, Sean O'Brien's acquiescence to Trump hasn't gotten him nor the Teamsters much of anything because Kerry's nomination held and she was confirmed. Kerry recently maintained a new rule from the interim general counsel who took the job after Trump fired Jennifer Abruzzo that requires employees and unions to do most of the investigative work of a complaint before the board for the professional board investigators. I'm sorry. This new rule requires employees and unions to do most of the investigation for the board, instead of workers and unions being able to make a complaint before the board and the professional board investigators then going to, well, investigate. Now, a complaint will be dismissed if the union or the employees do not present a chronological timeline of events, names and titles of all involved, along with contact information, documentation including texts, emails, and phone records, along with a list of witnesses and summaries of their testimonies. Additionally, the NLRB will no longer pursue charges against an employer who implements unlawful work rules, such as saying that it's prohibited to talk about unions as long as the employer agrees to stop breaking the law. Under Kerry, no further remedy is necessary. No statement acknowledging that they broke the law, nor acknowledging what the law is. In internal union affairs, the labor movement continues to grapple with the recent allegations of rape and sexual abuse by farm worker union leader Cesar Chavez. Ana Avendano, author of Solidarity Betrayed, How Unions Enable Sexual Harassment and How They Can Do Better, wrote about some recommendations for unions in these times, among them that unions should release staff from NDAs and cease their use in the future, as well as holding truth and reconciliation commissions. Labor Notes has an interview with the author of a Chavez biography, who points to the lack of democracy in the United Farm Workers as a big reason for Chavez's ability to get away with what he did, as well as a response letter from a California union organizer who pointed out that democracy isn't a cure-all and that the UFW situation is complex. The International Association of Firefighters boasted that 100% of the 18 new recruits joined their Memphis local last week, and the Alabama State Council of Machinists elected its first woman president at its convention, Michelle Hunt of the International Association of Machinists Local Lodge 2003. If we missed anything, let us know at tvlr.fm/contact, and you can subscribe to the newsletter for the exhaustive version of Last Week in Southern Labor at tvlr.fm. I believe that we have Garrett Stark in the Zoom. Garrett is the co-executive director of the Highlander Research and Education Center. Joining us momentarily will be Vonda McDaniel, president of the Nashville Central Labor Council and also co-executive director of the Highlander Research and Education Center. But she's running a little bit late, but we're going to go ahead and start with Garrett. Garrett, thank you for taking the time to talk to us this morning. I appreciate it.
Good to be with you. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Well, it's great. Glad to hear that. Really excited to be able to get you on. Could you talk a little bit about your experience prior to now leading with Vonda, the historic Highlander Research and Education Center?
Sure. It's an honor to get to play this role, and especially an honor to get to play it with Vonda. I've gotten to work with her for about 15 years in the labor movement, mostly in Nashville. I was a student who got active, and I did a lot of community organizing, mostly as a volunteer, and then started working in the labor movement for a few different unions in the Nashville area, mostly. I got to work for the SEIU Local 205. I got to work for the Southeast Laborers District Council, for the Ironworkers International, and with CWA. So I've had a few different hats that I've gotten to wear over my time. But we both really come out of the labor movement. We both have an eye to working with community organizations from that background, and we're honored to get to play this role together.
That's awesome. I did not realize that you also had such an extensive history in the labor movement. SEIU 205, some of their members may be listening. We're on the radio also in Chattanooga, and I know that they represent the municipal workers there as well, is my understanding. So maybe we've got some listeners who recognize your voice. Is that common for executive directors of the Highlander Research and Education Center to have such extensive experience in the labor movement, or was this is this something new?
So it's a 94-year-old organization, and it was born in building the Southern labor movement in the 30s, right? So the original Highlander Folk School in Grundy County, Tennessee, was the training ground for the CIO for the South. So certainly there is a long, rich tradition of labor activism coming through Highlander. Any organization that's that old has had many different phases of its work. It had a phase of really supporting to incubate civil rights organizing in the 40s and 50s and 60s. The organization had a lot to say about strip mining, coal mining in Appalachia, and it's had many different iterations, but we're not the first labor folks who have gotten to work at this organization.
That's right. I had totally forgotten about Highlander's sort of origin story as being such being linked so closely to the CIO as the CIO was organizing in the South. The Highlander is to me, the connotation is very much civil rights movement, 50s, 60s, 70s, and I had totally forgotten about that it had been around for even longer. So that's really, really cool. What else, you talked there a little bit about Highlander and its history, but what about Highlander as an educational resource for movement people, whether that be in labor, civil rights, or other social movements? What makes it special and maybe a little bit different than other places where people can go to get education and training?
Highlander is not just a place where folks get training. It's a place where people build new relationships. So when Vonda and I did a deep dive into the history of the organization in preparation for trying to get this job, we learned a lot. There's a lot of rich history to draw from. So unlike ordinary schools, where folks maybe have a curriculum and are taught, sometimes taught at. Highlander is very participatory. It engages folks and thinks about the participant both as a teacher and a learner, and it has a long history of that, right? So In the some of the history that we're excited about reviving and bringing to the bubble up again is that the new relationships are a movement building ingredient. For example, there's a lot of folks who will be excited about SNCC in the civil rights movement. SNCC famously was an engine of a lot of movement organizing in the region. 80% of the young people, the students who went on to form SNCC, first met each other and built relationships with each other at Highlander, at our workshops. And so it's not just what people are taught, but it's a place where people build relationships, both peer relationships and mentoring relationships. And that has helped movements grow for 94 years in the region.
I think that, the building of relationships and the development of community is really such an underappreciated aspect of being able to build successful labor and social movements. That cohesion is really important, and even when you don't come together for for a specific purpose or a united purpose, being able to make those connections that you might be able to draw on at a later point, I think is important. I mean, I think Adam and I, didn't we meet at the labor notes at a labor notes school in Birmingham in like 2017 or 2018? Isn't that the first time that we met, or had we?
No, I think
previously?
that may have been the first time we met. It was the first time we for real connected, and same with David's story. I knew David a little bit, but that was the first time we really got to connect, and a lot of good has come out of that. And so I think that really speaks to what you're saying in terms of the power of building those connections and getting like-minded folks together to learn together, grow together, and make some good trouble together.
Speaking of connections, we now have Vonda McDaniel. Again, she is the president of the Nashville Central Labor Council and co-executive director of the Highlander Research and Education Center, now with Garrett Stark. Vonda, welcome to the program. Thank you for taking the time. Can you talk to the audience a little bit about your history, even though you've been on the program before, so so maybe people will recognize you, but for people who don't remember or this is their first time hearing you, can you tell us a little bit about your background?
Sure. And thank you, Jacob and Adam, for really working in collaboration and partnership over these years as we have tried to knit together a movement across the South and in Appalachia. So I have been, I'm a 35-year plus union member at this point. Have worked at every level in my plant, then came to the Labor Council about 20 years ago, been doing labor work, trying to build community around the work that labor does. Also, I grew up in a historic Baptist church in Nashville, where the Reverend Kelly Miller Smith, who was the founding, one of the founding members of the SCLC, was the pastor there. And so I think like movement work, labor work, working in community is really just a part of my personal DNA. And so I'm really excited to come to this role where Garrett and I have about 15 years of work together in movement space. And together it was kind of funny when we saw the numbers of putting together our work, more than 50 years of work in the South. So yeah, happy to be here again, always on Saturday mornings. This is the background to my rest day on Saturdays. Happy to hear about all that's happening in our ecosystem across the South and across the country, really.
Garrett was talking a little bit about, what kind of makes Highlander special, and another one of the things that I think is important, as I understand the history of Highlander and its sort of methodology for educating. I think that's one of the things that maybe sets it apart, and the way that it does participatory education. It takes from the legacy and also contributes to the legacy of people like Paulo Freire. Actually, Paulo and a Highlander founder, Miles Horton, have a book together. Somebody mentioned in the chat, We Make the Road by Walking. I don't know which of you is maybe more interested in talking about that, but I'd be interested in hearing a little bit from y'all about the model of participatory education and what that means and how it's different maybe from history classes that people take in a typical public high school.
Well, I think that I'll start. I think that participatory model starts from the life experience and lived experience of the participants in the cohorts and builds on that experience, so that everybody connects their life experience to the problems that they and the questions that they want to address. I think of Septima Clark and how at the time voting rights was an issue across the South that needed to be solved and people were grappling with in communities against Jim Crow. And Septima Clark was an educator. She was also a civil rights activist. But out of the conversations and the formations at Highlander, they were able to start more than 5,000 freedom schools across the South, and impacted more than 10,000 people in that area, in the South. I think that it all starts from our experience and connecting that experience to one another to solve the challenges that we have in our communities. And I think that Highlander, Miles Horton, he was famous internationally around this folk school model that really related people's lived experience to solving the problems that they saw in their communities.
Absolutely. Garrett, I don't know how much else there is to add to that, but I don't know if you had something that you wanted to add to the participatory model of education.
Just that if folks have read Pedagogy of the Oppressed, but they have not read The Long Haul, you're missing out, because we have a tradition in the South that doesn't need, there's much to be learned from work that's happened in Brazil and around the world, but we have a tradition of the same quality right here in our region.
Absolutely. I have not read The Long Haul. Who is that? Is that by Miles Horton?
It is, yeah.
I'll have to pick that up. I have not read Pedagogy of the Oppressed. I've read a little bit about it and some of the stuff around Paulo Freire and I have been fascinated by the tradition of liberation theology in the Catholic Church in Central, South, and Latin America. And so Freire's name comes up a lot. But so I do love being able to find Southern kind of touch points for these sorts of movements, and so I'll definitely want to check that out. So as you two get into your roles, I mean, you're fairly new. I think it's been a month or less that y'all have now been co-executive directors for Highlander. What are some of the things that you want to do? Like, how do you want to lead Highlander and build on its legacy? Garrett, we can start with you, since Vonda
Sure.
answered first on the last one.
We have big visions. We have big dreams. I mean, Highlander was and has been a training ground and incubated many movement organizations in the region. We got big problems today, And so we got to have some big solutions. So we want to be part of helping to train up folks. I think both Vonda and I spent decades learning fundamental skills for how to be effective in doing movement work and how to build a campaign and how to run a meeting, some basic things. And it shouldn't take us this long. It shouldn't take us decades to learn some of these skills. So we want to help folks skill up so that we can get to the wins faster. We want, we want Highlander to be a place that is incubated. We are not the vehicle for campaigns in that we're not running campaigns ourselves, but we think that supporting the development of strategic campaigns in the region is a really critical role that we want to grow into and advance. So there's a lot to do. There's a lot to get busy doing. Yeah.
All right, Vonda.
I mean, I think the thing that I would add to that is that there's already like really important things happening throughout the region. Some of what is happening is that it is operating in silos. And in this moment, more than ever, we need the power of our numbers. And the only way that we can exercise that is to come together. And I think that Highlander is a unique place to be able to convene, ecosystem leaders across the region, to begin to not recreate what folks are already doing, but understand what the gaps are in terms of our ecosystem and build out these effective fronts that really are able to push back against the authoritarian regime that we are currently faced with.
Vonda, where can people go to learn more about Highlander and potentially, get notified when events and training opportunities come up, or if their organization wants to partner with Highlander to try to craft some education, where can they go to look into any of that or start those conversations?
I'm so glad you asked, Jacob. So we are asking folks to sign up for our newsletter. Go to our website, sign up for our newsletter. That keeps you up to date on trainings that are being held around the region and how you can connect. Also, Highlander is on all social media channels. And follow me and Garrett. We move around the region, and we are really excited to be in this role. I mentioned Septima Clark before. One of the things that she talked about was doing spade work and how important that was. And so for me, this is the spade work, and I am so excited to be able to be a part of, just run a leg of the race in the history of Highlander.
Absolutely. Well, I know that y'all are both very busy. My understanding, Vonda, is that you'll be at a picket line this evening with the nurses union protesting at a gala, trying to get a big hospital corporation to cut its relationship with Palantir, which I think, hospital and Palantir, I don't know why they're together. And yesterday I saw just before we went live that your, a project that you're really involved in Nashville, the Music City Construction Careers, just did a big sister city thing with a Northern Ireland city about how, so people are coming from Northern Ireland to learn from Sister Vonda McDaniel in Nashville, Tennessee. So it's so cool. Y'all are doing so much cool stuff. So I don't have any other questions for you. Garrett, do you have anything else before we let you go?
Just to add on that, that if folks want to dig into some of our history, there's some beautiful shorts that have popular education curriculum already laid out. They're at ygtm.org these are excerpts from a documentary called You Gotta Move. So there's a lot of Highlander history if folks are interested.
All right. Vonda, anything else from you?
No, we look forward to connecting with folks throughout the region to build a more powerful, leaderful movement. And I appreciate you and Adam for being part of those leaders in the movement.
All right. Vonda McDaniel, president of the Nashville Labor Council, co-executive director of the Highlander Research and Education Center. Garrick Stark, also co-executive director of Highlander. Thank you both for your time.
Bye.
We're going to take a break, folks. We will be right back with the rest of the Valley Labor Report. Labor creates all wealth should go to labor, and you are listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. My co-host is Adam Keller. If you're tuning in, go ahead and like the stream, subscribe to the channel, give us 5 stars if you're listening to us as a podcast. Send us a text message if you like what you are hearing. 844-899-TVLR. That is 844-899-8857. Appreciate everybody for hanging out with us. I think I've enjoyed the show so far. We've got some more to go. Adam, I think, don't you have some plugs?
Oh, yes. Let me think about that. I think I do have some plugs. This afternoon is going to be a spring fling at Campus 805 in Huntsville. Indivisible is putting that on. There's going to be a lot of organizations and political candidates and games and stuff for the kiddos. So that should be a fun afternoon. I'll be out there tabling. I know plenty of other folks will be as well. So if you're local and you are here in the Huntsville area, I hope you'll check that out this afternoon. I think there's supposed to be some rain moving in this afternoon, so hopefully it doesn't rain us out. But definitely come check that out. It's 2 to 5 p.m. at Campus 805. Good family friendly event to connect with different groups. And then let's see what else we got going on here. I do know that on April 28th, which is Workers' Memorial Day, I will have an event in Tuscaloosa. It is a joint partnership between Alabama Arise and the League of Women Voters of Alabama. And it is going to be a Common Sense Economics for Alabama workshop. And we're going to talk a little bit about why the economy is broken for most of us and how we can fix that. So we'll be looking into economic inequality. We'll look a little bit into Alabama and how Alabama's tax and budget system works. Arise just put out its tax and budget handbook, a new edition, something that gets updated every 10 years. So a big project just got put out. You can find that at alarise.org. Really looking forward to that workshop in Tuscaloosa on the 28th. You can go to the Alabama Arise website or Facebook and find more details on that. It's going to be at Grace Presbyterian Church that evening. Lots of stuff happening across the state on May Day, including here in Huntsville. There will be an event at Campus 805 as well. From 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Lots of stuff going on that day. There will be more to come. I think there will be more announcements next week about different actions happening across the state over the next couple weeks. Please do let us know if there's anything going on, especially those of you outside of Alabama who we may not know as much about what's going on in your neck of the woods. We've got listeners, of course, in New Orleans and Chattanooga and around the country online and through other radio stations as well. So definitely let us know what's going on. Leave us a voicemail, send us a text. We really love to get those. If you've got an action, you've got a rally, you've got a petition you're working on, anything that you're working on that's going to help working people and help build our power in the community, we'd like to know about it. So definitely do hit us up. And of course, Labor Notes always has great trainings. We're talking to Labor Notes in overtime this afternoon or later this morning. Really looking forward to that. You can always find their trainings at their website, labornotes.org. Definitely bookmark that.
I was in Tennessee yesterday, and while in the state, I decided to drop by the picket line. I was not even planning to do any videos, but somebody asked me, he was like, oh, are you going to do a video, do on-location reporting or something? I was like, oh, I don't know, I guess I should.
You should, yeah.
While I'm here, I'm already here. I already drove all the way out here, so I may as well take a video. So here's that video. Let's play clip 1. All right, howdy, folks. I am here on location here in Oak Ridge, Knoxville area. Is that right?
Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Yeah.
Oak Ridge, Tennessee, at the picket line that's put on by the Knoxville Building and Construction Trades Council. They are trying to get Barnard Construction and Kairos to agree to a project labor agreement as they're building small modular nuclear reactors, right? We've got somebody here on the picket line who's going to be talking to us about the informational picket. Could you introduce yourself, give us your name, the union that you're with, and why you're out here?
I'm with the Iron Workers Local 384. I'm out here because union workers and, more importantly, local workers have built energy in this area for decades. This is their work. They get paid a fair wage, and we want to keep that going with all this new energy work coming to Oak Ridge and the Knoxville area. It's important that these jobs, there's a lot of jobs coming, that's great, but if they're not, paying a fair wage, fair benefits, a good contract, giving them, rights that workers deserve to do this work, then it doesn't matter how many jobs come to this area, it's not really doing any good.
So right now, Barnard Construction does not have a PLA. Do they have any union workers on this project?
There's a few contractors on the job that are union. It's because nobody else in the area does the kind of work they do.
Right.
They call on us when they absolutely need the expertise that we provide. But all of these jobs should be well-paying, should benefit the community rather than exploit it.
Absolutely. Why are they saying that they're not negotiating a PLA?
That's a good little mystery, actually. It's a question we've asked. We've not got an answer back. We thought we were getting some conversation going. That hasn't happened, so we're ramping up our picket a little bit. We'll take a look.
Yeah, we got Scabby the Rat here. It's a pretty big one.
Yeah, 28 foot.
28 feet.
Yeah, it's a good rat.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say, but it is.
What are you hoping that this informational picket does?
A couple of things. One, makes the community aware that, hey, these jobs are not yours right now. They could be. And that's what we want. And two, just to get the attention of Kairos and Barnard, hey, we haven't forgotten about the community or the people to talk to if you want the community to benefit. And it's time to do that.
And, talking about the community benefit, that means that, like, some of these non-union contractors, they're coming from out of the locality, right?
Yeah. You'll have some locals working here, but, for the most part, these are not local contractors hiring local workers.
Right.
These are out-of-town contractors hiring some local workers, still at, subpar wages, and out-of-town workers who take that money back to whatever community they come from, rather than this one. If anybody's interested at all in coming and standing with us for your community, please come out. We're all inclusive here. We're unions. We want everybody to be represented, and if there's something about these projects that you want to see, we want to see it. This is your community. This is our community. We're no different.
A lot of the funds that are going to build this are taxpayer money. Isn't that right?
Yeah. Some of that money's taxpayer money, as well as there's some taxpayer money buying the energy and the material from these sites that when they are actually up and running, and that's unfortunate that taxpayers are not able to help pay living wages to their own community.
All right, Justin, thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Also on the picket line was Bo Hawk. Bo Hawk, you'll remember, is a candidate for the mayor of Knox County, running as a Democrat. I believe he's unopposed for the Democratic nomination. He's also a representative for the Knoxville Building and Construction Trades Council. I asked him why he was on the picket line yesterday. Here's what he said, clip 2. All right, we just talked to Justin about the informational picket here. We also have Bo Hawk, a candidate for Knox County Mayor, who is on the picket line as well, probably wearing a few different hats, but interested in his here as a candidate for mayor of Knox County.
Well, part of it is my iron worker hat, because I'm also with Iron Workers Local 384 and working for the building trades out here. I'm trying to stand with our brothers and all the other crafts, the building trades, and I'm here as a candidate because, this is already what I've been doing. This is what I'm going to continue to do, is stand with workers. And I think that, we've got to make sure to keep getting the message out there that the community, anytime, tax dollars are being spent on projects, they should go toward good union jobs for the benefit of the community and local hire for the people that live here, so we're not just sending our money somewhere else. We got to take care of the people in our communities.
Have any of your fellow candidates for Knox County Mayor said anything about this or been to the picket line, anything like that?
No, they have not, and I know because I've been out here every day. So if they've said anything about it, I hadn't heard it, but they have not. They haven't been out here.
What about other local political leaders? I talked to Justin earlier. He said that some of this is taxpayer money that's funding this construction and these nuclear reactors, and so there's a very clear touch point to public policy and politics, and so you would think that local political leaders would have opinions.
Yeah, locally, not much. I mean, former city councilman and vice mayor of Knoxville, Andrew Roberto, has shown up here. But other than that, the only electeds have been one Republican state house rep, Monty Fritz. He's come out here a couple of times because he has some connection with labor. But other than that, I've yet to see anybody from, I'd really like to see somebody from Anderson County or from the city of Oak Ridge to actually show up.
Any federal level people?
No.
All right. Well, Bo Hawk is a candidate for Knox County Mayor. Anything else that you wanted to add?
If you live in Knox County and my message resonates with you as far as making sure that Knox County is a place that workers can continue to thrive and live here and have a good life with a good job, then I'd be honored to secure your vote and your support this general election August 6th.
All right. Roll Tide.
All right. They almost got beat up saying Roll Tide up there after that, but I didn't record that part. Didn't want to engage in the union thug stereotypes.
Right. Yeah, it's a spicy thing to say in Knox County.
Yeah. No, I did that mainly to antagonize. I was wearing literally wearing a red shirt, and people were like, "Hey, what are you doing here? Why are you here in a red shirt? This is Tennessee, don't you know?"
Mm-hmm.
So
gotta bust out the orange.
That's right. Yeah. But yeah, so there you go. Looking forward to seeing them be able to secure a PLA, and hopefully some of the political leaders respond.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, could you just remind folks, what is a project labor agreement?
A project labor agreement is an agreement between the local building and construction trades council and the developer that sets wages and working conditions and training requirements and safety requirements and things like that. It does not say, or at least does not have to say, that only union members can work on this job. It sets the floor for all the contractors who want to bid on the project, right? So once the floor is set, non-union contractors can bid on that. They just have to agree to pay good wages, have health care, give their workers those benefits and contributions, and make sure that their workers are trained to the union standard, that they use union standard, safety protocols and things like that. And so, but the problem with that is that the non-union contractors don't want to do that. So they fight PLAs, and they don't want to have a PLA because they don't want to have to pay their workers union standards. They don't want to have union safety protocols because it takes a little bit more time. Sometimes it can take a little bit more money. But really what it means is it's less money in the pockets of the owners, right? And so they don't want to do that. And they don't want their workers to have a little bit more power. And so that's what that's about. So thank you for that. A lot of people don't know what a project labor agreement is. I forget that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really a big deal. It impacts people's quality of life, and if we're going to have new development, new construction, it should be good union jobs, or at least good, safe jobs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even if they're non-union, we should get real quality out of that. And just want to point out that Alabama is one of, I believe, about 24 states that ban PLAs on public projects within the state. Obviously, federal is different, but what a real shame, right? To think about all the projects that the state of Alabama and local school districts, local city and county governments engage in, how we could raise the floor. We could raise the conditions of the entire construction industry, really, and really grow the economy from the bottom up. It's a real shame. I know people spend a lot of time talking about right to work, And, it's very popular in a state like Alabama among union folks to say we need to repeal right to work. And, that's fine. I agree. But repealing the ban on PLAs honestly might have more of an immediate impact in terms of growing working class power.
Yeah, absolutely. Every day across the South, workers are killed on the job, stolen from, discriminated against, or sexually harassed. Sometimes their employers are caught. These are last week's stories. This is Boss Watch. Boss Watch. In Alabama, the U.S. Department of Labor has cited a Huntsville-based home builder with 8 serious safety violations after an investigation into a worker's fatality in December of 2025 found that the employer exposed construction workers to multiple safety hazards during groundwork prep. You will not be surprised to learn also that this contractor is not union. Investigators with the department's Occupational Safety and Health Administration learned that workers for Breland Homes Incorporated were installing a sewage drain pipe in a Madison County subdivision when a trench collapsed on a construction laborer. Trench collapses are one of the most common, but also one of the most understood safety concerns on construction sites. People know about trench collapses, people know how dangerous they are, and they know how to stop them. And contractors like Breland Homes don't care to prevent them. OSHA concluded that Breland Homes had allowed the decedent, the person who died, to work in an unprotected and unsupported section of the trench. In addition, OSHA found multiple safety violations, including failure to train workers to recognize unsafe conditions in trenching, allowing workers to conduct duties without protective helmets, and permitting employees to conduct work with a damaged ladder. OSHA cited Breland Homes with 8 serious violations and proposed $115,000 in penalties. Breland Homes has 15 business days from the receipt of its citation and penalties to comply. In Louisiana, actually, I thought that I had another one here. Give me just a second. Here it is. In Louisiana, the Carl Star Group is going to pay $300,000 to settle an EEOC disability discrimination lawsuit. The Carl Star Group, which is a Tennessee-based manufacturer of specialty tires and wheels, but operating in St. Louis, will pay $300,000. According to the lawsuit, since at least January of 2020, Carl Star denied opportunities to manufacturing employees in Tennessee and South Carolina when the company learned that they were lawfully taking certain prescription medications, including narcotics and opioids, for the treatment of disabilities, even after the employees were medically cleared to perform their job duties. The suit also alleged that Carl Star failed to consider or provide the workers with reasonable accommodations to the company's drug testing and substance abuse policy, which would enable the workers' employees to work while lawfully using their prescribed medication. If you want to get the rest of Boss Watch, subscribe to the newsletter, tvlr.fm. That is going to be it for the first half of the program. You can keep listening to the program, though, finding us on Facebook and YouTube at The Valley Labor Report. We're going to be talking to Labor Notes about how to build a union reform caucus. We're going to be talking to the National Staff Organization about why they sanctioned the Indiana State Teachers Association. So stay tuned for that conversation. If you don't, though, we really appreciate your time. You can find us online at tvlr.fm. You can donate to the program at tvlr.fm/donate. And find us on Facebook, YouTube, The Valley Labor Report. But if you don't do that, we appreciate your time, and we will see you next week. All right. We're off the radio now. Appreciate everybody hanging out. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back with Overtime. This is Overtime, a production of the Valley Labor Report, the largest union talk radio and online news outfit in the South, now also airing in Minneapolis and Chicago, coming to you from the heart of the Tennessee Valley in the Spice Radio studios in Huntsville, Alabama. We are run by working people and for working people. My name is Jacob Morris, and my co-host is Adam Keller. We appreciate you spending some time with us. If you'd like to leave us a voicemail, the phone number is 844-899-TVLR. You can also leave send us a text at the same number. That's 844-899-8857, or a written note at tvlr.fm/contact. Union Gus in the chat mentions that PLAs do not have to be building specific. We were just talking about project labor agreements, and that apparently in Portland, Oregon, they are considering using a PLA format to set standards for things like staffing levels inside of homeless shelters, like for the staff of the homeless shelter, pay for caseworkers and other shelter staff. About a third to a half of our homeless services are union. So that's really cool. I've never heard of project labor agreements being used in a non-construction format. So I think that's
reminds
really
me
neat.
of a community benefits agreement in a way. Yeah, very similar in some ways. I like it. Thanks
Very
for
cool.
sharing that.
Yeah, appreciate that. You can also, folks can hang out with us in the YouTube chat or the Facebook chat, and we try to check those out during the program. We have on the line the national president of the National Staff Organization, Brad Dargin. Brad, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. I really appreciate it.
All right, good afternoon, Jacob and Adam. Good to see you again.
Absolutely. Been a long time, but it's good to have you on the
It's
show
been a while.
today. Unfortunately, not. I'm not glad to hear some of the news you have to share, but yeah, really appreciate you making some time this morning.
No problem.
So for folks who might not know, before we jump into this specific incident, can you explain what the National Staff Organization is and what your members do?
Sure. So the National Staff Organization is made up of the employees of the various, quote, teacher unions around the country. So we're the staff that are hired by the teachers unions to go out and negotiate contracts, process grievances, analyze budgets, do communications activities and communications reports, lobby the legislators, etc. So we're that group of employees they hire to do the work. So thus, at some point, 53, 54 years ago, the employees felt they needed their own union. So they formed the National Staff Organization. So right now we represent about 4,000 union staffers in 48 states.
That's a pretty big number of people. I knew that y'all represented most of the teachers union staff, but I didn't realize it was as extensive as 48 of the states. I mean, that's pretty impressive. And
Correct.
So your union, I think that's probably enough kind of preamble. I think people kind of get an idea of what the NSO is at this point. So your union recently imposed sanctions on the Indiana State Teachers Association. And I want to talk to you about that means, but could you talk about why the NSO imposed sanctions in the first place? Like what has the Indiana State Teachers Association done?
So basically what the executive director and the state president of the Indiana State Teachers Association has done is attack the Indiana Professional Staff president. Now, Indiana Professional Staff is our affiliate. That's the staff who are employed in Indiana, mostly field and headquarters type staff. So what they've done is they've gone after the president and vice president of that particular affiliate. And I do have them here on the side of me, so in case you want to talk to them at some point. But what they've done is they are attempting to terminate them based on their involvement in what we consider protected concerted activities. So more specifically, there's the executive director wants to restructure the way the field staff work. And the Indiana PSO has taken the position that some of the changes are mandatory subjects of bargaining, and he is refusing to negotiate those changes with them. So them being the unionists that they are, they do what every unionist does. They begin to lobby the employer, the board of directors, local presidents, et cetera, relative to their working conditions. And we consider such to be a protected concerted activity. The executive director and the state president are upset that they've gone this route. So thus now they are accusing them of interfering in the operations of the organization. So thus they're currently on suspension with pay, but on Monday there's a hearing that could result in their termination.
Wow.
So the sanctions that we've imposed is to let every union staffer in the country know, whether they're part of NSO or not, as that we don't want you going to Indiana. We don't want you going there to do shared staffing projects. We don't want you applying for jobs there. It's our way of letting union people know that this is a toxic work environment.
Right. And so, yeah, if the state president is there, I'd love to hear from him and about, was that a surprise to you that the executive director and the leadership of the ISTA was willing to take that route? Because at this point, it doesn't even seem like, at least from what I'm hearing, that the NSO affiliate in Indiana is even on principle opposed to the changes. It's just that the changes need to be negotiated, and we need to ensure that the proper procedure is taken, and that the current employees are able to that things are fair for them. But it doesn't sound to me like it's an on principle even opposition to the proposed policy. It's just that a recognition that you have to negotiate as the employer.
Absolutely. And I mean, surprise. You asked if we were surprised. No. But not unexpected. I mean, when these people get titles and power, they act like any Fortune 500 CEO does. They want their way. And how dare this union get in our way? And this union happens to be a union of staff. And we look at ourselves as the last bastion of hypocrisy, to avoid hypocrisy within the union world. We hold these union employers accountable to union values and union principles. And yes, this is a matter of negotiations at this point. So You got it exactly right.
Right. I'd be interested in hearing from the state NSO affiliate president on this, because I'm sure that, you know, as you've been kind of lobbying and talking to the local presidents of the union that you work for and talking to teachers, that these are people that you have really, really deep relationships with, and that this is an organization, a union that you have a lot of pride in working for, and that you know, a deep connection to. I mean, I'm curious how you're kind of dealing with this, you know, I mean, a huge attack on you for really doing your job as a unionist.
Yeah. So this is Rick. Can you see him? Well, all right. Perfect.
Yes.
So this is Rick. Rick is the president of the Indiana Professional Staff Organization, and so he can kind of tell you exactly what you want to know. But I mean, in the end, yes, he is doing his job as we expect any union president to do, which is make sure that the working conditions are negotiated, and we don't allow management to unilaterally implement anything on us that we feel would be detrimental to the members' general well-being as an employee.
Yeah, Rick, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. I think I heard you asking Brad earlier if he was surprised by this move, and like he said, it's unfortunate that they would go down this route. But I was definitely surprised that this was the incident that they chose, because we were very much just doing our jobs in this meeting. You know, very, very standard for us as field staff to be in the role of advising membership. And so, you know, as we felt, you know, there's just no case here for discipline. We were just engaging in our normal behavior. So, you know, to then find out that really, in their own words, you know, this is about the year-long discussion over the restructure that has been described. You know, it's just entirely out of bounds.
Right.
We have the right. I know Brad's already said this. Like we absolutely, as we would expect every union everywhere to have the right to discuss our working conditions with our employer, and that just has to be core and fundamental.
All right. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. How are you, everybody? I am here. It is Sandy. I was just getting, I look a little crooked. I look backwards. I don't know. I have to see. So it's great to see all of you. I'm just trying to see what it looks like on my channel because, of course, it's always like this when I do a different do this space. And I see, okay, it is working. I don't know who's going to join. I didn't do a lot of marketing, but anyway. All right, it's good to see you. And it looks good. So here we go. Today I'm talking about the apocalypse. But it's not, it's during Trump's first term, I used to talk about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. It's not like I'm the only one that does this because I'm not. I'm absolutely not the only one that does this. And it's just that now we have like 9. We have about 9 of them. And I'm going to talk about all of them. I'm going to talk about all of them today. And I'm going to do a little Twilight Zone work that I've been actually working on. I've been working on these memes. But when you look at everything going on today, we look at the climate crisis disruption. We look at the mess over in the Straits of Hormuz. We look at the mess that Israel has created, Lebanon bombing, the Arctic. We did the show last night on the Arctic with Rick Tolman, who is one of the second lead authors on the Arctic Report Card, which is a big scientific paper. Every year, it's a report. And the problem now is that NOAA may not be funded. So there's a lot of garbage going on, a lot of stuff. But when you think about the apocalypse, it's, I mean, I'm not a biblical person, obviously, but the 4 horsemen, it's from the book of Revelations, right? And that was the New Testament. And it was, it talks about God's right hand that is sealed with 7 seals. And I have to read this because I'm not that familiar. But it's the revelation. The revelation is the first horseman rides a white horse, carries a bow, and is given a crown as a figure of conquest, perhaps invoking the Antichrist, which is all I'm actually going to talk about that, the Antichrist. People have been talking about Donald Trump after he made his meme last week that he says, "Oh no, I'm a doctor." People are saying, well, he's the Antichrist. Well, look at him. He's affecting the entire world. A sick, loser, narcissist, failed in everything, bankrupt businessman, pedophile. Yeah. Exactly what I feel like. But the theory in this, and it aligns with them, and it's been on my mind. And today I was really in a mood. And you think about these guys, it's that recurring metaphor so many of us use to characterize these people. And what is it? Conquest? Somebody at my back door. Wonderful. Hang on, let me just look. Since this is live off the cuff during the day, it's hard. Who's at my back door? Okay, they're just leaving something. Well, that's fine. Yes, I still have those cameras, by the way, because I don't have flock on them and I don't upload any of my shit. And it's nice to know that who might be coming here. Anyway, so what is it? Conquest, war, famine, death. All of these things we're seeing. And I came up with the 9 because, in my opinion, there are 9 of them. And some people call it the Trump apocalypse, right? That's what other people have used. I'm just calling them ushering in the apocalypse, the 9 horsemen. But conquest, war, famine, death. And I know it sounds like I'm being very doomy, but I don't think it is. I think it's realistic. I honestly think it's realistic because of all the shit that we're living through every day. There are days I just say, why am I doing this anymore? Why am I even online? Why am I bothering? We have NSPM 7, people getting arrested for shit they're putting on the internet. And I definitely have the stupid story at the end, the stupid story of the week at the end. But we think of these criticisms of this, they're eroding all our institutions. They're the policy impacts in the country, and definitely the ideological shift to white Christian nationalism. Oh my gosh, could I get in trouble for talking about that? Really? Because that's what NSPM is saying. They're talking and trying to say that we are people that have a different opinion are domestic terrorists. Well, anyway, so I call them actually the 9 horsemen of near-term human extinction. It's sarcastic, but it is the apocalypse in a way. And you might say, okay, no fire in the sky. Oh, really? Georgia's burning in the United States, the state of Georgia, because of drought. But it's really an administrative apocalypse here. And let me go through the names of these people that I put as my 9 horsemen, because I couldn't even think of how could I even do any less, right? All right. So the first one, besides the king, which we will do last, JD Vance, the guy that changes his name. JD Vance, he's a shapeshifter, actually, but he's the horseman of manufactured reality. And it's like, okay, so reality, which is a very strange word these days, it becomes optional for him, I think. And his kind of governance, it's theatrical. I mean, he wears eyeliner. They sent him, this administration sent him, Jared Kushner, and what's his name? The other failed real estate idiot, to go to Iran to negotiate. And of course it was a failure. Of course it was a failure. But he's like the there's no coordinated response for him. Climate, war, it's like impossible for him, actually, really. And then I call Marco Rubio. He's the horseman of endless conflict, which is really what we're seeing. The guy that said he never would support Trump, who is now a Trump ass-licking toady, which is like all of them, because you have to be loyal to the king, even though we say no kings, right? We say no kings, but we got Rubio. Diplomacy. What did it used to mean? Diplomacy used to mean preventing war. Now it means explaining why is the next one necessary? Why do we have to have them? You got to explain it, because we should have known the minute that Pete Hegseth, who I'm calling, he's the horseman of militarized identity. And when they changed the Department of Defense to the Department of War, how come people didn't know something was up? I knew something was up because they're fascists. The Department of War. The Pentagon, it's like a culture war battlefield in and of itself. There's no strategy. They just do slogans. Him and his pastor. If you saw, there was, I know it was floating all around, and I know Kyle Kalinske did a piece on that. What's his name had Pete's his pastor. His pastor is a fascist, Christian nationalist, bigot, racist asshole. And there was a panel, and he really got his ass handed to him, and he sat there, going like this. It was what's his name? I'm terrible. I'm not prepared today because I didn't do anything really. I just wanted to rant. Wajid. He's on Substack. I follow him. Forgive me for being so awful, with the names, but this Pete Hegseth, and they call it, you see in the media, he's like an alcoholic, but it's ideology over any kind of military professionalism, because he's not. And he's I think he's screwing up morale. He's definitely one of the horsemen destroying. They fired the Secretary of the Navy, who was completely unqualified. And now the temporary Secretary of the Navy is a real whack job. So he's definitely one of the horsemen. Definitely. And everything is miscalculating with this war, I would say. And then there's Lee Zeldin, and I have a video I'm going to play. Lee Zeldin. He's the horseman of ecological collapse. Because think about it, nothing says clean air like deregulation with a smile, only he's disgusting. He's deregulating everything. And of course, he's prioritizing fossil fuels, weakening enforcement. And I am going to bring up a video for you to watch that I made. I threw this together so fast, but he's definitely one of them. And let's watch this.
We got rid of the endangerment finding and all greenhouse gas emissions on light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles that followed. And by the way, all of the off-cycle credits, including that almost universally despised start-stop feature on cars, which apparently was the most popular part of the decision. Yeah, we call it a climate participation trophy at the Trump EPA, given by the Obama administration to manufacturers, a reward, an incentive for making your car just die at a red light or a stop sign. Now, we believe in consumer choice. We believe you should buy whatever vehicle you want to buy. We believe that manufacturers should make whatever the American consumer wants, rather than what politicians and bureaucrats demand. When they did that endangerment finding in 2009, that started what ended up being trillions of dollars of regulation. So for those members of Congress who had a problem with that announcement that I made with President Trump a few weeks ago, my message to Congress is simple. In this country, we have a republic with elected representatives in the House and the Senate. We have elections every 2 years. Oftentimes, politicians come and go inside of that chamber, and gavels change hands. Too often, big decisions get punted. And if Congress wants the EPA administrator to regulate the heck out of greenhouse gas emissions from light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles, well, introduce a bill, have a debate, have a vote. If you make it the law, I will follow the law. Pass a law. But otherwise, because of your lack of courage, your inability with the will to put together the effective argument and the ability to pass a bill to become law, I am not going to fill that void by creatively giving myself powers that don't exist in statute.
Giving myself.
That's local bread. But it's not just Loper Bright. See, as you well know, this is an educated group. They also rule.
Okay, I have to stop for a second. This is an educated group. He was talking to all of the clueless morons at the Heartland Institute Climate Realism Conference in DC. They are not an educated group. They are pseudoscience liars and paid by the scientists or the physicists that they have. They are paid by the fossil fuel industry. A lot of them. And the Heartland Institute does not disclose their donors.
in cases like West Virginia versus EPA on a doctrine called the Major Policies Doctrine. And they would argue, and the Supreme Court, in my opinion, quite correctly would say, that the EPA should not be putting forth trillions of dollars of regulations without there being a vote in Congress. The Supreme Court would say that a big decision like that, trillions of dollars of new regulations on the American people and the American economy, is something that Congress should be deciding whether or not it should be imposed. Because at the end of the day, they're the ones who, as recently as this upcoming November, put their name on the ballot, go before the people, and the American public will decide who in this republic will represent them.
Oh, God.
So whether it is a decision to implement a zero tolerance policy for any waste and abuse, following the best available reading of the law, fulfilling all of our statutory obligations, heeding the call of the American public and what they voted for in November of 2024 to apply common sense, to strike a balance to both protect the environment and grow the economy. What we are doing in the last 14 months is no surprise. It is what I pledged during my confirmation hearing, and it is what the American public voted for when they put Donald J. Trump back in office, and thank God they did.
Thank God they did. The horsemen aren't mythical, dudes. The horsemen aren't mythical. They are here. That's them. Yep, that's them. Okay, so I felt like it was important to show that video. I edited it. I'm not muted, right? No, I edited it. I had it already, so I just updated it for today, because today's kind of a rant, So let's finish. So he's an evil son of a bitch. He really is. He is a fossil fuel shill. He was a congressman in Long Island, New York. He is a Zionist extraordinaire, and I can't stand him. I really can't stand him. But his EPA is climate acceleration, pollution. Let's just destabilize the planet more than we already are. Humanity is. Okay, and then let's move on to Doug Burgum. He's the horseman of extraction. Think about it. Everything, resource extraction all over every federal land. It's called industry first in this administration. And they believe in this whole, dominion over the land. Everything is for the people or for the humans. Nothing is sacred if there's a dollar to be made. So they're selling off the federal lands. They're selling off ecological buffers, so to speak. Damaging. They don't care about the loss of biodiversity. They don't care if ecosystems collapse. Nope. Everything that humans rely on, we're seeing it's failing. Just watch or read the Arctic report from 2025. And then we're going to move on to lovely Stephen Miller, the horseman of division, the horseman of hate. If you can keep people afraid of each other, they won't notice what's being taken from them. I can't stand him. I think he's a little onesie. Hard line on immigration. And he just wants to fragment everything socially. And then it's all policy through fear, really. And so when you think about the extinction angle of Stephen Miller, think about it. Fragmenting the society. How can a fragmented society respond collectively to global crises when everybody is in constant chaos? Constant chaos. Then we move on. Let's move on to Russell Vought, who wrote Project 2025. Now, he's the horseman of institutional hollowing. So he's the guy that says, okay, let's starve the system. But then we'll say, okay, it's broken. Budget cuts. Budget cuts to all the public services, administrative, state rollback. Everything is austere, ideological austerity, because they don't want anybody to have anything. They don't. Just the billionaires. Keep the taxes going. Cut the taxes for the billionaires. I paid more taxes than some of those billion-dollar corporations. And I didn't even pay that much, but I paid taxes. And I'm a poor slob. So he's probably one of the worst, but to me, of course, because I am an earth-centered person, Lee Zeldin is pretty bad, and Doug Burgum, they're pretty bad. Then there's Brendan Carr, the FCC clueless moron. He is the horseman of information control. And so they're going to excuse me, got bit of an itchy nose. It's probably cat hair, knowing me. But it's media regulation. Everything is going to be now regulated. And influencing the platforms, and they are selling them all to the billionaire class. We know what's happening with all of like CBS and these people that will not let free speech. Well, it's not going to be here. It's going. And they take the information ecosystem and destroy it and distort it. And the only free right now way to talk about anything is here on the internet for now. How did I said this when the orange turd took office? I said, how long? How long do we have? How long really? Think about it. And then there's number 9 in my top 9, RFK Jr. He's the horseman of scientific erosion. My gosh. So when expertise becomes suspect, guesswork. Let's just do guesswork. That fills up the void, right? Let's just guess everything. Yeah, he is undermining scientific consensus so fast. And they have, since the first Trump administration and the pandemic started, everything was undermining and making public health a dirty word, skepticism, vaccine skepticism, and then having their, alternate information ecosystems. The whole, now I'm not saying all of the wellness people are negative or bad. I'm not saying that at all. But there is an alternative information ecosystem out there, and people are dying. People are dying. The flu, he's talked the military, Pete Hegseth, into not making the flu vaccine mandatory. These service people of ours are going into all different areas, and very often they are in very close quarters. Oh, we ain't seen nothing yet, guys. We ain't seen nothing yet. And so when I say near-term human extinction administration, it may sound like it's sarcasm, but weakening science in every which way and the failure to respond to any of these things like pandemics, like measles, environmental collapse, health crisis. Well, I'm sorry. We're ushering it in. And maybe I'm in one of those negative moods today. But what the hell what am I watching to be? Okay, Earth Day was great. Climate Defiance protested in Albany, New York. Yay. They protested. Of course, they got arrested. And I hear my cats. They have to be out there at the door to the basement, going in and out of the cat door, making all kinds of noise. No, but really, I mean, Earth Day, we can celebrate the beautiful things like gardening and growing and all that. Yeah. But it seems to me like all of this ugliness, these 9 horsemen of the apocalypse, these awful people in the United States are just ushering in the worst. And it's going to take decades, if we have decades, to reverse any of this. They're not riding horses. They're not wearing cloaks. They're just sitting behind desks. Oh, and some of them are doing live streams. They're signing papers. And they are taking away any guardrails. Just imagine being on the steepest mountain, the most incredible. Imagine if you've ever seen Sabbatical Tommy. He is amazing. And he's a travel blogger, but he's very unusual. Watch his last one where he went to China. I think it's called, he went to the poorest province and he met with the Yi people. Just see what he climbs up. Okay, in China, imagine there's no guardrails there. Imagine that there's nothing there. And that's what I feel like. The guardrails are coming down here. And so, we think the joke is near-term human extinction. But what's the reality? What is the reality? We are stress testing every single system that keeps at least modern industrial civilization, which maybe that does need some unraveling, really. But it's happening like so fast. It's happening very fast. What do you think? What do you think? So we're going to move on because then there's the king and he thinks he's a king. We have no king's protests with millions of people. And what the heck is it doing right now? Well, this guy is destabling everything. And he's not just destabling it in the United States, he's destabling it around the world, obviously, with this manufactured bullshit war. Consolidating power, eroding all of these institutions, higher ed, I mean, everything except the stock market. Because, the stock market! Pam Bondi ain't there anymore. But the stock market is. And this fucker amplifies every bit of this. God damn. Maybe it's allergy time. Anyway, I have to take a breath because when you talk about Donald Trump, you talk about a guy that doesn't even understand long-term consequences. And he doesn't understand anything. Oh my gosh. I guess it is allergy time. So this is the lens. It's like lighting a fuse. And so far, 2026, between him and the EPA and what they've been doing, they roll back over 100 environmental regulations. And we just saw Lee Zeldin weakening the EPA and expanding the fossil fuel extraction on the public lands. So it's getting worse, but yet he gets us in this war. And now we see on MAGA side the big fight between Carlson and, MAGA broken in half. Marjorie Taylor Greene resigned. But they are all wolves in sheep's clothing. Don't trust any of them. It's very easy to say, oh, wow, I really think Marjorie's onto something, but she's a racist, bigot piece of crap too. Don't get sucked in to this, okay? But Donald Trump, it's like, well, you say, oh, he doesn't bring fire and brimstone, but he is, actually. Well, he's deregulating methane. He just says, okay, let's let the atmosphere do the rest. God. Well, anyway, so the guardrails again, think about it. He's always attacking. What's he attacking? He's attacking elections. He's the politicization of all the federal agencies. In fact, I have something I'm going to show you. He's always making us feel like we are in chaos. because he's rewriting reality. There is no reality. We have to have something to hang on to. I hang on to the cats. I hang on to the yard. I hang on to the garden. I hang on to you on our tiny little channel that can't punch its way out of an algorithmic paper bag ever since it was taken down and brought back up. And it does piss me off. But this is really undermining media and expertise and amplifies all this conspiracy bullshit. My God. See, if reality, I feel like this, if it's like optional, right? Then planning for the future, what future? It's impossible. And that's how humanity is quietly going extinct. Although there's, again, I always say, humanity's going to do everything possible. Good people. You can look at humanity and say, humans suck, they're horrible, they're a flawed species, they're ugly, they're terrible. But then look at our chat. And look at the people that follow, and look at the people you've made friends with, and look at the people that are trying to fix things. Look at the journalists that are trying to show us what's happening in the Middle East. Look at the flotilla. I was watching live streams on the global flotilla that's going on right now. So even though this guy who has frontal lobe dementia, not Alzheimer's, I wouldn't say. Alzheimer's, he would have already been done. Frontal lobe dementia, from what I've read, what I've gone into, I only have my undergrad is psychology, but I'm certainly not Mary Trump. And I'm not a psychiatrist like there are online that are talking about this stuff. But, this guy, he's setting the whole board on fire. If he had a motherboard in front of him, he's setting that motherboard on fire. And everybody's laughing at the United States because he's strained all the alliances. And what are international agreements? It's all about money. All about money. Goes into Venezuela. He kidnaps the leader of Venezuela, and they are taking the resources. And where's the money? Where's the money? Overseas. In a bank account that Trump controls, like the Board of Peace. What a joke. The Board of Peace right before you go to Iran for this war. It's a joke. It's a comedy. If it wasn't so, you would think that it's not real. It's so pathetic. I mean, you can't say that, it's just Donald Trump creating this. Humanity's been on the road towards all of this collapse for a long time. So if you're not collapse aware, you will be if you follow us. Or collapse accepted. Collapse accepted allows you to really get to work and do things like I'm doing locally. I will be presenting the alternative to data centers, which it's great that my county does not want them. And that's a great thing. And I will be presenting the alternative to that, which is probably hemp farming. And right on this space, Matt has interviewed hemp farmers from down south. So I'll be looking them up to get more information. But you think about this. The kings in old days, they brought the apocalypse with armies. And I have been watching a lot of historical documentaries on Iran, which is a very old civilization, which is absolutely incredibly fascinating, just like China, actually. And these different, empires that before BC, and it was amazing, the armies. But now it's just policies, pressure, brainwashing, gaslighting, lying, gaslighting, bamboozling. Unreal. It really is unreal. But, I told you it was going to be kind of a rant today. I didn't think I could make myself all positive and hunky-dory when people are being slaughtered all over the world, when the United States is sending airplanes filled with people from South America, but they're sending them to the Congo. The fuck are they going to do in the Congo? And they're giving them only temporary visas. What is going to happen to these people? Concentration camps are being built in the United States with, I'm not going to say the word, incinerators for garbage. I don't know. We don't know what's happening because we're lied to and manipulated. So the horsemen, going back to the horsemen. There's a reason. I mean, it's like survive for centuries. It's not so much prophecy. It's like recognizing a pattern, as you do when you look at history, as you do when you look at all these historical documents. I'm reading a couple of books. I didn't bring them in. I'm reading a couple of books right now on Palestine and Israel history, because it's very important to learn, to understand what's happening, the history of Zionism, the history of what happened, the Nakba, everything. We were never taught about the Nakba. I didn't even know what it was. I don't think people in the United States were ever taught anything that happened in reality in the Middle East at all. At all. So these people, man, I don't know if they care. There's that conspiracy of, well, they're building bunkers, or when Elon was in office, we're going to Mars. They're going to Mars. The conspiracy, because they know the planet's destroyed, or they're destroying it, or they're doing one last, let's just get all the fossil fuels and completely say, forget renewables, which had a shot 20 years ago. But I still say go for it if they can. If the physicists and the engineers and the scientists can learn how to make things happen without mining, because energy is in itself negative. Energy in itself is is extinction level energy. But yet there's the good things, right? Yes, you're right. The US is 250 years old. Israel is 7 decades old. Who's the spec? Oh my gosh. Yeah. So here we are. We're constantly in chaos. We're constantly in crisis, and it is what it is today. And I hate saying it is what it is. That just sounds like, shitty. But here we are. Permanent tension and all this other shit. And that is my mood today. And that is why I'm ranting. I can't help myself. That's why I came on live. A lot of times Thursday at 5:00 is really hard for me to do. And it's going to be a lot more difficult as gardening season, progresses. I was outside. I have herniated bulge disc in my back, but I was outside raking for an hour. I made an advertisement for a local landscaping guy, and I bartered, and he came and he did all kinds of stuff to my front, cleaned it up, but I have to rake all the dead shit. I'm trying to eradicate wild parsnip so it does not overtake from my property across the street to my neighbor's horse corral, where her horse pasture is. So I have a lot of work to do, right? Yeah. Okay, I want to move on a little bit. I have some time. I'm going to show you. I really have a thing for Rod Serling, and I like to make memes, my own, and I like to troll certain assholes on my Alter X file. And one of the people I like to troll is Randy Fine. I cannot stand that mother. He is a congressman from Florida, and he's got somebody's running against him named Dan Blazarian. But Randy Fine, I don't know if he has dual citizenship, but he is a racist, hateful bigot. He's horrible. If you ever look at his X account, he's one of the most disgusting congressmen we have. So I have started now making up these imagine memes, and I'm having a really good time doing this. So imagine, if you will, a congressman so confident in his ignorance that facts don't just evade him, they file a restraining order. This is Randy Fine, where volume substitutes for intelligence and outrage passes for policy. He speaks often, says little, and understands even less, yet somehow arrives at conclusions with the certainty of a man who's never been burdened by doubt. Submitted for your consideration, not a failure of leadership, but a triumph of noise over knowledge. In that curious place we call the Twilight Zone. I hate him. I hate him. I cannot stand Randy Fine. And you know, Randy Fine, when I started following him, he wasn't getting that many people. And then the outrage machine, which fucking X is, he started getting a lot more people like me who like to troll him because he's such a creep. He's such a creep. Now, let me bring up the next one. All right. So there's the next one who I can't stand is Laura Loomer. She's, I guess the gossip on X now is that she, if you want to use a Yiddish word, she stooped Donald Trump. that he talks to her all the time. She is supposedly very mentally ill. She can't own a firearm. She's got a lot of problems. The conventional wisdom is that she was in a mental institution. I don't know. I'm not going to defame her. I don't know. It's all just conjecture. Imagine, if you will, a political commentator so devoted to outrage that the facts are treated as, wait a minute. I got to look at it. Hang on. I can't see. The little thing is covering it. That the facts are treated as optional accessories. This is Laura Loomer, where amplification replaces accuracy and conspiracy is just another form of self-promotion. She doesn't inform, she performs. Each claim louder than the last, each accusation thinner than the one before, all delivered with unwavering confidence in a reality of her own design. Submitted for your consideration, not analysis, not commentary, but spectacle, echoing endlessly in that familiar place, the Twilight Zone. I wish I had the music. I've been doing a lot of that thinking. It's like my catharsis. You know, I got, especially since I started putting Rod Serling's little picture on so many of my thumbnails and all. So I just started writing these down. I'll sit there with my iPad and I start writing them down. And because I'm so disgusted and upset over what's happening in the Middle East, I mean, obsessed with it, learning and all, I'm picking on these people. And here's another one. Now, this is a Fox commentator. This guy is another disgusting piece of crap. And he goaded on Donald Trump to go to war. I mean, he's another bloodthirsty piece of crap. And it's Mark Levin. Mark Levin, disgusting little Mark Levin. All right. Imagine, if you will, a commentator so certain of his own conclusions that facts are invited only as decoration. This is Mark Levin, where volume does the heavy lifting and complexity is politely shown the door. He doesn't argue so much as declare, with the confidence of a man who's never had to entertain a second thought. Submitted for your consideration, not debate, not discourse, but a broadcast echo fading into that familiar place. The Twilight Zone. What did you say? Wait a minute. Wait. Where are you? Researching the most disgusting person of the year. We'll have to have that because there's so many of them. Oh, but I am having fun with it. This is just my late night bullshit with the iPad laying in bed with Canva, making these. That's basically what it is. I have to have an outlet. I can't just, all right, I try to read. I can't just watch videos after video. I can't. Although I want people to watch my videos. I really do. Okay, now we have one more that I have for today. And this one is this clueless fucking moron, John Fetterman. Okay, here we go, John. Imagine, if you will, a senator who refuses to fit the script. Hoodie in a chamber of suits, blunt in a town built on spin. This is John Fetterman, where plain talk collides with polished messaging, and unpredictability keeps everyone off balance. He doesn't just cross party lines, he redraws them, staking out an Israel first stance that lands like a thunderclap in a coalition already on the edge. Submitted for your consideration, not quite performance, not quite rebellion, but a signal scrambling expectations, drifting into that familiar place, the Twilight Zone. Yeah, so those are my the ones I have today that I could show you. I just thought, well, why not? Okay, now the last thing for today is the idiot story. And I have to pull that up. Let me get that. It is a, hang on before I do this, because I have to figure out, I always get mixed up between the different. All right, let's see. Is this a screen share? Okay, here we go. We're going to talk about this story. I'm going to read it, and because it's the idiot story of the day. The Intercept. It is the short and ridiculous trial of a protester arrested in an inflatable penis costume, which I want one. An Alabama cop who confronted the No Kings protester claimed she posed a risk to public safety, but the judge was unconvinced. She won. Her name was Renee Gamble, and she had faced a misdemeanor. But where's the picture of her costume? There it is. It's very small. Can I make it bigger? Let's see. Oh, there it is. I want one of those. So she went to the No Kings in Alabama. She gets arrested. So let's all right, Gamble. Oh, okay. So it was in Fairhope, Alabama, and they called a surprised witness. I call the gentleman in the red shirt, he said, pointing toward a long-haired man in the second row. It took a moment to realize that he was referring to Gamble's husband, a 63-year-old Larry Fletcher. Gamble's defense attorney objected. He received no advance notice, but Fletcher shrugged and made his way forward. Fletcher was with his wife when she was arrested at a No Kings protest in October 2025. She was wearing a 7-foot-tall inflatable penis costume, holding a sign that read, "No Dictator." Video of the incident went viral, turning Gamble into a minor celebrity and local free speech icon. Most people assumed that the city would eventually drop the misdemeanor charges filed against her. Instead, McDowell added more, including giving a false name to law enforcement for identifying herself as Aunt Tifa. Now, I have a hoodie that says Aunt Tifa. But now, can you get arrested for wearing that? So Fletcher, she wore black Levi's and a collared shirt with a Ferrari logo. Oh, he did. And a nod to his work rebuilding fuel injection systems for high-end cars. Sitting in the front row, Gamble looked a bit stricken, watching the man she'd known since her childhood in Baton Rouge. I knew what she was thinking, Fletcher later said. She's like, oh man, this could get out of control really easy. Well, McDowell asked Fletcher if he'd gone to bail his wife out of jail after her arrest. Yes, he said. Did he make any statements to any of the jailers? Fletcher wasn't sure. McDowell motioned towards one of the many law enforcement officers standing on the side of the room because, they really needed to have that for this, big dicks. And he asked if he looked familiar. Fletcher said he'd seen him around. McDowell cut to the chase. Did Fletcher remember telling this man that he had gone to get bail money the day before the protest? His objective was suddenly clear. The city attorney was suggesting that Gamble had gotten arrested on purpose. If this was meant as a gotcha, things did not go as intended. I always make sure I have bail money, Fletcher replied emphatically, as if this should be the most obvious thing in the world. Did he have bail money on him now? Yeah, Fletcher exclaimed, then gestured broadly with the many cops around. Come on. The room erupted with laughter. Moments later, Fletcher was back in his seat. Gamble reached back and held his hand. The trial took place at the Fairhope Civic Center, home to the city council chamber, and on the first and third Wednesday of every month, the municipal court. Outside the building, dozens of people gathered to support Gamble while a small army of cops stood watch from inside. One woman wore a huge purple eggplant costume. Another held a sign featuring a banana and the words, "Free speech shouldn't be hard to swallow." Gamble, 62, had arrived wearing pearls and a soft pink cable knit sweater and a matching tulle skirt adorned with delicate butterflies. Her face was concealed behind sunglasses and a white K95 mask. After a smattering of chants, free speech, Gamble spoke briefly before going inside. I'm not on trial, she said. What's on trial is the First Amendment. It was abuse too, one woman yelled. They abused you. We saw it. Indeed, for all the slapstick comedy of the scene, body camera footage showed 3 different cops wrestling with a giant penis. Her arrest was shocking. Gamble was turning to walk away when the arresting officer grabbed her costume from behind, pulling her backward onto the ground. While officers tried to stuff her into their car, causing the handcuffs to dig into her wrists, she screamed in pain. But Gamble said she wasn't speaking as a victim. I'm standing here on the foundation of our democracy. If we don't have free speech, what do we have? Fairhope is a picturesque town on Alabama's Gulf Coast, 20 miles from Mobile. Its entrance is lined with live oaks and a procession of American flags, while its historic downtown is brimming with galleries and upscale boutiques. Around the corner from a Christmas store, clapboard signs that advertise espresso martinis and peanut butter pie. It has long been a top destination for retirees from across the country, with its rapid growth and enduring source of anxiety. Although the No Kings Rally was organized by Indivisible Baldwin County, whose founder was born and raised in the area, local critics adopted a familiar line. The protesters were outside agitators. Never mind that Fairhope itself was originally founded by outsiders as a single tax utopia built by and for artists, writers, and other ne'er-do-wells. In other words, the local in the words of local political cartoonist J.D. Crow, who attended Gamble's trial with his sketch pad, today some describe Fairhope as California with a Southern accent, a compliment or an insult, depending on who you ask. Gamble's case struck a nerve, in part because of an ongoing free speech battle that made national news. Right-wing activists had targeted Fairhope's beloved public library, convincing the state to pull funding over books they deemed obscene. Among the people gathered outside the Civic Center, several said they could not understand why city officials, including the mayor, stood up for the library only to express support for Gamble's arrest. Others were driven by national politics. A man dressed in a taco suit was a member of Mobile's Indivisible chapter. This is all about Trump, he said. The fact that people were protesting in this part of the state spoke volumes about the destruction Trump has wrought. He said, "This is deep red Alabama, as red as it can get." Presiding over the trial was Magistrate Judge Hames Snedeker, best known as the older brother of champion pro golfer Brandt Snedeker and a noted amateur golfer himself. Snedeker sought to diffuse the tension in the room, reassuring attendees at the start that while Gamble technically faced the possibility of 6 months in prison, that's not going to happen. It was the city's burden to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Snedeker went on, "I'm just an umpire calling balls and strikes." He had just asked people to silence their cell phone when a ringtone broke out, apparently from one of the police officers lining the room. Well, that was a bad start for the city, Snedeker quipped. If Snedeker was trying to keep things light, McDowell, the city attorney, was not in a joking mood. It was no secret that Gamble was considering suing the city, and any potential lawsuit would be on him to defend. The threat of legal action helped explain why McDowell might have refused to drop the charges. If Gamble was convicted after all, she would have no grounds to sue. McDowell insisted that while there is no constitutional right to dress as a giant erect penis, this case had nothing to do with the First Amendment. Gamble's case was about public safety. He called the man who arrested Gamble, Fairhope Police Captain Andrew Babb, a 15-year veteran of the force. The farce, I almost said. He testified that he'd been called to the scene due to reports of a disturbance at the busy intersection. When he pulled up, he spotted a 7-foot inflatable penis. It was impossible to tell the identity of the person inside the costume, Babb said. He assumed it was a teenager. Well, did you know it was an old woman? That's ageist, McDowell asked him. She's not that old, someone muttered in the audience. No, Babb said. Babb said he ordered Gamble to remove the penis suit. When she refused to comply, she was put on the ground. Babb denied that he'd been personally offended by Gamble's costume. Rather, he was concerned that Gamble, who could neither see nor walk very well while wearing it, posed a risk to herself and others. You saw her as an obstruction and a safety risk, McDowell said. Yes, Babb said. This was laughable. In his body camera footage, Babb reportedly scolds Gamble for the costume, demanding to know how she would explain it to his kids. I'm not trying to violate your freedom of speech, he says as he unzips the penis suit. I'm trying to preserve a town that has values. Sure, they all voted for Donald Trump. Moral rot. Now McDowell was conjuring an alternate reality. Right, we talked about that earlier. While Gamble had teetered precariously at the edge of the road, endangering motorists while the protest itself was veering close to a riot. Oh, sure. It was a brush fire, Babb claimed at one point. We were trying to stop it from spreading. Well, Gamble was represented by David Gespass, a veteran civil rights attorney who wore a Constitution-themed tie reading, "We the Pope, a people." Oh, Freudian slip, right? We the people. He asked Babb why he'd zeroed in on Gamble if his concern was traffic safety. Well, she was a distraction, Babb said. A distraction can be a hazard, Guest pointed out that Babb's incident report invoked the legal definition of obscenity. Why did he write that penis costume was devoid of any artistic value? Babb replied that the protest took place at noon on Saturday in the midst of a Little League baseball season and on the same day as a funeral for a former mayor. In that setting, it would be obscene, he said. So much of Babb's testimony was easily refuted by the body camera footage. Babb claimed that Gamble resisted arrest and that he only called for backup when she was on the ground. In reality, he called for backup almost immediately. Babb claimed that he told Gamble that she was not free to go. In fact, she repeatedly asked, "Am I being detained?" But he ignored her, continuing to scold her instead. When Guest asked why Babb grabbed his client from behind, Babb claimed that he would not have been able to get in front of her. There were too many people in the way. But perhaps the most preposterous was the claim that Babb's actions were necessary to contain a situation that threatened to spiral out of control. He made a clear professional effort to de-escalate. McDowell said, "She decided to escalate," he said, poking and prodding in a deliberate attempt to get arrested. Listen to this, Gamble said, to have a hard time containing her emotions. Even in the face mask, she looked stunned, indignant, and increasingly agitated. Her bright blue eyes widened, her eyebrows raised upward. Once or twice, she threw her arms up in exasperation and disbelief. On her wrist, a warning flashed across the screen of her Snoopy-themed smartwatch. Her heart rate was spiking. I shouldn't show this because it could get this space in trouble, right? And so I won't. For all the hilarity surrounding Fairhope's penis lady, the arrest and its aftermath had taken a toll. Gamble's adult daughter, Adriana, sat behind her mother at the trial, reading a library book during breaks in the testimony and occasionally communicating with her sign language. She told me that Gamble had hit her on the back of the head when she fell to the ground. Oh, that she hit her head, and which was hard to see in the tape and raised concerns about a possible concussion. She also worried about injury to Gamble's wrists, especially because Gamble was long-lived. She has rheumatoid arthritis. As a longtime ASL interpreter, she's always protected her hands. See, guys, the reason I'm doing this story is because it's the ludicrous ridiculousness of what's happening in the United States. But the real cost had been psychological. For about 2 months, Ediana said Gamble was afraid to leave the house. When threatening mail arrived at the family's home, Ediana suggested calling the police, and she said, "What police? How could she expect law enforcement to protect her?" The story behind the penis suit further undermined the case against Gamble. According to Adriana, Gamble purchased it at the last minute as a backup. She had ordered a sea turtle costume, Adriana said. She planned to wear it while holding a sign that said, "I love the Gulf of Mexico." But the costume didn't arrive on time, so she had to scramble to find another one and a message to go with it. The context didn't make it into trial. Instead, Guest called a slew of defense witnesses who attended the No Kings protest. One after the other, they reiterated what was already clear. The rally had been peaceful. There was no threat to anyone's safety. The only escalation came from the police. It was after 5 o'clock when Snedeker made clear he had seen enough. He had already tossed the charge of providing a false name to police. Now he was ready to rule on the rest. Snedeker said that while he believed that the police had probable cause to arrest Gamble, the city's evidence was not strong enough to convict. Gamble was not guilty. The room broke out into applause. Snedeker tried to put a positive spin on things, speculating that some good might come of the episode. For instance, police now knew to place barricades between the street and a protest. A common sense precaution, but the judge's no harm, no foul sentiments fell flat. Fairhope police had made the town a laughing stock. Now the city was about to be sued. It's almost over. In fact, Much of the trial seemed aimed at inoculating the city from a lawsuit. McDowell repeatedly emphasized that Babb's actions were reasonable given the circumstances, the legal standard that judges use when dismissing claims of police abuse. Guest Pass also revealed that McDowell had offered a hasty plea deal just moments before the trial began, but she rejected it. As Alabamians, we dare defend our rights, and this fight is not over, she announced after her acquittal. On Friday, she served notice of lawsuit with the city clerk. Whatever comes next, Adriana made clear that her mother was luckier than most. What would have happened if she was a young Black man? She asked. What would have happened if she was a middle-aged Latina? In Baldwin County, where indivisible activists are focused on supporting immigrants targeted by the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Gamble's prosecution has been a lesson unto itself. If we don't stand up and support our neighbors, who will? Adriana understood why Gamble was so widely described as a grandmother in the headlines following her arrest, but the label didn't capture the full picture. If anything, we're getting more explosive in our older age because we're tired of being pushed down. See, now I thought that was an important story, and I picked it because of the ludicrousness, the ridiculousness, and the stupidity of all of it, really. It was innocent. It was silly, but people are offended by the stupidest shit in the era of Epstein. You know, we're in the war of Operation Epstein, and this was a no kids protest back in October, but it was Alabama, and she had to make a point, and I respect her, and that is why I took the time to read the whole thing. I know I've gone over on my time on this space, but we are losing free speech. NSPM 7 is going to label a lot of us domestic terrorists, especially those of us online. We have to be careful over everything we do. And that story is illustrative of one little person fighting back. Fighting back. Okay. We are in an era where humanity has rejected objective truth. Hello, Mundus. Welcome. That's right. It's right. And we are reaching the moment, finally bursts its containment moment. Yeah. But I mean that, think about that silly little story from The Intercept. And really, the taxpayers that had to pay for the policeman's time, police person's time at the court, the lawyers, the whole thing, just because of a silly costume that meant nothing. But they hurt her. But she still stood up because she's standing for other people's rights. And her daughter was right. And when all these people want to sit there on all social media and say, oh, it's a bunch of white old people that go to these marches. Well, sometimes, guess what? The white old people stand up. They stand up because some people can't. And that's a big problem. Some people can't because of ICE. They can't. Even if they're legal, they're in fear for their life. Yeah, that's a really good comment. Where is it? We are in I'm looking for it to put up on before I say goodnight to everybody. I'll just read it. We're in an era where a lady has to wear a giant penis costume to protest. I mean, we've seen these people. All right, I won't say that's a lie. It's not, but I was not saying it that I said it. I said it because that's the bullshit that goes on social media on X that I saw. I'm not saying that. So that's not what I'm saying. There is merit. And of course, but young people, it's all kinds of people are there. But when I see that argument, and I'm sorry, I did not articulate it well enough. I'm sorry. That was what, that was what I meant. It was all over saying, oh, it's just old white people, blah, 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 blah. So anyway. All right. Oh, it's good. It's okay for me to be blabbing because it's syndicated contest. Well, am I the only live one today? Maybe. I don't know. But I've really actually run out of, I went over the apocalypse. I went over the ushering in the apocalypse, which is what this was called. I ushered in the apocalypse, and I love Rod Serling, and I talked about my little memes that I'm making that I am enjoying. Let's see if I can fool around. Wait, I have the picture up. Oh, there you go. See, I had fun making the memes, and I'm going to continue. I'm going to do everybody. I have more, but I didn't make them into memes. I've started writing them. I have them for all kinds of politicians and people that are idiots. And we don't want to usher in the apocalypse. We don't want to be living in the time of the 9, as I call it right now, the 9 horsemen of the apocalypse. No one asked for this, but people did vote for Trump because they bought his lies and because they might be inherently racist, because, immigration, they did. They voted for him. Now, of course, there's that conspiracy that it was rigged. They scream and yell about everything else being rigged, but we saw what Elon Musk did. Who knows, really, right? Yeah. Oh, my God. Tomorrow will be a new day and the sun will shine, causing skin cancer because the ozone is gone. Love you all. Take care. I love you too. I did get for my birthday 3 different kinds of sunscreen, and they're SPF 50 and more, because you have to. You have to. All right. You're interesting. The Trumpies are on the lower half of the bell curve. Yeah, but you could say. All right. Well, anyway, I'm not sure. I have a guest. I think I have a guest tomorrow night, 9:00 Eastern. I'm not sure. We haven't solidified it. And I actually did not do a flush. Should I add a flush of the day? I have to find the file. I didn't add it. Let me see if I can find the video file. We can do a flush of the day because we do it on, all right, let me find it. If I can find the flush of the day, I'll do the flush of the day. And one of you can decide what we are going to flush, because the environmental but I'm not seeing it. That's Lush. I typed in Lush, not flush. FLUSH. Okay, we'll do a flush of the day. Let me get this out. Okay. You want to do a flush of the day, guys? Let me take this down. And let me bring you up a flush of the day. And we can figure out what we are going to flush. Okay? So, what do you want to flush? All right. We have flushing the Bible. Hi, Looney. We have a lush of the day. Yeah, I typed in lush, but none of us are luscious. Certainly not. I mean, my lush days, they were over decades ago. Okay. Which Andy? I could I could flush all 9 of the horsemen of the apocalypse. I think that's what I'm going to do. All right. What would it be like if we didn't have an environmental coffee house flush of the day? Political coffee house, I still haven't. I haven't worked on that channel for shit. I don't have enough time. I have a herniated disc. I have all this work to do anyway. So, all right. Well, good night, everybody. And Nicholas, thanks for your patience. And thank you for coming and putting up with me. It's been quite a long show, but I feel a lot better. I feel very like it was very cathartic. And it was good. There you go. I love this space. And all we want is peace and love. Peace and love and understanding. Bye-bye, everybody.
There are still so many opportunities in this big, beautiful country, my friends. You just have to know where to look. I say that because online entrepreneurs are realizing that idiocy itself can actually be commodified and turned into a money-making venture, much like everything else in a late-stage capitalist society. And some business geniuses manage to find a way to actually harvest American stupidity and milk global Americans for financial gain again and again and again. I'm, of course, talking about Donald Trump supporters. And even though he's already scammed them himself multiple times, there's apparently still lots and lots of money that can be made off of these brain-dead dipshits. And that's what a 22-year-old medical student from North India did when he was trying to make some extra cash to get himself through med school. He is one of thousands, if not millions of people outside of America who see lots of opportunities within America to make money. Now, we learned last year that some of the biggest pro-Trump accounts on Twitter were actually run by people in foreign countries since Elon Musk started letting everybody monetize their tweets. But the industry has obviously expanded well beyond Twitter at this point, and the 22-year-old med student in question decided to actually spill the tea on just how lucrative it is to exploit some of the dumbest people in our country. Now, he didn't initially plan to prey on MAGA dummies specifically. In fact, he thought that it would be more lucrative to grift gooners, but he quickly learned that that market is oversaturated, hence why he decided to opt for MAGA. So EJ Dixon of Wired explains, Sam, who requested a pseudonym to avoid jeopardizing his medical career and immigration status, tried a few things with varying degrees of legitimacy and success. He made YouTube shorts and sold study notes to other med students. It wasn't until he started scrolling through his Instagram feed that he landed on an idea. Why not make an AI-generated girl using Google Gemini's Nano Banana Pro and sell bikini photos of her online? But when Sam started posting generic photos of a beautiful, scantily clad woman on Instagram, he was dismayed to find that none of the content was hitting. He turned to Gemini for advice. If you create a generic hot girl, you're competing with a million other models, it said, according to a transcript Sam provided to Wired. Sam says he presented Gemini with a few possible options to help his model stand out, and the chatbot selected one in particular, the MAGA conservative niche, referring to it as a cheat code. Plus, it said the conservative audience, especially older men in the US, often has higher disposable income and is more loyal. So that's when he created his fake AI MAGA account, and it was an immediate success, not only because it was able to generate lots and lots of engagement, but because he actually got MAGA gooners to pay for softcore porn from his AI MAGA model on FanView, which is the AI-friendly competitor to OnlyFans. they actually paid money for an AI model. And he seemed genuinely surprised in the article by how easy it was to dupe them. Wired continues, last January, Sam created Emily Hart, a registered nurse and Jennifer Lawrence lookalike. On an Instagram account for Emily, at Emily_Hart.nurse, Sam posted photos of her ice fishing, drinking Coors Light, and shooting off a few rounds at the rifle range with emoji-laden captions like, if you want a reason to unfollow, Christ is king, abortion is murder, and all illegals must be deported, and POV, you were assigned intelligent at birth, but you identify as liberal, clown emoji. It's so easy. Though Sam has never lived in the United States, he became an assiduous student of MAGA ideology. Every day I'd write something pro-Christian, pro-Second Amendment, pro-life, anti-abortion, anti-woke, and anti-immigration, he tells me. The grift seemed almost too obvious, but to Sam's astonishment, he says the account blew up. Every reel I posted was getting 3 million views, 5 million views, 10 million views. The algorithm loved it, he claims. Within a month, Emily Hart had more than 10,000 Instagram followers, many of whom also subscribed to her softcore AI-generated content on the OnlyFans competitor FanView. And between FanView subscriptions and selling MAGA-themed t-shirts, one sample message reads, PTSD, pretty tired of stupid Democrats. Sam estimates he was making a few $1,000s a month. I was spending maybe 30 to 50 minutes of my day, and I was making good money for a medical student, he says. In India, even in professional jobs, you can't make this amount of money. I haven't seen any easier way to make money online. Oh, this is so embarrassing. MAGA, you are making us look so fucking stupid, and I deadass wonder if one of my MAGA family members subscribed to her FanView account. I don't know that they would know how to use a smartphone that well. Like, you have to at least have a little bit of tech savvy, but I think they are on Instagram, so I would not be shocked if one of my MAGA family members ended up liking an Emily Hart post, which, oh my God, I would not be able to handle that. That would be too funny. Now, the article talks about how there are a lot of accounts that kind of follow the same format, almost to a T, as the Emily Hart format. They're all white and blonde, and they're either an EMT or a cop or a firefighter, and they share these scantily clad photos along with some dumbass right-wing caption. It's so easy. And the article explains that these accounts, they do well specifically because young women don't support MAGA, right? Like, Gen Z MAGA women are a rarity. They tend to skew more left and liberal. So if you're a lonely MAGA chud who's in your 20s and you haven't had much luck with women, primarily because they find you and your ideology revolting, these AI accounts prey on your loneliness by offering you a fake girl that would only exist in your dreams. So that's why these accounts are so popular, primarily on the right. Not just with old people, as the article mentioned, but I'm assuming younger men as well, even if they know that it's fake. Because if you can goon to it, then you can goon to it, real or not, right? And to be clear, only right-wingers are gullible enough to fall for this kind of bullshit. We know this because Sam actually tried to grift Democrats with a liberal counterpart to Emily, and it just didn't work. He claimed Democrats know that it's AI slop, so they don't engage as much. Sam's explanation for why MAGA influencer accounts work is blunt. The MAGA crowd is made up of dumb people, like super dumb people, and they fall for it. So this kind of material is like catnip to people who are horny and stupid, and that's the exact demographic of MAGA. And like, if you doubt that MAGA is a low IQ movement, there's a video from The Daily Show where Jordan Klepper interviewed Trump supporters. They asked him about the whole AI Jesus photo, and I swear to God, these people, I would not be surprised if they actually ate glue for dinner. These people, they need help. It's almost sad to see how stupid they are. I'm surprised they don't spontaneously die because they forget to breathe. I don't know how you get through life being as dumb as MAGA supporters are, but I mean, it's common. It's not like they isolated those, examples of MAGA and they cherry-picked the biggest dipshits. Talk to any MAGA supporter. Talk to my family member. They all are this fucking stupid. And this is why it's so unbelievably lucrative to grift these motherfuckers. And Sam suspects that an AI-generated woman that's pro-Hitler would do numbers. But that would be against Meta's terms of service to overtly promote Nazism, so he hasn't tried it. But, that is scary to think about. Because, I mean, sure, Nazism would do well because it's rage bait and, people would reply and flame the person posting said Nazi content. But it would also do well, let's be real, because a lot of conservatives in America agree with it, seeing as how the modern day Republican Party is eerily similar to Germany's Nazi Party. I mean, the white supremacist great replacement conspiracy theory is essentially mainstream these days in Republican politics. So if you combine that extremism with the sexual appeal, you'd have most Republicans creaming themselves in seconds when they see an image like that. But the standard Emily template, that is the one that's most common, and it's surprisingly common. In fact, a month ago, the Washington Post released a report about Jessica Foster, an AI-generated female veteran on Instagram that shared pictures of herself with Donald Trump at the tarmac and selfies with herself and Trump as well as Vladimir Putin, because I guess the only thing more appealing to them than a strong military mommy who'd step on their balls is a strong military mommy who's also down with authoritarian strongmen. And the owner of this account went on to share feed pics of the AI model as followers began to lust for more than just political pandering. And Wired references another massive AI thirst trap account called Mayflower Mommy, which is a brunette version of the MAGA female archetype. And they explained that she'd be in a car or in her kitchen gazing coquettishly at the camera with captions like, "If this American flag emoji is your pride flag, I want to be friends. #Let's MAGA." And they explained that her followers ate it up. Quote, "Not a Democrat living the world looks like this, folks. Young fellas, pay attention," reads one top comment. Oh my God. Oh, I can't take it. What an embarrassing fucking country we live in. Holy shit. Oh. I can't. I'm going to myself. I can't take it. I can't take it. They are as hopelessly horny as they are stupid, but there are other ways to dupe them, of course. You know, if you foster their sense of victimhood, that is another way to cash in. I'm almost crying. But I'm recalling a story from back in 2018. Let's talk about this. When Princess Q made this post on Twitter, coming out as a Trump supporter, writing, "I will not hide any longer. The left has made us feel as if us black Republicans should hide, but not anymore. #Blacks for Trump, #walk away, #MAGA." Now, once the post got enough attention, she came back 4 days later with an update and a GoFundMe, writing, "Thank you all so much for your overwhelming support. After seeing this tweet, my parents cut me off and refused to pay for my university tuition. So if you could find it in your hearts to help this young black Republican pay for school, it would be appreciated." And she expanded the story and shared a fake text exchange with her mother and her arguing, which ultimately culminated in her being kicked out and disowned for being a Trump supporter. And of course, they ate that shit up and ended up donating lots and lots and lots of money to her, so much so that she was able to graduate college debt-free. Debt-free. And last year, I did a deep dive into her story with an update about what she's been up to these days. And she's doing really well, in part thanks to that moment catapulting her into a career. So, I mean, it goes to show you that MAGA is by far and away the most gullible fucking group of people, perhaps in the entire world. I mean, not only did they vote for an obvious con man 3 times, his family made millions, if not billions, off of these people by hawking them NFTs and various shit coins, as well as shoes and watches and even Bibles. And to this day, they still think that he has their best interest in mind. They haven't gotten the sense that, hey, maybe this man is just using us. So if they've proven time and time again that they're the most gullible people ever, then it's not that surprising to see everyone exploit them for their stupidity and farm it for monetary gain. It doesn't matter how obvious the grift is, they fall for it every fucking time, and they never get the sense that they're being used. Hence why it keeps happening. If you're finding it hard to keep up with the day-to-day of the Iran war, don't worry, because you're not alone. In fact, I don't even think the president knows what's going on, as evidenced by the fact that he keeps shooting himself in the dick every 5 minutes. For example, the U.S. was actually on the cusp of brokering a deal with Iran to end the war, that is, until Donald Trump spoke too soon and announced an end to the war before the terms were actually finalized. And to make matters worse, he claimed that Iran agreed to terms they didn't actually agree to, which killed all progress and set negotiations back to square one, leading Trump regime officials to privately admit that the president's public commentary had been detrimental to talks. You don't say. So when Trump isn't inadvertently sabotaging his own team's progress towards diplomacy, Israel goes out of their way to undermine progress between the U.S. and Iran to make sure that we're in a perpetual state of war for as long as possible. So between Trump's stupidity and Israel's ability to exploit Trump's stupidity, it feels like we're going to be trapped in this war forever. And as time goes on, Trump is going to become more desperate to get out, but he doesn't know how. So he's resorted to threatening war crimes on a near daily basis to get his way. And since he threatened to end civilization in Iran, he's made even more threats to blow up their bridges and power plants, and even said the following to a reporter.
Yeah, guys, good morning. I just spoke with President Trump for about 20 minutes, and he told me if Iran does not sign this deal, the whole country is getting blown up.
Very normal thing for a president to say. But if that wasn't alarming enough, White House chief Nazi Stephen Miller presumably had to stop himself from saying that the president was seeking a final solution for Iran.
And this embargo and every other option is on the table as President Trump seeks that final, safe, secure outcome for the people of the world.
Nice catch, Stephen. Very, very convincing. You know, it doesn't help that Trump is already basically threatening to do a final solution every other day at this point. He also shared a meme from Game of Thrones depicting himself as Daenerys Targaryen burning King's Landing to the ground and slaughtering innocent civilians, because I guess that indiscriminately murdering non-combatants is nothing more than a joke to him. But if that's worrying to you, don't fret, because just wait 5 minutes and he'll probably announce another peace deal to give us a short break from all of his genocidal threats. Who knows? Nobody knows, and I don't even think he knows. And no, that's not a hyperbole. I genuinely don't think that the president knows what to expect from himself, given how a lot of his decision-making seems to be driven by his volatile mood, which is liable to change like every other minute. But even though he's his own worst enemy, we do know that he does want to get out of this mess at some point. At least that's what I think, because he has no political incentive to keep this war going. It is tanking his approval rating. Not to mention it's sending gas soaring. I mean, sure, he's benefiting from market manipulation and using the Defense Production Act to boost production of petroleum, coal, and liquefied natural gas to mitigate the costs associated with the Strait of Hormuz being closed, which is a boon to his fossil fuel donors. But the long-term costs far outweigh the short-term benefits. But I don't know if he's thought that far ahead or if he's even capable of thinking that far ahead. But regardless if he has or hasn't, there is a real likelihood that this war remakes the international order in profound ways that are very bad for Donald Trump and his fellow U.S. chauvinists, but they're also good for the planet. And that might be the one silver lining to all of this. Countries around the world are now finally realizing that their dependence on fossil fuels has jeopardized their own national security, which has made it all the more apparent how important renewable energy is. But since a lot of countries decided to not meaningfully invest in renewable energy themselves, they're now forced to rely on a country that they didn't want to rely on, which is China. Politico reports, escape route from Iran energy shock leads to China, U.S. allies find. Countries are navigating between the desire to speed up the green transition and worries over Beijing's clean tech dominance. And they go on to explain, from the European Union and the United Kingdom to South Korea and the Philippines, numerous countries have responded to the war-driven spike in oil and gas prices with calls to accelerate electrification and the rollout of clean energy infrastructure. While that doesn't offer an immediate fix to higher costs, governments see clean domestic energy sources such as renewables and nuclear power as the obvious long-term solution to protect their economies from the ups and downs of global fossil fuel markets. But there's also an obvious catch. The faster they move to decarbonize, the more they will have to rely on China to supply the necessary materials. After all, Beijing controls the overwhelming majority of the world's clean technology and critical mineral supply. Oh no, countries have to buy renewables from the big bad boogeyman in order to get off the teat of the fossil fuel industry. What a shame. What a terrible fate. It's hilarious to me to see so many world leaders hem and haw about China when at some point they knew that this was going to be a necessity. They knew that this was inevitable. They could have also done what China did and invested in renewables themselves, but they decided against it. So now, since China did the smart thing and they didn't, China gets to reap the rewards. And countries are mad that China is going to benefit from this. But guess what? That's how that works. We've known about climate change for decades, meaning policymakers around the world knew that there would come a time where they would have to shift to clean, renewable energy. China took that as an opportunity when the capitalist countries did not. And now they're mad that China beat them at their own capitalist game. Well, guess what? Boo fucking who. And to be clear, it's not just Europe who's giving their business to China. It's also India and Brazil and the UAE. But I mean, you can't be mad at China for having a monopoly. This could have been any other country if they all chose to invest in renewables like China did. They knew this industry would be dominant, but China was the only fucking country to seize that opportunity. And all these countries pissed off, they have nobody to blame but themselves. But these countries are coping hard because they feel like the rapid shift towards renewables is forcing them to switch from one form of dependence to another. But even though the need for renewable energy is indeed going to make them more dependent on China, love it or hate it, it's still objectively good for the planet. The faster we get off of fossil fuels, the better off we'll all be as a species. So an unforeseen consequence of this war for Trump is that it may end up being a boon for China's renewable energy industry, which is a nightmare for Donald Trump because he once called climate change a Chinese hoax. But regardless if he thinks it's real or not, China is about to cash in to the benefit of the world. And if that's the case, then Trump is going to go down possibly as the president who accidentally accelerated the world's race towards renewable energy, which is ironic since he's done everything in his power to kneecap that industry. So it almost feels poetic to see this possibly bear out that way. But having said that, I just want to be cautious because that's not a foregone conclusion. We all thought that COVID, or at least I thought that COVID would have put the importance of healthcare into perspective for Americans, especially after free healthcare in the form of free COVID vaccines for everyone saved countless lives. But we're still no closer to Medicare for all than we were before the pandemic. So it's possible that the renewed focus on renewable technology is fleeting and everybody's just going to go back to the status quo after the war is over. But that's assuming things do go back to the way that they were, because there's a possibility that that's not the case and that this war does indeed remake the global order in an irreversible way. A couple of weeks ago, Professor Robert Pape noted that the war is actually turning Iran into a global superpower and that they'll be able to solidify their status as an international power player if they're able to secure permanent control over the Strait of Hormuz. And he just recently tweeted about how things have already shifted to the point where it's abundantly clear that Iran can no longer be ignored. And even pundits like Joe Scarborough are aware that that's not the case. But that's not the only way that the war has backfired for Donald Trump, because Politico released a report detailing how America's global influence is also being eroded even faster because of Donald Trump's erratic behavior vis-a-vis Iran. They write, the war appears to be accelerating what some see as a U.S. breakup with much of the rest of the planet since Trump returned to office and began flexing U.S. economic and military might in haphazard ways, including tariffs. Quote, a lot of people are fed up with how chaotic this war has been and scared of the potential economic impact, but I haven't seen any major protests in response, a Washington-based Asian diplomat said, having been granted anonymity because the topic is sensitive. If a more reasonable person becomes the next president, the image of the U.S. might improve, but for policymakers, this raises some tough long-term questions about the alliance, how far we can go to stay aligned with the U.S., and what we should do if we can't rely on the U.S. anymore. Quote, allies don't know what to believe, adversaries don't know what to fear, and his own cabinet does not know what his strategy or intentions actually are, said Thomas Wright, a former National Security Council official in the Biden administration who focused on long-term strategy. And as the article points out, this shift away from America already started to happen once Trump took office the second time, when he started to threaten our allies like Canada and Mexico and Greenland immediately. But the trend really accelerated with the Iran war because it's negatively affecting other countries in profound ways. The article also talks about how countries around the world, from Bangladesh to Slovenia, are literally forced to ration fuel because of the war that Donald Trump started. And they're pissed off about that, rightfully so, because even though they have nothing to do with this war, their citizens are affected by it more so than Americans who voted for this asshole. But even if Trump is able to find an off-ramp and get out of this mess, he's already broadcasting his intent to make more messes internationally by going after Cuba. And keep in mind, he's starting in Cuba now after he already abducted the leader of Venezuela and launched multiple military incursions into Latin American countries. So he is speed-running U.S. imperialism, and that's forcing other countries to finally see us for the international bully that we've always been, which is making them run away from us at the speed of light because they don't want our reputation to rub off on them. They don't want other countries to think that they're as uncredible as we are because they're associated with us. But, I mean, our loss is China's gain, like it or not, because their leadership is seen as stable, whereas American leadership is seen as unhinged, aggressive, and downright psychotic. So our own allies like Canada, they're slowly but surely trying to disentangle themselves from our economy now that we've proven how unreliable we are as a partner. And in the long term, that means that we are going to lose our status as a global superpower. And things were already trending in that direction slowly but surely, to be clear. But Trump's actions have accelerated the death of the U.S. as an empire. So even though it's too early to tell for sure what the world is going to look like after this war is over, it's already backfired for Trump in inconceivable ways. And it might have actually kicked off a race towards renewable energy and set the stage for global Chinese hegemony, which is quite the accomplishment, seeing as how Trump actually thought that this would be a quick mission like Venezuela. So great work, President Neck Pussy, because you thought that you would be able to swing your dick around, but you got it stuck in your zipper before you could even take it out. So masterful gambit, sir. So I wanted to take some time to talk about AOC, specifically her response to a question from a Drop Site News reporter about whether or not she would endorse Choikat Chakrabarty, who is running to replace Nancy Pelosi. Now, this is a race that you would think would be of particular interest to her because this is her former chief of staff, so there's a relationship there, and you would think that she would want to see him succeed since he worked for her. But when she was asked whether or not she would support him, she really didn't give a concrete answer.
You have a close relationship. I think for me overall, it's more about I'm trying to think about the role that I am trying to play more broadly in these things. You know, we've got 435 seats in Congress, right? And there is this kind of moment where it's like and not just with this race, but with any race, once you go in, then it's like, what about this? What about this? What about this one? And I'm one person with, you know, a pretty amazing crack, but also lean team. And so we're thinking about kind of like how much of myself I'm pouring into this and how much of myself we want to make sure that we're, you know, pouring into the task at hand, like, you know, what we've got going on here. So, but I think that what I will say is that I think that the primary environment that we're seeing is really great. I think that progressives have already notched some really impressive victories this early into the primary season. And we've got another, 6 or 7 months of it to go. And I'm looking forward to having a lot of new colleagues here in November that we can, you know, it's been a lonely, really lonely road for the first 8 years, and I'm really hoping that it'll be a little less lonely in November. My boss has a book about that.
Now, because of that non-answer, people began to speculate about whether or not there was some bad blood between her and Choikat, and it's really hard to say. For me, that was my instinct as well, but at the same time, there are other candidates that you would think she'd want to endorse but hasn't endorsed, like Kat Abou-Ghazaleh and others. So I don't necessarily know that that's the case. I think that maybe she's just being overly cautious, but she very clearly heard some of the feedback that she got from that, and when she was asked again, she had an even more non-answer. In fact, she decided to just not address it. Here's the video.
After our last interview, there was a bit of a response regarding Choikat, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity to clear up anything if they, you know, some people said that you guys might have personal beef, anything like that, or what was the nature of your working relationship?
I'm just not commenting on the race.
And nothing on those grounds regarding the
I'm
personal
just not
stuff.
commenting on it at all.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
So she very clearly doesn't want to talk about that. And when you take into account that, along with other comments she made about the left more broadly speaking, being overly critical of her, I'm paraphrasing, but, you know, she made some comments about how she believes she's treated unfairly by the left. You can really sense that there's some tension there between her and the left. And I wanted to speak to that because it is there. It's a little bit awkward between the left and AOC, and I think that it needs to be explored a little bit more, so that way we can reach some sort of agreement or ceasefire, because I don't necessarily think it's intentional. I don't think that it's bad faith when the left criticizes her, and I think that there is potential for an understanding here. There just needs to be a pathway of communication that very clearly doesn't exist. So here's my thoughts. First and foremost, I think that regardless if AOC wants to acknowledge this or not, she is viewed as one of, if not the leaders of the progressive left. And with that comes a lot of expectations. She has a phenomenal voting record, so people expect the politics to match, but it doesn't from time to time. You know, a lot of people are confused by her unwillingness to endorse more progressives. There's a lot of phenomenal progressives running across the country, and she doesn't really stump for them very frequently. I understand that she wants to make sure that they're viable, and she wants to keep her powder dry, so that way she's not endorsing so many candidates that are losing, because then that kind of diminishes her credibility. But when there are winnable races and she sits them out, I think that that leaves a bad taste in people's mouth, because it gives them the impression that she is overly cautious, and at worst, that she's trying to pull the ladder up from behind her, when I don't think that's actually the case. I think that that's a miscommunication, but people think that because she's not willing to take risks and endorse more progressives. And overall, it's clear that AOC, I think that she's cautious because, just quite frankly, she doesn't have the best political instincts. There are things that she's done that have backfired for her. For example, when she was unendorsed by DSA temporarily after she voted against ending offensive weapons to Israel. I think that was the reason, but she was unendorsed for a time. On top of that, she was opposed to the effort to remove Biden in 2024. Bernie was as well, so he doesn't have the best track record when it comes to political instincts. But, things like that have, I think, led to criticism, and it's made her a little bit more cautious and reluctant to put herself out there. But the problem is that if you are viewed as a leader, regardless if you want to be viewed that way or not, you're going to kind of have to take risks. And there needs to be, if you're not going to take risks, there needs to be, one, more communication, I think, as to why you're not taking more risks. Not that she owes an explanation to anyone, but it would be nice. And two, there needs to be a payoff for all of the cautious politics, right? Another area is that, she's been very clearly more deferential towards leadership when a lot of us expected her to be more of a disruptor. When she got in there, she was protesting in Nancy Pelosi's office in day one, and now she very clearly never really challenges leadership. And I think that people would see what she was going for if that strategy had some sort of payoff, but it very clearly has not had a payoff. When she ran for a leadership position last year, they opted for Jerry Connolly over her, who was dying of cancer and died just a couple of months later. So if all of the cautious politics that she was playing had yielded some sort of payoff, people would understand that, but it's not working, and people don't understand it. So there's this question of what exactly is she doing? We want to understand her thought process, which is why I think that it would be beneficial to her and the left, more broadly speaking, if she actually communicated with people who support her and who agree with her on 99.9% of the policies. What exactly is your thinking for this particular strategy? Why aren't you doing X? Why aren't you doing Y? And again, she doesn't have to explain herself, but when you are viewed as one of, if not the leaders of the left, there's this expectation that you are going to have this line of communication. You are going to talk to people about why you're making the decisions that you're making. But that brings me to a different area where I think there's this disconnect that's forming between AOC and the left. When it comes to media, AOC prefers to do Instagram lives and more mainstream media appearances, but she very rarely goes on independent news. And I think that it would behoove her to do these long-form interviews where she's asked tough questions in a setting that is safer, where she's not going to be canceled for saying the wrong thing, where she can really explore different policies and explain her thinking and her political strategy. But she hasn't done that, and the distance between her and the online commentariat has kind of created this perception that there's a distance between her and the left, because you have to understand that shows like Breaking Points and Secular Talk, all these shows that would have her on, they have very close connections with their audience. And so they oftentimes are going to field questions from the audience or be more tapped into what the audience wants, which is not the case with mainstream media. So if there was this sense from the left, collectively speaking, that she was fielding their questions and clearing up confusion and explaining her strategy more, then I think that that would kind of help mend fences. Not that the relationship between AOC and the left is severed. It's just there's some awkward tension, right? But, we don't get that. And to add insult to injury, she doesn't really explain her thinking. So with the shakeup situation, we're kind of left wondering what exactly is the problem here. Is there something about shakeup that we should know that she doesn't want to tell us? Is it that deep? It probably isn't that deep, because she hasn't endorsed other candidates that you'd think she'd want to endorse, like Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. It just doesn't necessarily make sense. And I think that to be a leader of the left, we shouldn't have to have these questions. There should be a line of communication between you and at least one other online commentator. But the fact that there's not just leads people to speculate, and speculation sometimes leads to bad conclusions that end up leading to criticism that she doesn't like, that she feels is unfair. But I mean, like, it's a two-way street, right? If you want to have the left be more respectful, you've kind of got to show that respect to them as well. So I don't know really what to make of the situation. I think, just personally speaking, I feel like it would benefit AOC if she was just open and honest and just said, like, I don't fuck with Shoika. I don't like him personally. Like, something like that. At least we would know. But since we're left to wonder what the reason is why she won't endorse someone who logically it makes sense to endorse, who is on the cusp of winning, it just is a situation that I think is a missed opportunity, right? And this has happened again and again with AOC, but it's kind of why, like, just personally speaking, like, I still find AOC to be a leader. I think she's phenomenal. Again, excellent voting record, but like, this kind of blunts some of my excitement about the prospect of her running for president in 2028. Because if you have amazing policies, that's one thing, that's excellent. But there's another component to it. You also have to be able to play politics, and everything that I've seen from AOC has not given me the most confidence that she is capable of playing politics that are necessary to get the policies that she wants actualized. And that right there is an issue. I think that she could be better at playing politics. I mean, that's subjective, right? Maybe you disagree with me and think that she's playing politics well, but I think that she could be better if she did do more to engage with the left, engage some of their criticisms, respond to the complaints about her no longer being disruptive and being more deferential towards leadership. Again, she doesn't owe an explanation to anyone, right? She's not like owned by the left. She is her own person. But I think that since so many people see her as a leader and she isn't living up to that expectation in certain ways, I think it's causing this rift between her and the left, which is a missed opportunity, because when you have the left united and her with the left, that's kind of like fuel in the wind in her sails, then I think she would be even more effective and more powerful. So I just feel like there needs to be more of an effort made by her, but also an effort made by the left to be a little bit more charitable and a little bit more good faith, because there are a lot of people online who just like shit on AOC relentlessly for no reason. Every fart that she makes is criticized. Every single thing that she says is overly scrutinized. And I understand, just from a human perspective, that can drain you. It can make you feel like you're doing all of this for nothing, and the people who are theoretically on your side aren't on your side. So I understand that, but at the same time, like, there needs to be something from the leader, an olive branch offered from the leader, to get people to kind of see where she's coming from, because she is a leader, like it or not, after all. So, I mean, those are my thoughts. It's kind of scattered. I just wanted to share like my off the cuff thinking here, because, you know, it does bother me that she isn't giving us an answer. I feel like we're adults. We're not owed an answer. We're not entitled to know AOC's thinking, but I just feel like, you know, if this was a one-off, it'd be one thing, but this is kind of a trend for AOC, and it's creating this tension between her and the left that I don't like, because if she does choose to run for president in 2028, I want her to be unstoppable. But there are criticisms and elephants in the room that have to be addressed if she's going to be the effective leader that we all want her to be. Maybe she doesn't want to be the leader that we want her to be. But regardless, I just feel like there needs to be an effort by both sides, to be clear, not to fence it, but by both sides to try to nurture this relationship, because if she doesn't tell us what we're thinking and we're left to speculate, which leads to criticism, then things are just going to like get worse and worse. So I don't want that to be the case, but it seems like that is going to be the case, because, you know, on one hand, she does something good. She chooses to not support offensive weapons to Israel, gets applauded by the left, and then a week or two later, she's making a puzzling decision to not endorse Shoikat, her former chief of staff. And I don't get it, and I would like to get it, but, you know, if she's not going to fill us in, then we're just left to wonder, what the fuck is she doing, and does she know how to play politics? So, you know, that's my criticism. She might agree, disagree, but regardless, if she does, it comes in good faith. I want to root for AOC. I want to be excited about the prospect of an AOC presidency, but I think that these are things that need to be addressed in order to make her that much more effective as a leader, if she wants to be a leader.
recently I had my passport. I had to get it renewed. I sent it back, comes back gender marker M. Screws everything up. This is a safety factor, okay? I can't travel internationally anymore, okay? I can't use my passport. I don't blame President Trump. I love him. But for a lot of people, this is a huge issue. I have not talked to the president. I was in Mar-a-Lago 2 months ago, wrote a letter explaining all of this to him, how it's affecting me and a lot of other people. And unfortunately, he wasn't there that weekend. Actually, the Secret Service guy said he could get it to him, put it on his desk and stuff. I haven't heard from him. He's kind of busy right now. My gender marker is not big on the issue. Okay, so I get that, and I'm not blaming him whatsoever. I love the guy, and I love what he's doing.
You just heard from Caitlyn Jenner, who was one of the thousands of trans people fucked over by the discriminatory executive order that Trump signed on his first day back in office, called Defending Women from Gender Ideology Extremism and Restoring Biological Truth to the Federal Government, meaning we're going to discriminate against trans people. And this was basically tantamount to an effective travel ban for trans Americans that even affected other celebrities like Hunter Schafer. And even though there's ongoing litigation to overturn this blatantly unconstitutional executive order, the policy is unfortunately going to remain in effect until it's been adjudicated, leaving tens of thousands of trans people in complete limbo if they need their passport renewed. But it is one of many things that this regime has done to relegate trans people to second-class citizenship status. Now, to Caitlyn Jenner's credit, she says that she's not going to exploit her personal friendship with Donald Trump to sort this out for her and her alone, because that wouldn't be right. So she's trying to use her proximity to the president to advocate for all trans people with regard to this specific issue, because that's the right thing to do, and because she personally knows how bad this policy is, since it affects her personally, which we all know is the only way you can get conservatives to care about anything. But she implies in this interview that the president didn't really have any malicious intent when he signed this anti-trans executive order. Rather, it just wasn't thought out too well by the people who wrote it. Now, that's kind of naive, because what exactly was the intent? I mean, you can read the text and it's pretty clear it's doing exactly what it was intended to do. But she thinks that if her good friend Donald Trump just knew that this anti-trans policy was negatively affecting trans people, he would adjust it at her behest, because he respects her, apparently. The problem is that he doesn't respect her enough to pick up the phone anymore for some reason, but she's still confident that he's going to do the right thing if she had the chance to speak to him. Now, I find it just a little bit weird that she's not blaming him when he is the individual who literally signed this executive order, but maybe she's trying to play it cool and not piss him off given how petulant and fickle he is. Maybe it's strategy, who knows? But that's not to say that she doesn't think that there's blame to go around, because she does. The question is, who does she blame? And the answer is the left. I'll repeat that. She is blaming the left for an executive order that Donald Trump, her friend, signed.
Tommy, we went so far to the left on this issue for the last 30 years. Now, unfortunately, I don't think I helped it at all, okay? When I came out, in 15, I brought this issue forward, but I had nothing but good in my heart. I thought I could, this is a very marginalized group of people that I've been dealing with this issue since I was a little kid, and maybe I can make a difference. But unfortunately, the left kind of took my issue. Here I am fighting the battle to keep biological men out of women's sports. Okay? Because it's not right. It just is not right. Okay? And I want to protect women. I started thinking, what a hypocrite I am. Trying to keep biological men out of women's sports, but I'm a biological man, and they gave me Glamorous Woman of the Year award. We have gone so far to the left for so long. Now we have a president in there. We have a different administration. Now we're going too far to the right, with gender markers, with this. I've even heard you say, Tommy, we got to keep biological men out of the women's bathrooms, okay?
Yeah. So you see, it's the left's fault because, of course, by vociferously advocating for basic human rights and equality for trans people, That triggered the ire of transphobes across the country, namely conservatives, which led to a sort of overcorrection. You know, if the pendulum swings too far in one direction, it's going to swing even further in the other direction after all. So if the left would have just kept quiet about trans people and them being equal, then none of this would be happening right now, according to Caitlyn Jenner. Now, even though she's doing her best to prove to conservatives that she is one of the good ones, they didn't spare her from their wrath. And I feel like by now she probably should have learned that the pick-me strategy never, ever works. Brianna Wu also learned the hard way that it was wrong to cede any ground to the right on issues like sports because, as she put it, I genuinely thought that as a trans woman, if I ceded some points with the gender-critical crowd, we could have a healthier conversation and arrive at a better public policy. The problem is they're getting crazier and more extreme. They're incapable of looking for a middle ground on bathrooms. They want maximalist policies on everything. Right, and the reason why that's the case is because they fundamentally reject the humanity of trans people altogether. So it was never about sports. They couldn't care less about girl sports, as evidenced by the fact that they're doing nothing to bring girl sports to parity with boy sports. They know that there's just like 5 trans athletes at the K through 12 level across the entire country. It's why most Republicans who are proposing these sports bans couldn't even name a single trans athlete causing problems. But they concocted a caricature of this trans athlete dominating women's sports to warm people up to the idea that some discrimination against trans people was justifiable. It was a Trojan horse, and once they hooked people with that premise, they then tried to expand the parameters of what else would be justifiable. Bathrooms, and then healthcare, and now they're just legally erasing trans people from existence altogether, which is why people like myself rejected their sports hysteria entirely, because if you give bigots an inch, they're gonna take a fucking mile. And Caitlyn Jenner has been around long enough to know that every single civil rights battle has been met with societal blowback. And if we never pushed for equality for fear of how reactionaries might respond, marginalized people would never have any rights ever. But whether she admits this or not, she is learning that tokens get spent. She's learning that no matter how much ground she cedes to the right, they are never, ever going to welcome her into the club because they fundamentally reject her humanity. But yet, she put aside their bigotry towards her and she voted for Trump anyway because she chose class solidarity above her own dignity as a fucking human being, which is absurd to me. But I will say, to her credit, she did call out Tomi Lahren's transphobia towards the end with regard to bathrooms. But after she makes a pretty solid case, I'll tell you what happens. But she explains here, and does a good job at doing so, that the bathroom issue is indeed another red herring.
I haven't been in a men's room in 11 years. And to be honest with you, I've never had an issue. I go in, I do my stuff, I come out. Unfortunately, because of celebrity status, I probably got to take some selfies and talk to the ladies in there. And then I get out. But I don't see any evidence of trans people, okay, going in and causing any problem in a ladies' room. Just think, for me, if I was kicked out of I had to go to the men's room. You go to a great night, you got a great outfit on, you're all just thing. You go in and you got to use the men's room. For my safety, that's not a good idea, okay? Yeah. And I'm not hurting anybody in the other room.
I think that you're right about the pendulum, how it went so far to the left that maybe now it's an overcorrection that doesn't allow for discretion. And what I mean by that is there are people like yourself who I have no problem if you're in the ladies' room, right? But you have people who are not legitimately in your category that are using and abusing it to go into the ladies' room or go into the women's locker room. And I think that's where it puts people in a difficult position, because I don't think there are even many conservatives that would care that you're in the women's room. I mean, I don't care about that stuff. I'm not a prude. It's that there are going to be people that abuse it, who are not truly trans anything, that are just creeps who want to be in the women's room, and they throw on some lipstick and say, I'm a woman. And then they go and take advantage, or they go and make people uncomfortable. And I think that's where the problem is.
So as you can see, it's like talking to a brick wall. Caitlyn Jenner explains how there's no evidence of trans people causing problems in bathrooms because there isn't. But all that goes in one ear and out the other, because Tomi Lahren goes on to ostensibly agree, but then say, oh, it's the people who are abusing trans rights to prey on women in women's bathrooms that are really causing all of the problems. Except that's not happening on a systemic level. Caitlyn Jenner just told you there isn't evidence of this being an issue. But I mean, regardless if trans people had rights or not, someone who wanted to put on a wig and lipstick to go into a woman's bathroom could still theoretically do that either way. It's not like peeping toms and predators are going to follow the law in the fucking first place. I mean, they're predators. They're going to prey on innocent people regardless if trans people have rights or not. All you do by banning trans people from bathrooms is endanger them by forcing them to out themselves and endanger anyone who's cis or trans that doesn't live up to gender norms. It's why more cis women have been harassed in bathrooms by people accusing them of being trans than trans predators have been arrested for preying on women. It happens all the time. A cis teenager is suing Buffalo Wild Wings because the server demanded that she, quote, prove that she was a girl before she used the bathroom. I mean, we've talked about how other cis women with pixie haircuts or who are lesbian and just more masculine presenting, they've been harassed for using the bathroom as well. So bathroom bans are a solution to a problem that doesn't exist because conservatives, they just want to police every single aspect of trans existence so that way trans people never go out in public or just detransition entirely. And even though Caitlyn Jenner knows Tomi Lahren is lying about the fake trans bathroom predators, she doesn't push back at all after that. In fact, she attacks trans people and then backs down on the trans bathroom issue. Just watch.
We have this, the Trans Day of Visibility.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Well, the whole idea about being trans is to not be visible. Hopefully you can do a good enough job, whether it's female to male, male to female, you can do a good enough job that you can just blend into society. I agree we went too far to the left. And I agree that women's bathrooms, yes, some trans people in it, but it's very rare, will abuse it. We deal with that on an individual basis.
That was pathetic. She backed down after the slightest pushback. I mean, you know what you do in that situation? You ask Tomi, hey, if you say that there's examples of men putting on wigs and lipstick harassing women, why don't you cite those examples? Cite how they're exploiting trans equality and a lack of bathroom bans to prey on women. Like, ask her to give you examples. She doesn't have any because that's not happening. There's a reason why conservatives are sharing AI-generated videos of trans people accosting cis people in bathrooms. It's because it's not happening. Predators aren't emboldened by trans people having basic equality, but if trans people don't have basic equality and regular citizens are rewarded for becoming de facto genital police, you are endangering all women regardless if they're cis or trans by fostering paranoia, which sometimes leads to women getting confronted for not being woman enough, for daring to take a fucking piss. Being anti-trans is the anti-woman position, but Caitlyn Jenner earlier, as you saw, she promoted the turf idea that being pro-woman means to be anti-trans. And she also shits on the Trans Day of Visibility because she's fucking ignorant. She couldn't spend 5 minutes to Google why the Trans Day of Visibility exists. And I'm going to take the time to explain why it exists since she brought it up. And in the off chance she sees this video, because she strikes me as one of the people that name searches herself, this is why it's so important, Caitlyn. So in a blog post from the Trans Can Work organization, they explain the Trans Day of Visibility honors the accomplishments and resilience of transgender and non-binary individuals created by transgender activists Rachel Crandall Crocker in 2009. The day serves to increase awareness of the challenges gender diverse communities face while also celebrating their courage and contributions to society. Despite progress in some areas, transgender individuals continue to face disproportionate levels of violence, unemployment, hostile work environments, homelessness, and healthcare discrimination. The Trans Day of Visibility is a vital opportunity to uplift trans voices and advocate for systemic change. So visibility matters because without it, society would still continue to pretend like trans people don't exist and still deny them rights and recognition when they are worthy of respect and recognition and equality and dignity. And I feel like on some level, Caitlyn Jenner knows this, but she's just deluded herself into thinking that she has to shit on trans people to convince them that there are enough reasonable trans people to give the collective group some recognition, some rights, at least the bare minimum to get by and survive. And I just feel like that is such a pussy-ass move, right? Because you can't be liberated with this mealy-mouthed bullshit. You have to fight vociferously. If you don't fight, you die. And right-wingers have become so emboldened that they feel like they've defeated the left on trans issues, so now they're openly moving on to gay people. And as Evan points out, you see Matt Walsh here talking about how gay people shouldn't be allowed to adopt. Now, much like the trans pick-me's found out, the cis gay pick-me's are learning the hard way that tokens get spent. They're not going to be spared by throwing trans people under the bus. And in the event the right manages to take away all rights for all LGBTQ plus people, guess what's going to happen next? They're going to move on to the next marginalized group after that, and then the next, and the next, which is why you never cede ground to fascists under any circumstances ever. Nobody is free until everyone is free, and Caitlyn Jenner can blame the left all she wants, but it's not going to change the fact that her Republican friends will never see her for who she is because they are fundamentally evil. And now she's forced to lie in the bed that she made for herself by voting for these fascists, all because she's a multimillionaire who probably cared more about more tax cuts than her own fucking dignity. I mean, why would any of her Republican friends and Donald Trump recognize her humanity if she doesn't even recognize it herself, if she chose her class over her existence as a trans woman? Like, it's a question that she should ask herself, and that she would ask herself if she had any self-awareness whatsoever, but she doesn't. So here we are, where she's left confused as to how her Republican friends could be so cruel. Well, Caitlyn, you're a lot older than me, and by now you should know what these demons represent. They represent cruelty, bigotry, and inequality, and anybody who gets in bed with them, especially marginalized people, is always going to be the first to get the axe. They don't give a fuck about you. And they've shown that time and again. And if you still are associating with a political coalition that has told you they don't like you and they want nothing to do with you and think that you're not equal, then you're the dummy for sticking with these people. I think it's safe to say that multiple weeks of hysterical shrieking about Hasan Piker has not produced the results that centrist Democrats hoped for, because a poll conducted by Emerson College found that Dr. Abdul El-Sayed is now tied for first place with Mallory McMorrow in Michigan's Senate race, which is huge because he was in third place in their January poll, and now he's gone all the way up to a tie for first place. Now, this is a huge jump, but with that being said, there is still more than a third of voters undecided. So there's obviously work to be done, but centrists thought that they would be able to blunt his momentum by attacking him for doing an event with Hasan Piker at the University of Michigan, and they tried really, really hard. Abdul El-Sayed's opponent, Mallory McMorrow, stupidly compared Hasan Piker to Nick Fuentes, and members of Congress like Brad Schneider called Piker an unapologetic anti-Semite. But it was obvious from the start that the disingenuous attacks on Hasan Piker were fueled mostly by concern over Abdul El-Sayed's momentum, more so than outrage about Hasan Piker. Just watch this short clip from the video that we did about this a couple of weeks ago, where I explained why I thought they were doing this for political reasons. All of these inexplicable attacks on Hasan came out of nowhere, so much so that it felt almost coordinated, and leftists quickly pieced together the real reason why this was happening. Blakely on Twitter speculated that Democrats and insiders must have gotten some polling that is good for Abdul El-Sayed because there's suddenly a smear campaign, and they were proven right just hours later, because sure enough, a new poll dropped that showed that Abdul El-Sayed jumped from third place to second place, surpassing Haley Stevens, who is the centrist darling and preferred candidate of genocide supporters. In other words, they probably got wind of the poll, panicked, and told everybody in their group chats to pounce on El-Sayed immediately, because he's only going to get more popular if the biggest left-wing streamer goes out to stump for him. And now here we are, weeks later, with Abdul El-Sayed tied for first place and Hasan Piker's name recognition higher than ever. So, masterful gambit, centrist Democrats. You really crushed it with this particular objective. And to be clear, I think that El-Sayed is running a fantastic campaign, so he probably was still going to surge regardless. But I genuinely believe that the attacks on Hasan helped because it turned into this broader conversation about Israel, which forced Democrats to defend their position and defend their support for this terrorist genocidal apartheid state, which is something that their own base does not approve of. So their own attacks backfired, blew up in their faces, and forced them to be the ones to play defense. And at the same time that they were forced to explain their support for Israel, they were also confronted about the hypocritical double standards, and it just did not go well for them, to put it mildly. Case in point, look at how Alyssa Slotkin reacted when she was confronted about her hypocrisy.
I talked with Hasan Piker this week, and he essentially said that there was a double standard on you going on Bill Maher's show versus his Twitch stream. Do you want to respond to that?
Well, first of all, I've never been invited on his stuff, and I've gone on Bill Maher a bunch of times. Look, I have said repeatedly, like, I gotta call balls and strikes, whether it's anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, coming from the state that I come from, and so that's what I've tried to do as he's come into Michigan. And I think there are a ton of podcasts or invites that I've not taken. And every politician has to make their choice. They have to make a decision about what they're going to go on. So I've been on Bill Maher, I think this is my 4th time. That's just how I feel, given some of the things that were said.
Right, and that's how we can tell that you're full of shit, because you claim that you wouldn't go on Hassan's stream due to bigotry, but yet you go on Bill Maher's show all the time, in spite of his overt Islamophobia. So you clearly don't care about bigoted comments, otherwise you would not be going on Bill Maher's show. And this is why the attacks backfired, because the base just doesn't agree with you, Alyssa. They're not as gullible as Republican voters who just gobble up whatever bullshit politicians shove down their throats. You actually have to make a compelling argument to convince them, and you failed to do that. But one by one, Democrat after Democrat who attacked Hassan Piker had to come out and eat shit. And it was glorious to watch. Cory Booker was another Democrat who said that he wouldn't go on Hassan Piker's stream. And just look at how well he handled the backlash to that particular position when he was confronted about it on Pod Save America.
I had no idea who this person was until a few days ago. I never heard their name.
That's going around, I think, yeah.
And I still haven't heard him speak even. I haven't heard anything he's done. The man sitting over there is my comms director.
It's almost as if there's a bunch of focus on one random streamer and it's not really the right way to have a big debate. Yeah.
That's my point. So my comms director said to me, oh, you're getting asked this question, would you go on the show? And I'm like, well, who is this person? And all he did, the totality of this person he gave me.
Right there, that guy.
He's not on camera, so I don't feel like I'm implicating him. The totality of what he did to me was show me 4 or 5 of the most outrageous things.
And they're pretty outrageous.
They are. I said, okay, well, whoa.
Right.
Let's give whatever you saw officially coming out of my office. So here's a couple things. And I have this experience, I don't want to say daily. My wife experienced it last night in the airport as somebody was wanting to take a moment as I come off this very long flight and to scream at me. I always tell people, give me a Mother's Day card, please, because I get called you mother often. And it's from people on wings of both parties.
It'd really be a Father's Day card in that sense.
Well, but calling me a mother.
Well, you're not the mother.
Oh, you're right. I never thought about that analysis here.
I don't know what the fuck that was at the end there, but he very clearly thought that it would be less controversial to not go on Hassan's stream, but it was actually more controversial because Cory Booker is a motherfucker who was smiling from ear to ear in pictures taken with Yoav Galan and Netanyahu, actual war criminals wanted by the International Criminal Court for genocide and crimes against humanity. So it seems incredibly weird and arbitrary to draw the line at a Twitch streamer, right? Especially when the base that you need to win over in 2028 agrees with Hassan Piker. And that's why these attacks on Hassan backfired so spectacularly. A Data for Progress poll commissioned by SITEL and Dropsite News found that a plurality of Democratic Party voters at 40% either strongly or somewhat approve of El Sayed's campaign rally with Hassan Piker compared to 30% who somewhat or strongly disapprove. There's also 30% who simply don't know who he is, I'm assuming, but when they find out, they're probably going to approve because voters agree with Hassan on the substance. The same poll found that 62% of Democratic primary voters agree that candidates unwilling to stand up to AIPAC are less trustworthy on other issues. And Jewish voters agree as well. 66% of Jewish voters oppose AIPAC spending in Democratic primaries, and that number is 87% among Jewish Democratic voters in particular. That same poll found that 40% of Jewish voters across the political spectrum are less likely to support a candidate in a Democratic primary that's been endorsed by AIPAC. And the reason why AIPAC has become so politically toxic is because they're pressuring candidates to continue to fund Israel's genocide. So this is why the attacks on Hassan Piker blew up in their faces, because the Democratic Party's base agrees with Hassan Piker. And falsely claiming that he's anti-Semitic simply doesn't land anymore because Americans agree with his position. Not to mention, there's far more Christian Zionists than there are Jewish Zionists in America. So this idea that anti-Zionism is tantamount to anti-Semitism, it's just absurd. it's not hitting the way that it used to because the base now knows about the situation and the lies that politicians have told them for decades to justify Israel's oppressive system of apartheid. And politicians who've condoned that are exposing how full of shit they are on other issues pertaining to social justice. But like it or not, Democrats know that their support for Israel is no longer tenable, as evidenced by the fact that AIPAC Democrats have to go out of their way to hide their support. There's a reason why they're saying that they're endorsed by elect Chicago women, for example, as opposed to just AIPAC, because that is politically toxic. And another reason why I know they know that this position is no longer tenable is because a record number of Senate Democrats begrudgingly voted to cut off weapons to Israel, or I should say they voted to not send more weapons to Israel, which is a small but significant step. As Matt Sledge put it in an article for The Intercept, the dam broke because all but 7 Senate Democrats voted for Bernie Sanders' resolution to block the sale of bombs and bulldozers to Israel. The 7 who voted against it include Chuck Schumer, Richard Blumenthal, Chris Coons, Catherine Cortez Masto, John Fetterman, Kirsten Gillibrand, and Jackie Rosen. And on one hand, it's infuriating that these Democrats, including Chuck Schumer, who's supposed to be the fucking leader, are still openly defying their base in 2026 on this issue. And this vote should be the final nail in the coffins of their careers. But on the other hand, it's still remarkable to know that we've come so far, because this would be inconceivable just a couple of years ago. The fact that the overwhelming majority of Senate Democrats, including the likes of Cory Booker and Alyssa Slotkin, are voting to not send more bombs to Israel. It is a sign that the left has won, that moral people have won, because people like Cory Booker and Alyssa Slotkin, they have to do this because they want to run for president, and they know that they can't keep funding a genocidal state and be viable in the 2028 primaries. Now, that doesn't wash away the blood off of their hands, since they voted again and again to send Israel weapons that they've used on children. But the fact that they feel like they have to vote in favor of Bernie Sanders' resolution is a sign of victory, and I think that we should celebrate that. And I think that it really speaks to why this Hassan Piker smear campaign backfired so badly, because when Democratic voters learn about what Hassan Piker is saying and what his actual positions are, they agree. But if he's persona non grata because he has anti-Israel positions, then they feel like they are too. It's like the Democratic Party's base is getting the middle finger from the people who are supposed to represent them. So in attacking Hassan, all that they did was make him more powerful, and they showed how out of touch they are, which is now forcing them to course correct if they even want a shot at being viable in the 2028 primaries. And we're seeing this dynamic play out across the country. In Nancy Pelosi's old district, Scott Wiener, the AIPAC-backed frontrunner, is running against Shoikat Chakrabarti, who was AOC's chief of staff, and Chakrabarti is surging right now, and he's just 5 points behind Wiener, not only because he's running a very progressive campaign, but because he's not mincing words when it comes to Israel.
Yesterday, Israel killed over 250 people in Lebanon, and they didn't just target military bases. They targeted the most densely populated residential neighborhoods. They did this right after we agreed to a ceasefire with Iran, and Lebanon was clearly in that ceasefire because Pakistan, who brokered that agreement, said so. Look, this administration has admitted that we are in this war because of Israel.
We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces.
And as soon as there's a chance for peace, Israel destroyed it by launching the largest attack to date on Lebanon. That's because Israel doesn't want this war to end, and they know that America's leaders are just going to blindly follow and keep sending American troops and tens of billions of dollars to keep funding this war. Israel is already committing genocide in Gaza, and now they're doing ethnic cleansing in Lebanon. So if it wasn't clear before, we need to sanction Israel, not fund them.
But while Chakrabarti is calling for sanctions, his opponent Scott Wiener is openly supporting funding defensive weapons for Israel. And even though Wiener has taken the no AIPAC pledge, he still received tens of thousands of dollars in individual contributions from large AIPAC donors, and he implied that it was anti-Semitic to question that because those are just his Jewish voters. So Scott Wiener is full of shit, and people know that he's full of shit, hence why they're calling him out. But still, he's forced to run away from his previous support for Israel because his opponent has raised the bar on this issue, and the base just isn't going to tolerate overt support for Israel in a deep blue district. Now, this is a bit of a side note, but as a gay man myself, it's a huge pet peeve of mine that there are so many gay leaders in the Democratic Party that have dick or butt in their names. Like there's Pete Buttigieg, butt, Scott Wiener, obviously. And I know that they can't help that, but at the rate that we're going, the first gay president is going to be Andrew McAssfuck or some shit. Like, I would give them a pass if they had better policies, but the fact that they're milquetoast and they have Dick or Butt in their names, that to me, it bothers me so much. I had to point that out. But putting that aside, the overall point that I'm trying to make is that we have won on this issue. Like, the battle is over, but the war, it's long from over. And I think that is something that we have to step back and recognize and celebrate. But I don't think that it's simply enough for Democrats to adjust their position and move on. That's important, right? That's an important first step, but there needs to be an actual mea culpa. We need to see actual accountability for all of the gaslighting and attacks against the people who called them out for supporting a genocide. The Democrats like Josh Shapiro, who use state power to punish college protesters, need to be condemned by the party. Democrats need to acknowledge Joe Biden's culpability in the Palestinian genocide. All of these things have to be addressed before we can move on as a party, because it's created real trust issues, right? It's created a legitimacy crisis, even more so than the Democratic Party already was experiencing. Because if you can support a country that's doing a genocide, you clearly can't be trusted on any other issue. You're not going to fight Republicans or stand up to the health insurance industry or tech giants if you won't even stand up against a fucking genocide. It's an open book moral test, and so many Democrats have failed. And even though I'm glad that slowly but surely they're having to at least try to placate us, there's still a long, long way to go. The DNC just rejected a resolution condemning AIPAC, and they avoided taking a stance on the terrorist state of Israel altogether, not to mention these are still the current leaders of the Democratic Party that have yet to be purged.
We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel.
So suffice it to say, the party still has a very long way to go. And if they ever want to take back the country permanently, they have to do more than just be anti-Trump or anti-Republican and say, look at how bad they are. They actually have to listen to their fucking base once and for all. And the Hassan kerfuffle demonstrated just how much they loathe their own base. But having said that, I don't want to be too negative, because we really have made progress here, which tells us that we were right to stand our ground. We're on the right track now. We'll never receive credit for that, but we don't do these things for credit. We don't advocate for human rights because we want to say that we're right in the future. We do it because that's the right thing to do. So step number 1 was winning the argument. We've done that. Step number 2 is going to be getting rid of all the Democrats who stand in the way of progress, which means we have to support candidates like Abdul El-Sayed and Shoukat Chakrabarti, who just aren't afraid to yank that Overton window to the left.
I've never seen something so shocking where they're like, I'm so
oppressed.
I'm an oppressed person.
All right, I'm going to say something here that I think may sound a little hyperbolic, but I believe it'll bear out in reality. This conversation on Subway Takes with the frontman for The Strokes, Julian Casablancas, will mark a turning point in the pop culture discussion around Israel and Zionism. Because this discussion went farther than I ever imagined a discussion around Zionism and Israel to go. And it's hard to disagree with anything he said. So first, before I play the clip, I want to show you, or just acknowledge that over the weekend, The Strokes condemned decades of U.S. imperialism and war at Coachella with their performance Oblivious, that, as Rolling Stone writes here, included a montage of calling out U.S.-backed assassinations of foreign leaders, as well as more recent footage of destruction in Gaza and Iran. It's an incredible performance that I wish I could play here, but for copyright reasons, of course, can't play music. But you can look it up. They also showed Israel destroying the last university standing in Gaza, which gets to our discussion here around Israel. And I'll also get some recent polling around how Democratic voters' thoughts around that have changed, as well as how it's impacted elections. A lot to get to in this video, but first, I got to play this absolutely incredible Subway take, which, this is a show that it's supposed to be a little lighthearted, a little funny, but this is, I mean, This is just worth playing here.
American Zionists get the benefits of, white privileged people, but talk like they are black people during slavery.
100% agree. I've never seen something so shocking where they're like, I'm so
oppressed.
I'm an oppressed person. I'm like, you are going to a wedding in Tel Aviv right now when there are 80,000 dead people and more, 80,000 plus dead people, including women and children, half a mile away. Absolutely fucked and totally, you know what? I don't think it's bad to say that.
I mean, just for the people that are going to be like, Hamas, October 7th, yes, bad, but, Native American rebellions didn't mean it was, okay to do what we did. Slave rebellions that were violent didn't mean that, slavery is not bad. You know what I mean? So that's the scope of that answer, just to be for the haters,
for the media illiterate.
All right. It goes on. But the point worth focusing on there, Zionism, American Zionists, act like they're oppressed when they clearly are not. And you have a state of Israel that is a genocidal state, obviously destroying Gaza, the impact on Palestinians living in Israel, and also, of course, those in the West Bank is ongoing. There are daily occurrences of human rights violations, human rights abuses, that anyone that has any awareness or care at all for human rights, just for humanity, can see what is going on and understand how disgusting it is. To have a discussion like this, including the discussion around, slave rebellions and that comparison to Hamas, like we are in uncharted territory when it comes to pop culture discussions around the Israeli state and Zionism. And I think this is helpful to a larger discussion around what has gone on and what we have allowed. This gets to why this genocide in particular is one that really animates people, and that's because the West is, in terms of the U.S., Canada, the U.K., other neighboring countries, support Israel, continue to support Israel, continue to defend them. And even at times when there is, criticism, it is mild criticism compared to the criticism you see lobbed at, for example, Russia, which have also committed war crimes against Ukrainians. But those are always clearly stated. The condemning of Putin is always clear in all of those reactions. And of course, not just in terms of, statements, but how countries like Canada, the US, the UK have treated Russia since their invasion of Ukraine in terms of sanctions, in terms of cutting Russia off. That is night and day to how the Israeli government has been treated since their genocide. And people are tired of it. You're seeing it not only, here in this pop culture video, but in polling and elections. I'll get to some of that in a second. I do want to share as well, though, just what I see on a regular basis, on a daily basis, if not hourly basis, on my timeline when I look at the news, see what's happening in the world. You see stories like this. This is from The Guardian here. Israel escalates attacks on medics in Lebanon with deadly quadruple tap. Lebanese health ministry says killings of 91 healthcare workers shows total disregard for international law. Anyone that's followed Israel's actions in Gaza, in the West Bank, this is not surprising to anybody. This is what Israel does. They bomb a place, wait for healthcare workers to come and help those people, bomb again to kill the healthcare workers. And in this case, they bombed 4 different times to try and eliminate anybody trying to help the victims. This is an ongoing, regular occurrence, and it's rarely ever called out from by Western allies. Andre X, who is a journalist, shared this. Palestinian children were prevented from going to school by razor wire and Israeli soldiers, so they sat down and studied right in front of them. And this is my larger report, a video that he shared here that I will share below, of just Palestinian children trying to get to school being blocked by razor wire and Israeli soldiers because the West Bank is facing ongoing attacks by the Israeli government. Another example of what I see on a regular basis. A horrifying video shows dozens of Israeli settlers setting a Palestinian home on fire in the village of Beit Imrin in the West Bank tonight, attempting to burn the family alive. 8 people were injured in the attack, including a 1-year-old baby. And then, of course, the UN, to their credit, does call this out on a regular basis. UN experts condemn Israel's unprecedented bombing in Lebanon after ceasefire announcement, demand immediate halt to hostilities. I saw a report stating that Israel has violated the ceasefire around 220 times since it was implemented, showcasing once again, anytime there's a so-called ceasefire, you can guarantee that the Israeli government is going to violate it. Yet, the U.S., in addition to, of course, other allies, continue to give Israel money and weapons. So the U.S., this is, by the way, a report from October. The U.S. has given at least $21.7 billion in military aid to Israel since war in Gaza, genocide in Gaza began, according to a report. This gets us to polling on how Americans feel, or I should say Democratic voters, feel about Israel, how it has changed.
As we said, this is a Democratic primary. How might this be emblematic of Democratic positions on Israel writ large?
Okay, so you see Al-Sayed going up, and there's all this discussion. Oh, there's this divide on Israel within the Democratic Party. I'd make the argument there was a divide 4 years ago. I'm not quite sure there's a divide anymore, because just take a look here. Okay, Democrats' net favorability of Israel. Not liberal, those who are moderate conservative versus those who are liberal. You go back to 2022, those who are not liberal, slightly more likely to hold a net favorable view of Israel than not. Liberals were against Israel by that point, minus 26 points. Come over to this side of the screen. That divide is simply put gone. There is no divide within the Democratic Party when it comes to views towards Israel. The net favorable rating amongst those who are moderate conservative, not liberal. Look at this. Minus 55 points. That's a shift of 58 points in just 4 years' time. Those who are liberal, it's nearly a 50-point shift, minus 74 points. But now moderates and conservatives, as well as liberals, those within the Democratic electorate, are united on their views towards Israel. It is unfavorable at this point.
Does age factor into this?
Does age factor into it? Okay, age was another divide that we saw, but that age divide is breaking down. Look at this. Democrats' net favorability towards Israel. Age 50 plus back in 2022 was plus 10 points. Those under the age of 50, age 18 to 49, minus 25 points. Come over to this side of the screen. Again, these are just dramatic shifts. Look at this. Age 50 plus now, minus 54 points. That's a shift of what, Johnny B? That's a shift of 64 points. 64 points in the negative direction. Under age 50, it's a shift. And normally this would be a huge shift, but it's 45 points as compared to what, 64 points? But the bottom line is this. The age divide that there was on Israel within the Democratic Party, that has gone again, basically uniformly negative views towards Israel among Democrats. And that, in my mind, is playing out in Michigan right now as Al-Sayed's chances are going up.
And I'm going to get to another poll in a second here that adds another layer to this. But this is incredibly encouraging. You know, I'm somebody that, because I work online, I'm online all the time, I can't help but feel, are we really better off with the internet and social media as we have seen the damage it has caused? But seeing something like this, I think, was only possible because of people's access to information, because they can see with their very own eyes what the Israeli government has done. This has allowed people to wake up and change their minds, regardless of age. So it's very encouraging to see people more aware of this and elections being impacted by it, politicians having to adjust. For example, as Haaretz reported, in further blow to AIPAC, Democrat who accused Israel of genocide wins New Jersey special election. So, of course, Ana Lilia Mejia recently won her election, at least in part, because of AIPAC's involvement and their failure to get their candidate elected. As CNN reports here, as the politics around Israel shift, many Democrats are seeking distance from AIPAC. So this has affected election after election in recent months. Political reporting here, AIPAC faces calls to reassess strategy after split results in Illinois. As they reported, AIPAC-aligned super PACs spent nearly $22 million in the Illinois primaries, more than 1/5 the total of $100 million war chest it has in hand so far for the 2026 midterms, to win 2 of 4 open seats races while losing the one that drove the most national attention. So, worth pointing out, money still plays a factor. That's why AIPAC is putting all this money in. They won 2 out of the 4 elections that they wanted to win. But it's not everything. People's awareness of their issue and the ability for other candidates in the race to gain some, grassroots support, small donor support, has allowed these candidates to, in some cases, rise above all the money being spent against them. And when the issue of AIPAC comes up, people are very clear about their feelings. This gets to the other poll I want to share here. This was shared by DropSite. Again, I will link to all my sources below the video in the description box. As they write here, voters think candidates who won't stand up to AIPAC won't fight on other issues either. This is why, at least part of why, this issue is so animating, because it tells voters, if you're willing to stand up against this big money as opposed to take the money to help you, you are also likely willing to stand up on other issues where you may also be at the money disadvantage. For example, healthcare, which I'll get to with Abdul Al-Sayed in a second here. But their poll shows candidates for Michigan's Democratic primary are in a 3-way tie, while 1/3 of voters are undecided. I've seen other polling showing that Abdul Al-Sayed is actually in the lead, but by a small margin. As people become more aware of who Abdul Al-Sayed is and his support for issues like Medicare for All and his criticisms of the Israeli government and AIPAC, again, showcasing his willingness to stand up to big money, has benefited him and his ability to get people to believe in his message. This gets to the last poll before I get to a clip I want to share. Nearly 2/3 of voters agree that candidates unwilling to stand up to AIPAC are less trustworthy on other issues. Going to what I said, if you are willing to stand up to big money, AIPAC being one of the biggest, then you are likely willing to speak the truth and dedicate your life to actually helping people. That gets to this clip from MS Now. This is Abdul Al-Sayed discussing his support for Medicare for All.
And right now, people are being destroyed by our healthcare system. You're talking about deductibles that are $6,000, and that's putting people into medical debt to the tune of 100 million people, $225 billion of medical debt in this country, in the richest, most powerful country in the world, as they burn $1 billion a day on war that we don't need to be fighting. So when you sit down and have a conversation and say, hey, listen, I'm a doctor. I literally trained in this system. I promise you we could do this right if we were willing to forego the corporations that tell us what we cannot have and the politicians who tell us what we should not fight for. So yeah, I want to fight a fight so everybody can have healthcare. If I accomplish nothing less in my career in politics, I want everybody in this country to have healthcare. Imagine what that would feel like for people.
Yeah, I mean, that's great and all, but have you seen Mallory McMorrow, your competitor in the primary, dancing around the Democratic convention in Michigan? This is just incredible stuff. Reminds me exactly of the Kamala Harris campaign in 2020, doing the exact same thing, and Harris didn't even make it to the first voting state. You have to have a real message for people. You have to the dancing is throwing me off. You have to be able to speak to people's needs and do it from a place of honesty. Do it from a place of, I actually care about this. I actually want to help you. And when you are willing to call out Israel's genocide in Gaza, when you're willing to call out AIPAC, that is a signal to people that you can actually be trusted because you're willing to call out the money and power that you could have accepted and helped yourself in accepting that, but you aren't. You are standing up, meaning you are willing to also stand up for the average person. Abdul Al-Sayed, I think, is the obvious choice for the Democratic primary in Michigan. But let me know your thoughts on that race and everything else that I discussed in this video below in the comments. Over the weekend, there was a UFC event in Winnipeg, Manitoba, and a couple of different things happened there that I think are worth discussing. First, we'll get to in a second, is the Mike Malott victory, who was a Canadian and had the audacity of celebrating being a Canadian after he won. And the other one I'll get to later is about conservative leader Pierre Poilievre and his appearance there, and what I think this means for him. But we'll get there. First, let me get to Mike Malott. So this is silly. I'm going to get to what was explained or how this was explained in terms of why this happened, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Here is after Mike Malott won his fight, again, a Canadian winning a fight on Canadian soil. Here he is going to celebrate, going to grab the Canadian flag, and as he is about to hold it up, someone from the UFC snatches it out of his hands, and you can see the expression on his face. So he recently gave an interview on a sports podcast. I'll get to that in a second, explaining his version of events. But it's ridiculous. Now, the explanation that I've seen, this from Essentially Sports, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but here you go. Flags were previously banned inside the octagon after Russia invaded Ukraine in February in 2022. The UFC aimed to avoid potential political tensions, particularly by preventing Russian fighters from displaying their flag. So they banned all flags, which is just stupid. But regardless, that applied to fighters regardless of nationality. The ban was lifted a year later. So what happened? Now, I will say I'm seeing other reports, other people claiming that the flag is still banned inside the octagon. And actually, we'll get to Mike Malott and his statements in a second. But the flags are still banned within the octagon just because it could potentially block sponsors' names, which is also really stupid. But because of that, you can't apparently hold a flag in the octagon. Okay, fine. He wasn't in the octagon. It was after the match. And this was clearly, more for the crowd than anything. But here is Mike Malott speaking to Ariel Helwani.
Speaking of Canada, I'm sure you've seen this. Some fans upset that the flag was taken away from you as you were sitting on top of the cage. Do you have any idea why that was?
No, I've heard that before. So when I was in Montreal, I went to go lift the flag, and the I don't know if it was a commission guy or who it was. They're like, "Oh, you're not allowed to have it in the octagon." So I said, "Can I jump up on the side?" I said, "Yeah, sure." So I jumped up and then I lifted the flag. So I skipped the first process and jumped up to go grab the flag. And as I'm pulling it up, he snatched it out of my hand, and he did it all shitty too, where he snatched it and looked at me like this. And I was like, "Dude, what the hell, man?" Number one, don't try and be a tough guy to me. I just fought in a cage. What do you mean? And then number two, I don't understand what the rule is that I couldn't have that flag. I walked out with it.
This is you in Montreal, by the way. This is you on top of the cage in Montreal. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd spent 8 weeks visualizing getting to reenact that. I enjoy getting to hoist the flag. Right? I'm proud to be Canadian, and I'm proud to be in a room full of primarily Canadians. Getting to perform in front of everyone and getting to compete out there with the flag metaphorically on my back. I want to physically and literally have the flag on my back when I'm in there. But not the end of the world, but would have been cool to be able to hoist it.
Yeah, you seemed a little bit annoyed in that moment from maybe the aggression in which he took it away from you. I still don't quite get it. There was a manager named Danny Rubenstein who tweeted that you can't have it covering any sort of sponsor, but there's different angles, and you were actually sitting on top of the UFC Fight Pass logo right there. So it's not like it was, I don't know, just seems weird. Feels
the flag wouldn't have blocked anything. My legs blocking something, but the flag wouldn't have blocked anything.
Did you inquire about it afterwards or no?
No. It's all good.
Yeah.
All right. So look, it's not the biggest issue in the world, but it is stupid that you have a Canadian fighter winning a fight on Canadian soil, and he is not allowed to pose with the Canadian flag on the octagon. And this is even after he recently did that same thing in Montreal with the Canadian flag. So I tend to think this was just sort of a mistake on the part of the person that grabbed the flag. And I don't know, maybe they weren't up on the rules, because the camera, again, you look at the camera angle, he wasn't even near any sponsors, which even if he was, I don't care. But if that's the rule, he's not, there's no sponsors there. It's just the UFC Fight Pass logo. But whatever. Let's move on. Let's get to the Pierre Poilievre part of this, because Mr. Pierre Poilievre, the conservative leader, was on Also at this event, there's images and videos. Here's an image of him here, or a video. All right, here he is with Dana White. Here is meeting a person in the audience. All right, and here's Trump. So I want to first be clear. It's fine for any politician to show up to a UFC event, any sporting event. Who cares? That isn't the issue here. I don't have an issue with him showing up to a UFC event. I think that's whatever. What I am more interested by is what this tells me. Because Pierre Poilievre right now is simply not a popular individual. And as Amar Khan pointed out on Twitter, there's been UFC events in Ottawa, Toronto, Calgary, Vancouver, and Montreal while Poilievre has been in office. At no point have I ever seen him at the event. The UFC in particular has been increasingly politicized, as Thomas, this guy's name, Luke Thomas points out. Yeah, it has become increasingly political. So almost like a dog whistle to the conservative base. I think it's stupid that that's what's happened, but I mean, Dana White, considering his politics, I understand. That said, this tells me that Pierre Poilievre is, I should say, this in addition to the other things that Pierre Poilievre has been doing, like showing up on Joe Rogan, like showing up on a Diary of a CEO podcast. He is trying to get his name out there. He's trying to raise his profile in a way that he wasn't doing previously, and doing it in a way that largely speaks to the base that he already has. He is not trying to expand past that. He's not showing up in spaces that you may view as more apolitical, or view as just a way to get his message out to more of a center or left-leaning audience. He is sort of doubling down on the popularity that he already has within his own space, which is the conservative voter. So, and again, I'm going to get to what I think all this means. But this is recent polling. This is from January, leading up to his leadership review, where you could see the divide here. Conservative voters, the base and the voters, love him. Absolutely love Pierre Poilievre. They say vote to keep him at 76%. Meanwhile, everyone else does not like the guy, including accessible conservative voters that the Conservative Party could potentially get, ones that maybe moved to the Liberals in the last election, also saying vote to replace him. This is not somebody that the Conservative Party is going to win with nationally. But at the same time, it's hard for the party to replace him when he is so popular within the base. But this gets to where I think all of this is going. I believe that Pierre Poilievre is going to, at least for the foreseeable future, stay on as the leader of the Conservative Party, largely because there is no one else that is willing to challenge him, and no one that really has, I think, the ability to maybe win a leadership race if they were to face off against him, or be able to get the kind of support that Pierre Poilievre currently has within the base. But I think he's going to stay on for now until we get closer to the next election. And I believe he is doing all of these different things. He's going to start doing more of them. I think you're going to see Pierre Poilievre a lot more on various podcasts and whatever else, because he is looking for an off-ramp. He has decided, I believe, again, this is my theory, I think he has decided that he is not going to win, or I should say he's not going to become prime minister, but he wants to have a life after politics. And that life, I think, is speaking to a conservative base within the podcast sphere, the manosphere, if you will. I think he's setting himself up for that. The UFC event, Joe Rogan, Diary of a CEO, other podcasts. Not to say Diary of a CEO is strictly a right-wing podcast, but it does speak to a certain awareness that I think Pierre Poilievre has now about his potential within politics, that he knows he can't win nationally, but he knows that he's able to grow a support base that can maybe potentially support him in terms of eyeballs and ears when he is done leading the Conservative Party. So, I mean, this is more recent polling. Pierre Poilievre has literally never had a very favorable view from all Canadians. He has always sat below. He's always been in the negatives for as long as he has led the Conservative Party, while the Conservative base continues to love him. So I think he looks at that, he understands what his appeal is, and he knows there isn't much help, or I should say there isn't much hope of him being able to move outside of that. That said, I'm going to leave you with some homework, if you so dare. This is a great piece in The Breach from Martin Lukács from, it's a year ago, but it's still applicable to today. How Pierre Poilievre's conservatives seduced working class voters. Poilievre has skillfully rebranded the Conservatives as a workers-friendly party, even while they plan to make working people far worse off. So it's a great piece. It goes into his rebrand and how there's even maybe a vote or two that were very, I guess, different than how the Conservatives had voted traditionally. But in terms of what they're offering, in terms of what they have offered under Pierre Poilievre, is simply not policy that supports the working class. So just a couple of paragraphs I'm going to quote here. He writes, in his first decade in Parliament, he uttered the phrase working class, quote unquote, just a handful of times. Starting in 2016, however, he invoked it 160 times, more than 3 times as often as the second most frequent user of the phrase NDP MP Charlie Angus. Also worth mentioning, the trouble was that while Poilievre was in government, he had been more likely to praise than attack the corporate elite. In Parliament in 2006, he thanked one of Canada's biggest banks, the Bank of Nova Scotia, for being an excellent corporate citizen. A few years later, he chided the NDP for wanting to raise corporate taxes on companies like Canadian Natural Resources Limited, who he called an independent oil producer, making it sound like the corporate giant, which made $13.5 billion in profits that year, was a vulnerable mom-and-pop outfit. And his apparent discovery of other new phrases, one was billionaire, a word he had never uttered in Parliament during his 10 years in government, but now all of a sudden began to use billionaire. So it just gives you a great window into this complete transformation, not just visually, but how Pierre Poilievre carried himself, how he spoke, even the cadence at which he spoke, how he completely transformed that as he went on his way to become the leader of the Conservative Party, and his attempt to try and make the Conservatives be this working class party when none of their underlying policies actually supported that. But I will link to that article below the video under sources on YouTube. It's a great read. Go check it out.
Unacceptable. You're elected. You have to respect the taxpayers' money.
Premier Doug Ford will now be flying on his own private jet as his office has confirmed the purchase.
Where do I even begin? Everyone's favorite Nepo baby, full-time cottager and part-time premier with how much time he takes off, Doug Ford, announced that while there is no money to help improve education or healthcare, there is enough money to buy himself a private jet. I'm going to try and make sense of this by breaking this down in this video and just trying not to get enraged in the process. When this news first came across my phone this morning, I was on my way out the door to grab breakfast, and I put a podcast on in the car. I could not tell you what the people in the podcast were even talking about because I was in my head the entire time, stewing in rage at how this man is able to get away with this, how he is still our premier, how anybody still supports him after years upon years of scandals and waste. It is insane. I have covered this jackass since he was running, since he became premier. You can go back and look at my videos back in 2018. I have covered his corruption since the beginning, his bullshit since the start. And this may finally be the story that breaks through because of how blatantly disgusting it is. While the rest of us are suffering with shit healthcare, deteriorating education, he's buying a private jet. I should probably end the video now. I prepped all these tabs. I got a lot to talk about, but what else is there to say? So in this video, let me try and break this down. Here is the CBC headline here. And again, apologies if I I'm a little insane because I just can't believe this is our life. Their headline here, Ontario government buys $28.9 million private jet for Doug Ford's use. The province says it will allow certain flexible travel. Oh, fantastic. And leaders are calling it the gravy plane. So just a reminder, again, this is all stuff I've covered on and on since Doug Ford came into power. Our healthcare spending is often the lowest or one of the lowest per capita out of all the provinces in Ontario under Doug Ford. In addition to that, we have the lowest hospital spending in the country. And our education funding, Ontario's core education funding has dropped by $1,500 per student since 2018 when Doug Ford came into power. Yet, he bought a private jet. He's been complaining about, stop blowing taxpayer money. This is about school boards. Oh, yes, the wealthy, rich school boards. Blowing all that money. I wonder, are they buying private jets too? Oh, no, that's just you. Okay. So this goes back to this guy. Built his entire career, by the way, inherited his company from his daddy, a pure Nepo baby, inherited his popularity from his brother. Here he is back in 2013, promising to end the gravy train at Queen's Park. This is where the whole gravy train term comes from. And as Luke Savage writes here, this story about the plane is so good. The Fords, both Rob and Doug, built their whole political brand on tabloidy bullshit, calling out people on city council for expensing office supplies. And my man quite literally used public funds to buy himself a $30 million private jet. But hey, let's give Ford some slack here, because the plane was purchased directly from Bombardier and was previously owned by someone in South America. So, pre-used jet. Doug Ford knows how to save a penny buying a pre-used private jet. As the Beaverton writes here, humble premier buys a private jet secondhand. What a guy. He really cares about us. For the people, am I right? So this is even making international headlines. BBC here. Ontario Premier Doug Ford criticized for $21 million, that's in US, private jet purchase. I'm sure it's made other headlines since then. This is just what I saw posted. Here is Colin Amello of Global News talking about the details of the luxury private jet. Take a look at this beauty. Oh my goodness. It's so beautiful that even the text is in French, so you know it's luxurious. Let me get down here. Here we go. Wow. The Challenger 650. It's got a big fuselage. The cabin is nice too. 12 passengers. Beautiful leather seating. Very spacious. Gorgeous. This is so ridiculous. I just at a loss. I'm at a loss for words. Colin DeMello posting some images here as well. Oh, does it come with pillows too? Beautiful. Wow. Great job, Doug. This is worth pointing out as well. The government source could not provide a firm estimate on operating costs and said they will fluctuate. So, when it comes to maintaining the plane, when it comes to fueling the plane, when it comes to staffing the plane, those costs aren't even included in the $30 million. The $30 million is just the plane itself. If this doesn't turn you against this man, nothing will. If you are still pro Doug Ford, after seeing the kind of money he's wasting on a private jet while underfunding education, healthcare, and everything else, there's no saving you. Your brain is broken. So it's worth bringing this up as well. In 2019, as Ford faced backlash over his plans to build a custom OPP van, complete with a television and a swivel chair for office official travel, the premier pushed back on his use of a government plane. So here's this video. This was shared by a T-Dot resident. This is from back in 2023.
I'm the only premier in history that refuses to use the premier's plane, the King Air, that costs the taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. I prefer to drive around and talk to the people about things that matter.
Doug Ford boasting about not using the King Air, which is a jet that the province apparently has that Ford's not using. Maybe it's in disrepair. I haven't heard much about this. I looked into this, didn't find any example of Kathleen Wynne, the previous premier, using this King Air. It was more of a 90s, early 2000s era thing. But regardless, boasting about how I would never use a private jet because it disconnects me from the people. I got to drive around. That's how I connect with the people. And now spending $30 million in a private jet because the $100,000 to operate the King Air, apparently, that's too much money. So does that give us an indication at how much it's going to cost to operate this new private jet? It can't be far off when you're talking about staffing costs, fueling costs, operating costs. This is absolutely insane and worth mentioning as well. He had been using a private jet, but it was the OPP's plane that he actually used to go to Ford Fest. Real government business. So here is the reaction from NDP leader Mart Stiles, as well as the Liberal interim leader John Fraser.
I think it's outrageous that the premier would be considering spending $30 million on a luxury private plane at a time like this, when Ontarians are struggling with the price of rent, the price of food. That's the reality of most Ontarians. The fact that this premier thinks this is the time to invest in that also seems more than a coincidence that he is fighting to have the runway extended at Billy Bishop Airport. He tried to argue that was somehow about competition. I think probably it's more about him being able to land his luxury jet.
There's no justification. When people can't afford the price of milk or gas is $1.85 a liter, the premier shouldn't be going out and buying himself a private jet. It just doesn't, it's disconnected from the reality of people's everyday lives. There's no justification for this.
All right, so I'm going to get to some other reactions as well as another story that I want to fold into this. But first, my reaction to this reaction from Mart Stiles and John Fraser. This is not enough. We need more vocal opposition in this province. You have here, look, nothing against Mart Stiles, nothing against John Fraser. To be fair, I don't know John Fraser as much. The Liberal Party right now in Ontario isn't all that important. But Mart Stiles seems like a nice person, solid policies. She follows me on Twitter. Hi Mart. But we need to match Doug Ford's energy. We need to be belligerent. We need to be assholes. But assholes with principles. People connect with your energy. They connect with the person you are. You can't have a typical politician, just a standard cookie cutter, by the numbers, says the right things on the notes politician to go up against Doug Ford. You need somebody who's a little more off the cuff. And we just do not have that. You have to be able to get in the mud with him. You have to be able to yell, to scream. You have to be able to communicate the anger and rage that people have living under this government. And we simply do not have that with these leaders. But some reactions here. I assume this post is out of date. So Doug Ford back in 2018, sitting with the people and coach. Those days are over. Doug Ford defends new $29 million private government jet. Says plane will be used to track down all the Ontario jail inmates as government released by mistake, which is a literally true story, by the way. Althea Raj writing, probably worth noting that Canada's foreign affairs minister and other ministers mostly fly commercial internationally. Also, Finnish president was on my United flight Monday from Dallas to Ottawa. I went for a funeral, not sure why the premier needs a jet. And before I get to my last topic here, Carolyn Hines with her reaction saying Ontario didn't buy Doug Ford a private jet. He bought a jet costing $30 million using provincial funds, our taxes. He fired 400 nurses and hospital support staff, has stripped away environmental protections, is taking money from schools and children, and bought a jet. We need to strike. This is a conversation that I'm not prepared to have here, but the only way for governments to understand that they're supposed to be serving us is through a general strike. So, again, I'm not the person to lead this. I'm not the person to start this. But when it comes to the idea of this, this is something that unions should be talking about. Activist groups should be talking about. you want to actually try and effect some change before the next election, consider a strike. But last topic I want to touch on here is on surveillance pricing and groceries, because this connects to Doug Ford, as you'll see, is another window into how disconnected Doug Ford is. So CTV News headline here, what is surveillance pricing, how algorithms affect the price you pay? So in case you don't know, surveillance pricing is essentially a company spying on you, using your personal data to create an idea of what they believe they can charge you for an item that could be the exact same item as they write here. For example, they use shoes as their example, buying a pair of shoes online. You may be looking at one price and someone else looking at a different price based on what that company knows about you from the information they have on you. So this is surveillance pricing or algorithmic pricing, and it is obviously just a way for corporations to screw people. Now, Avi Lewis came out Avi Lewis, leader of the NDP, federal NDP, calling for a ban on algorithmic pricing or surveillance pricing, calling on Mark Carney to take it up. They're apparently looking at it. We're going to see about that, because right now the Liberal Party is very into the idea of AI, but this is clearly AI for nefarious purposes. Regardless, you did have Manitoba, Wab Kinew, the popular NDP government in Manitoba, banning algorithmic pricing. So there's already precedent for this. Yet, before I get to Doug Ford's reaction to the algorithmic pricing, here is a clip from 9 years ago. This is making the rounds yesterday on social media because it's applicable today, as you're going to see. But I think this just speaks for itself.
Let's give more money to Galen Weston and David
That's right.
Thompson,
You know,
and
God,
just look up and hope that it
bless
comes
the
down
Weston
from the sky.
family. That's what I have to say. We
Yeah,
need
I
more
gotta
people
leave it there. There
like
we go.
the Westons.
That solves the populism question right there.
So this was supposed to be a debate on populism. Who is actually serving the needs of the people, the left or the right? By the end of the video, you had right-wing loon Doug Ford praising the Westons, the billionaire grocery and real estate tycoons that are also known for screwing people in their bread price fixing scheme. And Avi Lewis is calling for the need to address wealth inequality. So you tell me who actually serves the interests of the people, the one praising the billionaires who screw people out of money, or the guy who's actually calling to address wealth inequality, and in this case, this recent story, trying to ban surveillance pricing. So Doug Ford was first asked about city-run grocery stores, calling it the craziest idea I've ever heard. The Costco's, the Walmarts, the Loblaws, they make 2 to 3%. It's crazy. Coming to the defense of Costco, Walmart, and Loblaws that apparently don't make enough money. And the idea of having groceries cost less because you take out the profit motive in a public option of grocery stores, which, by the way, already exist in Mexico, already exist through the U.S. commissary system for the military. The examples are already out there. He thinks it's crazy because it's socialism and has no actual argument against it. Just, scary socialism, while defending Loblaws. And by the way, I go deeper on the surveillance pricing and that whole discussion around AI in this video from this week, so go check that out. But Doug Ford was asked about surveillance pricing, and he is against shutting it down, saying, no, I believe in capitalist society, free market. The market dictates. If ABC grocery store wants to compete against the other one, that's what the true driver is. Free and fair competition. Let the market dictate. So Doug Ford is perfectly fine with companies spying on you, collecting your data, and then deciding to jack up the price because of what they think you can spend on a given item. Meanwhile, the free and fair competition, so downbad.jpg shared this. Loblaw, Sobeys, Metro own all these various chains, giving you the false idea of competition when in reality, it's just a handful of major grocers that control everything. And last thing, I just got to share this because I saw this week and I could not believe it because I covered this story literally a year ago here. CBC News catches Loblaws overcharging customers. Well, they're apparently doing it again. This is a new report on Loblaws and Sobeys once again overcharging for meat. I will link to that below under sources. the shit these companies get away with while you have people like Doug Ford defending them. And then on top of that, buying a private jet. Like I'm spent. I've hit my limit. Let me know in the comments how you feel. I gotta say, I did not expect to see a biblical plague on the timeline today, but here we are with tens of thousands of swarming bees in Israel, which is maybe a sign from God. I don't know. Not saying anything, just saying. But in this video, I'm going to play for you these swarm of bees and also discuss another plague-like occurrence that happened in Israel, as well as later on an image that went viral from a member of the Israeli occupation forces who is so ugly that people were trying to claim it was doctored. But no, it's a real image. I'll get to all that, as well as at the end, a discussion around a Lebanese Canadian who was killed in Lebanon by Israel and the unfortunate, to put it kindly, reaction from the Canadian government. First here, this is the plague of bees swarming in a parking lot in Israel. It was also apparently disturbing people on their balconies in their homes, but here you go. There's currently no explanation. I was reading a few articles about this. They don't know why this happened. There currently is no real explanation, though. Biblical plague is as good as any, I guess. But let me get to some other images from this. So here's an article about this. Massive bee swarm invades commercial center in Israel. So, this car was carpeted with bees here. Here's the reaction from a few people. They're literally getting hit with the 10 plagues. I mean, what more signs do we need? Me looking outside to see what chapter of Revelation we are doing today. And speaking of which, let's take a look at Exodus here. This is the fourth plague, flies. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Rise up early in the morning and present yourself to Pharaoh as he goes out to the water, and say to him, Thus says the Lord, let my people go, and that they may serve me. Or else if you will not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies on you and your servants and your people and into your houses, and the houses of the Egyptians shall be filled with swarms of flies, and also the ground on which they stand." And someone pointed out, Pharaoh will have nowhere to hide. Which Netanyahu has been compared to a Pharaoh before. This is from a Time magazine piece, Exodus from Bibi, where they go on to write, "On this Passover, we must call out Benjamin Netanyahu's rap sheet of multiple misdeeds and catastrophic failures. He is incontrovertibly Israel's longest serving and worst prime minister, a once blessed, seeming, and accomplished figure who still holds parts of his nation in thrall. For all their hard-headedness, the children of Israel remain susceptible to false idols. Netanyahu has turned into a corrupt and destructive autocrat, an Israeli Pharaoh." So I guess, the 10 plagues aren't too far off. This is the other one that happened. I knew there was other examples of this. I think there's also, I didn't present or prepare this, but there's also locusts. There's locust swarms that have also happened, but those are, I guess, more naturally occurring. But this is bizarre. Anarchist crow tearing down Israeli flag goes viral. So this happened a few years ago, but I'll give you more context.
עזוב את הרגל! עורב! אנרכיסט! הלו! עזוב את הדגל, בחייאת!
This crow is pulling the Israeli flag off of the pole.
עורב, מה? אני בהלם.
That is crazy. What's even crazier is where this happened. So, as they write here, this is a video of a crow attacking an Israeli flag at the entrance to a settlement in the occupied West Bank. And apparently this is an ongoing occurrence. This account posted 4 videos, should say 3 other videos, of crows attacking or messing with the Israeli flag. Very interesting stuff. Let's get now to this image, which, warning, may be disturbing to some. So This is the cover of an Italian magazine where they were calling out the abuse from the Israeli forces with the title abuse there. And this image of this member of the Israeli military apparently got some people, some defenders of Israel angry. So Israeli envoy calls Italian magazine anti-Semitic over settler violence coverage. A picture of an actual Israeli soldier apparently is anti-Semitic. Israeli ambassador mocked online after attacking cover exposing reality of settler violence in West Bank. So they go on to write, that photograph taken by Italian photojournalist Pietro Masturzo forms part of a broader body of work documenting life under Israeli occupation. This particular image was captured in the Palestinian village of Idhana. This is on the first day of the olive harvest. So the photojournalist is quoted as saying, just as the harvest began, a group of Israeli settlers, some of whom were wearing army uniforms like the settler in question, accompanied by real soldiers with their faces covered, arrived and prevented the Palestinians from picking their olives. The settler's expression reflected in the gesture he repeats, mimicking the sound a shepherd makes when gathering his flock, addressing the Palestinians as if they were his own animals, added the photojournalist. And there's a video of this because of the reaction to it. So the Israeli ambassador went on to claim, without evidence, that it was hard to prove the image had not been doctored. A person so revolting that defenders of Israel claimed it was AI. So here is the actual video that the editors of the magazine took to prove that all of this was actually happening. So there it is. Proof of Israeli forces harassing innocent Palestinians as they're just minding their own business. And this is a regular occurrence for Palestinians living in the region. And this is honestly one of the more tamer examples of how they're treated. And even this, the ugly face of this put on the cover of a magazine is apparently so offensive to the defenders of Israel because it actually showcases the reality of what's going on. As Cameron Kasky writes here, they call people anti-Semitic for sharing this photo. No, it's unedited. This is what Israeli occupation looks like. This is how Jewish settlers behave around Palestinians. I've seen it firsthand. Don't like seeing it. Stop supporting Israel because they will not be changing. And SITEL is a great resource. I'll link to all my sources below the video, including this article here. This week in Palestine, Israel kills another journalist, a health worker, and an elderly woman. It is impossible for anyone to keep up with all of Israel's human rights abuses, especially over the past few years, but SITEL is doing as good a job as any of following it. So follow them and their coverage if you want updates on what's been happening. This gets to the last thing that I want to discuss here, and that is the Israeli bombings in Lebanon and its impact on a Canadian citizen. So UN writing here today, UN experts condemn Israel's unprecedented bombing in Lebanon after ceasefire announcement, demand immediate halt to hostilities. So once again, you have an example of the Israeli government breaking a ceasefire moments after it's put in place. If you have followed how the Israeli government acts, this is just a given. If there is a ceasefire that Israel is supposed to be abiding by, you can almost guarantee that they are going to be violating it within hours of it coming into effect. So as the UN writes here, we are witnessing the continuing utmost contempt for the international legal order, for diplomacy, and above all for the lives of civilians and the environment in Lebanon. Israel has chosen the very moment a ceasefire was announced, one that its Pakistani mediator stated included Lebanon, to unleash the largest coordinated wave of strikes on the country since 1980. And one of the victims of Israel's attacks on Lebanon was a Canadian citizen. So I'm going to get to a clip from his brother talking to media in a moment here. But first, I want to share with you the horrible response from the Canadian government. This is Anita Anand. This is the Foreign Affairs Minister for the governing Liberal Party, putting out this, saying, "Today I was made aware of the death of a Canadian citizen in southern Lebanon. On behalf of the government of Canada, I extend my deepest condolences to his family and loved ones, as well as to the broader community. Global Affairs Canada officials are in touch with his family to offer consular assistance as needed. Canada firmly supports the Lebanese government's efforts to restore and exercise full state authority, including through the disarmament of Hezbollah. We call on Israel to cease its attacks and encourage Israel and Lebanon to reach a durable diplomatic solution to the end of the conflict, or to end the conflict. Once again, my sincere condolences at this tragic loss of life. There is at no point does Anita Anand state that Israel killed this Canadian citizen. But that's exactly what happened. If you try and compare this to statements put out about the Russian government and their horrible attacks on Ukrainians, it is night and day. The Canadian government calls out Russia, calls out Putin, names them directly, blames them for the deaths of civilians. Here you have, this is a double tap strike. So they initially bombed this farmer and his worker. They hit the worker initially. As this Canadian citizen went to help his worker, that's when they bombed again. 2 innocent people with their animals on a farm. So, like, it's hard to know what else to say here. When you have Mark Carney at Davos trying to put forward the idea that he's no longer going to be going along with U.S. foreign policy, and yet here we are. It's hard not to be frustrated at just the obvious human rights abuses that we are witnessing on, like just ongoing from the Israeli government, and the complete lack of response from Canada. No discussion of sanctions, no discussion of using the government in any way to try and push back against what the Israeli government is doing. Just an empty apology, empty condolences for a death that they appear not to really care about. Alex Kosh replying, he was shot in the head by an Israeli drone. Anand makes no mention of this, but politely asks Israel to cease its attacks. If you're Canadian and Israel kills you, this is the absolute most you can expect from this government. So his brother spoke to media. This is a CBC piece saying family of Windsor, Ontario man says he was killed in strike in Lebanon while rushing to help someone. So Hassan Haider, married father of 5 children, was killed last week on his property. Here is his brother speaking about him. This is a 9-minute clip. I'm not going to play the whole clip here, but I will link to it below the video. It is worth listening to just to understand who this man was, his experience with his brother, how they grew up, when they came to Canada, their experience in Canada, what they expect of Canada and the Canadian government, and how they have been let down by the response to his brother's killing. But let me play for you a clip from this.
I'm a hardworking citizen. I own a business. I work more than 14 hours a day to keep my business alive. And my brother did the exact same thing, and I used him as my role model. Me and him, we had the same principles. I live next door to my business, and he lives next door to his business. Like, that's all we used to do, is work, work, work for a better future. His goal and his dream was to retire at the age of 40. He died at the age of 38. He didn't even get to see that day. For why? For being a person that just loves animals, for being a person that wants to be near his family, make sure that his animals are taken care of in the midst of this crisis. That's all his guilt. And then he gets immediately attacked and shot in the head by a second drone. If this is not a clear-cut evidence that what's happening is an absolute attack on civilization, on civilians themselves, I don't know what more proof do we need. What, until more Canadians fall dead to their bodies, then we start waking up and saying, oh, sorry, all day long? Like, come on, man. This is not the Canada that I came to. This is not the Canada that I grew up learning about. And this is not the Canada that I would take pride in, because it will sound like it's a government of hypocrisy. Which government do you want to be? A government that I look up to and always talk about it in good pride? Or a government that I'm going to keep stabbing me in the back thinking that I'm going to just take it for it? No, man. This is wrong. This is the last statement I'm going to say for my brother. I hope my message gets loud and clear to everyone. This has to come to an end. This is the end. And this should be the only end that we should advocate for. Enough is enough. Humans' lives matter. It doesn't matter where they come from. It doesn't matter in what color, shape, or form. Human life matters.
My heart goes out to Lebanese Canadians, to Palestinian Canadians, to Iranian Canadians, anybody impacted by what the Israeli government is doing and feeling it here while you have family there. I haven't had that experience. I can't imagine what that experience is like, but I can understand your government putting out empty condolences when they have the power to do a lot more as the Canadian government. I can't imagine how frustrating that is, but understand that there are Canadians out there. I believe the vast majority of us are with you.
Wanted to welcome you both to this space. Did you want to introduce yourselves at all? We could start with you, Abe, since you made a noise. That sounded like a volunteer.
Yeah, sure. I'm Abe Coleman, lifelong resident of South Minneapolis, Minnesota. Here with my sister Rose, Rose Coleman, and I guess we're here to talk to you, Visora, about certain experience.
Well, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So, I'm really excited for this because I think that there's a lot of stuff that people kind of somewhat understand that they picked up from, social media or maybe even a little bit from the media, but there's so much that they don't really understand what's going on here. So let's pull back and start at the beginning. What is the experience that you guys have lived through since, the initial incident and then everything that's happened going forward? Just broadly speaking.
You're talking about my personal experience.
Yeah, your personal experience. Either on the day of or the week of, there's no rules. You can say however you feel.
Yeah, I was arrested January 28th at around 1:30 a.m. I was out with one other friend and we were painting some graffiti. We were painting a memorial piece for Alex Preddy, who was murdered here by ICE in Minneapolis a couple of weeks before that. It
was actually a few days before that.
A few days before that,
it does all blur together, especially with the couple weeks that led up to that and preceding it and following it. So I don't blame you for not being able to name that exactly.
Yeah.
How did it? First off, I wanted to thank you for going out there and actually You use the word graffiti. I find it more memorializing a hero, like an American hero, because Alex Preddy was trying to help other people when his life was taken.
Yeah.
How did it feel to be arrested for something like that?
Well, I mean, I don't think that the state trooper who arrested us necessarily knew that that's what we were doing. He probably just saw us spray painting on the freeway and pulled over, you know. So I don't really blame that person per se for arresting us. You know, he was doing his job. But, you know, I spent, 2.5 nights in jail, and then I got out and went over to my partner's house, and she was like, "Can you believe all the things they're saying about you?" And I said, "What are you talking about? I literally just got out of jail, got on a bus, and now I'm here at your house. I haven't been looking at, I didn't look at social media in the last hour." So, and then she started showing me.
When you were in jail, did you get asked any questions? Like, did like any of the police want to know what happened, what your side of the story was? Like, the police officer arrested you. You said, like, he was doing his job. He didn't necessarily know what you were writing. No. Did they ask?
He didn't ask. He took video and pictures of what we did, when he put us in the car. But, no cops came and interviewed me or anything. At one point, I got called out, told me I had an outside visitor. So I thought it was going to be an investigator, with the police. But it turned out to be someone with the National Lawyers Guild. And he was there to talk to me because he was under the impression, as were at this point the media and everyone, I guess, that me and my friend were at a protest in Maple Grove that happened the same night, where 24 other people got arrested separately from us. So,
this is what happens when we start criminalizing protests. No one should be, I mean, to be fair, like, no one should be going to prison or jail even for protesting. But when we're so far into this fake news cycle where people don't even know what to believe, where people don't even ask questions, they just come up with narratives.
Yeah.
It must feel like you must feel gaslit every day.
Yeah, it's a little jarring. Something I'm not used to,
What about you, Rose? Like, how did you fare throughout that entire experience, or really anything that happened before or after?
Yeah, I mean, I live in Seattle now, and I've been here for quite a while, but I'm still very connected and close to my family and friends who are all still in Minnesota and in South Minneapolis specifically. That's where I grew up. And so, hearing from Abe about Renee Good, that was on my birthday. And so I happened to talk to him because he called me for my birthday. Before we had a lot of information, it was like they shot someone in the face and we didn't know who she was. And it was just like, what the fuck? And so that unfolding and thinking about it and then learning more and more about kind of who she was really hard. I'm a mental health therapist, and it was really hard for me to focus on my job, because usually I have pretty strong boundaries around social media and around news during my work week, because it's taxing enough to hold space for, 8 people a day. So I usually don't engage with that stuff, but I found myself glued to the situation, very worried constantly about everybody that I love there. It happened very close to where, it felt pretty personal. It happened very close to where some very close friends live that would have pretty much done the same thing as Renee if they had encountered ICE on their street in that way.
I mean, granted, she didn't really do much.
Not really, no. And so, I mean, it was kind of horrific, it being that close to home. And I mean, it's horrific anyway, right? But as I learned more about who she was, it was really just really taxing. I wasn't sleeping well that whole week and into the next week. And then only 2 weeks later, I was on vacation actually. And my first morning that I woke up in Costa Rica, where I was on vacation, and I woke up to a text via WhatsApp from Abe to him and myself and our older sister, who happens to live in Scotland, that said they just shot another person on 26th and Nicollet. And 26 and Nicollet is 2 blocks away from where we went to high school. Like, this isn't just like some fictitious area or neighborhood. Like, this is like literally like our city. Like,
my goodness.
And so then, you know, as information was just coming out about that, I'm looking to see, who is this? What does this person look like? We didn't know anything. And then we are learning more and more about who he was and what happened as the videos are starting to come out, and just how horrific that violence was and how disturbing it was. And to know that he was a VA nurse. You know, I work in healthcare, and I work in
another hero.
And I worked a lot in mental health care with nurses, you know, in the hospital. I worked as a crisis responder. So I know the kind of person that works in the VA, you know what I mean, that chooses that life and that population to work with. And
it's not exactly for the money. If you have the ability to, you know, you have a really medical degree.
Really disturbing the way that he was treated and the way they acted like it was a video game. It was just horrific. And then, you know, Abe says he goes down there and he says, you know, they just tear gas the crowd. And then, like, this is through WhatsApp, and then I like don't hear from him for like 4 hours, and I'm in Costa Rica, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm like freaking out, you know, I'm like alive or dead, just send me like a sign of life, you know, like that's what it really feels like. And I want to say be safe, but there's like what does that even fucking mean when they're just shooting
on that note,
in the back for no reason at all?
Absolutely. On that note, like, what does it feel like to know that like all of your loved ones are potentially unsafe, or like, Abe, like you're still there? What does it feel like on a day-to-day? Because I still see things happening. I still see them tear gassing people, and just like a reminder that using that same tear gas in a war zone would be a war crime, just not with domestic policing. It's just like, how do you manage to feel safe in a day-to-day like that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I felt pretty freaked out for a good, at least a solid month there, you know, and I personally have not been out on patrols all the time, but I have a couple particular close friends in particular that are out on the blocks in our neighborhoods, in my neighborhood, following ICE around, getting license plate numbers, reporting them, getting physically in their faces and telling them to leave their neighbors alone. And in a lot of cases, it worked, you know, in more cases than not, it really had an effect. And, you know, I really, really admire those people, but at the same time, like that could have been them, you know, like that could have been
absolutely them. That's a really crucial point there that I think we need to like touch on. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but like, let me know. I think that like besides the people responsible, from the top all the way down, I think a large part of why both Renee Good and Alex Preddy ended up dead is because they were operating under the assumption that they were in like a safe environment, that these were law enforcement that is there to protect and serve the community.
Yeah.
And they didn't recognize that these people were already a threat to them. They were already in a combat environment, a self-defense environment.
I mean, I would say in the case of Alex Preddy, not really, because I think, you know, I've heard from his parents have said that he and his close friends have said that he thought that his life might be in danger. I mean, just 2 weeks earlier, they had shot her in the face. So I think at the point that he intervened and tried to help that woman off the street, he knew the risk, and that's probably why he was carrying his very legal gun, is my guess, which he did not use or brandish at all. But I think, you know, I am the kind of person that I've always felt that I'm going to stand up for somebody that is less fortunate or more at risk than myself. And if I die in the process, then so be it. I would rather do that than live and be, you know what I mean, be a coward and not stand up for people that are, and I did that in Minneapolis when like Somali people were being harassed after 9/11, and I was told you're putting your life in danger. And so I feel like both Renee Good and Alex Preddy were the kind of people that knew that they were taking a serious risk. Minneapolis has had severe police violence our entire lives. If you grew up in South Minneapolis, you had seen police brutality at least once, no matter what your color was. And so, you know, we can all look back to 5 years ago with George Floyd, it's not actually that uncommon there. And so I think they knew that they were taking a risk. I don't know if they knew, especially Renee, knew how severe that was going to be. I mean, that was extreme violence. Extreme.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
we have ever seen.
She didn't. I mean, she didn't escalate anything.
The last words that she said were, "I'm not mad at you. It's okay." And the last things that the agent.
And I think that's the point. I think that's the part that's so insane is that, and so then fast forward to. I talked to Abe that night, that Monday night. Then I didn't talk to him for 4 days. And because I was in the middle of traveling internationally, I didn't, I wasn't as worried as I had been before about that. And then I got back to Seattle first morning. I'm home. I wake up to a text saying, I just got out of jail. And this is what pulls up when you Google my name. And there's a, picture of his mugshot. And it says, there's a title of an article that says, man that once beat up a pregnant woman arrested as a paid agitator at riot in, Maple Grove, Minnesota. And then his full name, his age, and his city, which to me, I'm like, why these ICE agents are so radicalized is because there's this narrative out there that it's all these criminals and these illegal aliens and these paid protesters, and that dehumanizes people. And here you falsely equated him with that and put all of his information out there for any of these lunatics to find at a time when the city is a war zone.
This sounds very targeted. It sounds like a targeted harassment campaign in relation to anybody that could make this seem outside of the realm of they're only targeting criminals. And they're never targeting criminals, mind you. I personally believe that every accusation is a confession, especially from this regime, but authoritarians broadly. They're the criminals. They're the paid agitators. By definition, ICE as an organization, it's not even in my opinion, definitionally, it is a terrorist organization, a state-sponsored terror organization. The state gives them money to go and do political violence to create fear in the population. That is the outcome of their actions, and definitionally, that's what they would be. So this targeted harassment campaign by the media in conjunction with that is, it's an assault. And of course it's going to result in you feeling less safe. This is, first off, let me ask, have you beaten up a pregnant woman? I'm going to go ahead and guess no, but.
No, I have not beaten up any pregnant woman or any woman. So, yeah.
And so they anyone period in your life?
No, I've never been a violent guy. So.
And are they still doing this stuff? Are there still new headlines or people sending new messages or has the harassment continued is mostly the question.
No, many of the articles were taken down. A few of them were. There's a couple that are still up there. There's at least one, if you Google my name, it still says that I was, at a protest in Maple Grove, that I was arrested there, which I wasn't. I don't think there's anything still saying I'm a paid agitator. I'm not certain of that.
The thing is too, though, is that some of it was print, but some of it was video. Some of it was news,
Yeah,
and so
most of it was virtual news. Yeah.
Basically, the whole next day, as soon as I found out about this, I went into high organizing gear and started posting and getting other people to contact these organizations. So I think the most damaging article title was New York Post, unshockingly. And so I think we got around 200 people to call and email them. Eventually they stopped taking phone calls. And then Fox News as well. Those were the two that we targeted the strongest. I believe Fox News with the original post, although don't have proof of that. And so when Fox News, they sent me a generic reply that was well, look into it. And I was like, where are your receipts? This isn't good enough. You guys are creating an unsafe situation for my family. I believe you're in a large part responsible for all of the damage that's happening in this country because of your brainwashing. So I went a little crazy in my response email, strongly worded. And then they had their attorney respond to me, and their attorney said, oh, well, we originally got misinformation from the police, And then we double checked it after your inquiry and found out that your brother, in fact, wasn't there. And we published a correction. They did not publish it the way they were supposed to legally, but they did, like at the very bottom, it says Abe and his friend's name, you know, they got misinformation. And
which I personally don't think that they did. I don't
think so either. I think they made it up very much on purpose.
I mean,
because the other thing is
helps,
when we
you
found
should
out
talk to
that
yours.
Abe, his friend, and the other guy who actually did have a violent history, whose names were in there, the only people with actual criminal records, none of them were there. Even the guy with the worst criminal record wasn't there.
We don't know that for certain, but I mean, if you look at the police records, there was this guy booked at 1 a.m. This is the guy with the violent criminal past that supposedly a co-defendant, him and another person supposedly carjacked and beat up a pregnant woman.
In 2007.
In 2000, this man was booked at 1 a.m. Then there were 24 people booked at 2 a.m., the actual protesters, and then me and my friend booked 2 hours later at 4 a.m.
Okay, yeah, that's not a mistake that you can make, like, without actively trying to mess something up.
Well, and Abe and his friend weren't even in the same city.
Right. And so I think pretty obviously the reason that they included me and also this Justin Shelton guy with the violent history is because the only dirt they could dig, the protesters, the people that were protesting at the hotel, mainly a bunch of younger folks, college kids and other people, most of them, you know, didn't have a very lengthy criminal history. If so, a couple of them had a couple of DUIs, a couple of minor things like that. But they needed to make the protest look like a bunch of big, bad, scary people were there. So they included me.
Just like they did at, George Floyd times. Like, they do this all the time.
You know, I have been arrested multiple times in my life, but I've never been arrested for anything violent or anything having to do with drugs or ever even gotten a DUI or anything like that. So
I hope you guys have brought this to your attorneys, because this to me sounds very much like defamation, and all of the changes made, like if Fox News did make an edit to their article, the metadata will show when that was made, what time it was made, where it was made. It will show, like, all of this stuff will come out.
Well, and they also, they took his name out, but they didn't actually do it the legal way they were supposed to do it. Yeah. And then that doesn't stop the videos that are out there. And I'm like Googling my brother's name and being brought to some random MAGA bros Instagram page who's like, look at this asshole and da-da-da-da-da. You know what I mean? And it's just like, it was like proliferating bots is what it felt like, whack-a-mole. Like you take one down and there's 8 more heads that grow.
It's kind of exactly how it works.
Now it's just like a blank article. It's like a half an article. It's like bizarre, and they never responded at all. Yeah. And this is the thing. It's like, I honestly believe that this terrible media that's like just lying about things and stoking fires on purpose is so much of the reason why our country is so divided, why people are so brainwashed, why this whole situation is there in the first place.
I think it's a massive reason. I think there's a few different reasons why I think people are so brainwashed. One of the reasons I think it ties into the media, because the media makes this worse, is an inability to connect with people outside. Everyone does a lot of stuff online now. No one wants to go and talk to their neighbors. A joke that I've made for a long time is the average American mentality is that my house is a castle and that everyone outside the walls of this castle wants to kill me and rape my children. But Minnesota has done what I've been begging people to do for 2 years. It seems like there was a quick development of a rapid response from the community, like a rapid response group where whether someone's in danger, whether ICE shows up, whether whatever it is, that there is an ability to call your neighbors and have them show up and be there for you. And I think that's such an important part of how to get out of this, because the media will keep lying and keep lying and keep lying. But when you have connection with people, in person, individually, it doesn't tend to impact you as much, especially when there's an incentive structure that, working with this person is going to be good for me, regardless of whether I like them or not. And I think Minnesota went a really long way in developing that. And even, it's going to go into my next question, but like, even after the occupation ends, I don't think that's going to go away anytime soon. But speaking of, is there any sign that the occupation of Minnesota is going to end, or is it slowing down? Has it gotten worse in parts?
It's definitely slowed down as far as their presence on the street, which, you know, they're still here. I know that they're still here, but I know that we're all thankful that it is.
I know that there's been reports of some of ICE slipping into plainclothes now, because it's being less.
They started doing that a lot more. Wearing plain clothes and driving sedans and whatever versus big tinted out SUVs all the time and stuff like that, you know. And I mean, the whole time they've been doing all kinds of shady stuff, like putting an Uber badge on their window in their car and basically just doing whatever they feel like they can get away with or try to get away with, you know.
Which seems like pretty much everything to them, at least.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like the reports of people finding cars all over the city with people's like IDs on, like windows smashed out and IDs
or you know, two of their vehicles having the same exact license plate number, driving around at the same time on multiple instances.
I've seen like 50 videos of them just ramming their car into someone else's car and then arresting that person for hitting them.
And it's starting to happen in New Jersey now and in Vermont, all over the country. It's like it's Tacoma. They're starting to ramp up, you know, activity there too.
And now we're at all the airports.
The detention center, the Dilley Detention Center in Minneapolis, they're just releasing people in the middle of the night with not warm enough clothes, without their belongings, without their cell phones. And if it wasn't for this Safe Haven volunteer organization, they may have frozen to death, you know? Like they're leaving kids in cars without their parents, with no plan, with no case managers coming to get them. It's just a shit show. And it's cost the city of Minneapolis like millions of dollars in a couple months, all the damage. And now they're moving out to the suburbs and they're like,
oh, absolutely.
And it's,
quick correction, Dilley is in Texas.
No, not Dilley, I'm sorry. What is the name of the one in Minneapolis?
The Whipple building.
Whipple building.
Yeah, the Whipple one, yes. However, like in regards to Dilley, there's horrific things that come out of that. Horrific things are coming out of all of these, but you're absolutely right in that, like, they cause issues for the city that they don't clean up. They make you pay for it. Mind you, they're making you pay for everything that they do anyway. They lie, they create terror, they cause accidents, they harm people, and they cause an era of fear. I can't imagine how it must feel to be in a city where they're currently like walking around in. My parents live in New Jersey, for example, and all the way from Australia. I'm terrified that at any given because I'm an immigrant. My parents are citizens. They live in the country. They own a business, but that doesn't seem to matter. It doesn't matter if you're a citizen. It doesn't matter if you're white. It doesn't matter. As long as you are anything under a billionaire, they don't seem to care. So
or if you're not just accepting what they're doing. I mean, it's really the analysis that I saw that I agree with, honestly, is like the case with, you know, what they did to Alex Preddy and Renee Good is they're essentially acting like how the KKK act about race traitors. You know, you're just as bad if you're getting in their way and standing up.
I've seen this argument from a lot of people come up, but like specifically Black creators have been talking about this, that they act more akin to slave catchers than like the Gestapo, and that in relation to both Renee Good and Alex Preddy, that it was almost drawing a line of, well, okay, white people, you've gotten white privilege for free your whole life, and now you can't just be white. Like, you have to actively participate in the white supremacy movement or you don't get the privileges, is the argument that I've seen made. And I don't think that they're necessarily smart enough to think about that consciously, most of, at least the ones on the ground, but I do think that that's part of the culture that's instilled in them.
Definitely.
Especially by people like, you know, Stephen Miller, who I think has a large hand in this. But let's not forget that ICE has been ICE didn't exist when I was born. It's only been created in my lifetime. And Tom Homan, the dude who's in charge technically of ICE, was appointed by Obama. So we've been on this road, and the media has been through this cycle before. I remember Trump one. I remember the kids in cages. And we've progressively gotten to a state where they're less and less willing to call it out. And these, like, paratroopers, I guess, these this paramilitary is just walking around doing whatever they want. And it's concerning to me because the worst part of this is the parts that are unseen, that most people don't engage with. The Elite app, where you have a little number above your house, the surveillance from the flock cameras. Like, how bad is the surveillance around you particularly, let alone like the city broadly, which is everything?
Well,
but
that's
like,
the
do you hear
weirdest thing
drones
about
flying
like,
above?
there were helicopters flying low from everybody that I know there.
Yeah, there were, for sure.
Do they still? Like, do you hear buzzers coming over your house at any point? Stuff like
Not-
that? Like,
Not as much lately. Definitely not in the last. Not as much in the last 2 to 3 weeks. Definitely not.
that's
but
definitely good.
Yeah.
But like, again, the not as much lately being the key part there is very scary because you didn't do neither of you did anything. And now there were helicopters flying around
well,
looking
I mean,
at,
I'm
you
saying
know,
in general, I
not
don't
necessarily
know.
you.
Some of them might have been. I'm
If
just
you
saying
can
in
hear it,
general,
it's
there were a lot
enough.
of helicopters flying around the city for most of the time that ICE's presence was what it was, more severe than it is now on the ground. But yeah, it's definitely dissipated, which is good for me. For us.
I mean, I get that. Like, it doesn't matter whether it's broad or not, right? Like, if you can hear the copter, if you can hear the drone,
Yeah.
you feel naked. You feel observed anyway, whether you know that they're looking at you or not.
I mean, when I was there the week that George Floyd was killed, and you know, there was National Guard, there was a curfew, there was sirens that would go off at 10 p.m. There was people guarding their neighborhoods and finding, you know, gasoline-soaked rags in the bushes. The kind of, you know, the gangsters were patrolling their neighborhoods. Regular people were patrolling their neighborhoods. Like,
I've seen that quite a bit.
The city has been through some weird shit not that long ago, which I think is partly why they were able to organize so quickly. And Minnesotans are, you know what I mean? They're kind of badasses. They deal with the winter. Minneapolis is very progressive in the middle of a pretty conservative kind of part of the country and other places.
I've seen stuff coming out of Minneapolis that like legitimately gave me hope. I saw a short video of a dude in a pickup just driving through like multiple, not blockades, but you know, ICE just parking their cars so that it looks kind of like you're not supposed to pass through there, even though you're technically entirely allowed to, and just pulling up at a group of protesters and just passing out gas masks to everyone in the crowd. That kind of community support and
in 20, 30 below, I think a lot of people don't understand what that actually feels like. And the fact that people were mobilizing in that is very, very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I forgot about that part. That's an insane amount of people die in that level of cold.
And in Chicago too. I mean, there was a woman that was a citizen that was shot 5 times.
She
and
was
then
a
the charges
paramedic.
were dropped. That's trying to sue them now. I mean, like that happened before all of this. But that's the thing, is like, unfortunately, it takes 2 white people for us to suddenly, for it to make the news. But look at all the other people. Look at Keith Porter in LA on New Year's Eve. Nobody talked
Absolutely.
to him.
I have a quick little list, and this list is only up to Alex Preddy. I can let me show it really quickly. Everything on this list, like this is the people that were murdered by ICE before Alex Preddy, and then everyone after still isn't on this list. Like, this is just some of the most of these are victims from Chicago. That paramedic that they shot in Chicago, the one who's suing them now. Like, I remember covering that story. This was like a person in an ambulance where they're standing in front of her and they're like, stop the ambulance or I'll shoot you. And she puts it in park. And you know when you like put a vehicle in park and you have your foot on the like brake and you let go of the brake and the vehicle lurches forward a little bit? That's all that she did to get shot 5 times. And mind you, like that one was also saying things like, you know, try me, bitch, and stuff like that. Like they obviously wanted to do some violence. It's been horrific to watch this happening all over the country, but I've only really seen the level of community organizing that's required in Chicago and Minnesota. Like I've seen big turnout. LA was a huge turnout. I don't think that was necessarily what's required.
I think
I
think LA is also doing a lot of community organizing now.
They are now.
They're being targeted more now. So I think they're doing a fair amount there too.
So from like the last month or two, neither of you are being targeted much anymore, I'm hoping, either by like harassment campaigns or any like thing like that.
I don't think so. I haven't received too much. I mean, even during it, I definitely got a couple of messages on my phone from people I didn't know, had no one in common with, saying, hey, how are you? You know, which I just blocked them immediately. But other than that,
yeah, I got a couple weird messages that I put to rest pretty quickly during that as well.
Does it ever feel jarring to just exist in the world? Yeah, I would imagine, because it's like, especially in Minnesota, like whether it was immediately after or now, there's like this split between I have like a normal life to live, I have to go to work, I have to pay my bills and eat breakfast, and then outside it's screams and gas masks and tear gas flying around, and it feels like a war zone immediately outside that door. That cognitive dissonance must be really hard to exist within.
I think even like, a lot of people have made the comment that like the sound of the whistles is going to be like a traumatic trigger, for a long time. And like, even here, like, I'm like, generally speaking, like ever since the WTO protests, the cops here have tried to like be impressed in, improving their image for a long time. And they're barely around. Nobody wants to work for them, honestly. But like, I have worked with police as a social worker, as a crisis social worker. I'm not an all cops are bastards person. I am definitely a hold them accountable if they're fucking Derek Chauvin or anything close to it. Absolutely. But I don't fall into the camp of kind of extremist anti-cop. I think they're necessary for society to function. As a crisis social worker, I needed them to stay safe because I'm not carrying a gun and shit, But if they follow our lead, cool. You know what I mean? I think they need more trauma training and more social workers in every department in every city. But after all this was happening, I was walking my dog in the neighborhood and there was this SPD up. There was like a lot of sirens going off. And then there was like an SPD officer that went off of the beaten path and was just, it felt like stalking me and my dogs in his SUV. And I was just like, why is this fucker, like, what is he doing? He was driving really slowly. And it was like, several months ago, 6 months ago, I would have been like, this is weird. I don't love it. But like around this time frame, I'm like, all my trust that I maybe had from my personal experiences is gone. Like, I don't, there was a minute there where it seemed like the MPD was maybe going to be able to like restore their, reputation a bit. They were coming out and talking about, how some of their officers who were off duty, who were brown people, were being kind of like harassed by ICE, and they were coming out saying this isn't okay and yada, yada. But then you see them beating, the sheriffs beating up protesters, and you see them assisting in every city in America. And I'm like, y'all just lost any respect.
It's been a disappointing journey with the police.
At all. Like it, I was hopeful. I was honestly kind of hopeful that maybe
they lasted 2 days of trying. Really,
yeah,
that was kind of it.
I was like more creeped out by that little experience than I would have normally been. And there's a church, with a lot of Latinos in our neighborhood. There's a school that has Latino kids that go to it down the way, and people have been seeing random abductions here and there. Even in this super white part of a super white city. And what's really happening is it's the South End. And if it was happening in Seattle, you would see us up in arms too, but it's not. It's happening because the poor people have been pushed out to the suburbs. And so I think in general, we have to not forget that, like, it is still happening sometimes in small towns and suburbs outside of Minneapolis, outside of Seattle, where like you're definitely not hearing about it, but it doesn't mean it's not occurring. And
anything you end up, I've said this for a while, what you hear about, what you see on the news is them on their like best behavior, or they got caught when they thought they weren't getting recorded.
For something like shooting a white person in the face, right?
Well, yeah, exactly.
But I'm like, that's the thing that I think I really want to instill in people is like, the Fox News is lying to you, you know, like if they can just make up these, and like Abe lost his job. And so now he has to deal with that if people Google his name forever, because that's how the internet works. And fucking, I have to worry about his safety, and he now has a home, which means it's public record. You know what I mean? It's like, this is the kind of shit that like I can't control, and it makes me furious because it's all.
Have you spoken to like an attorney about this? Because like those headlines should be taken down. Those articles should be taken down.
We are working with an attorney. The part of the problem is that the way that AI gets involved with these news sources, these quote unquote news sources, is they like the little bots start rewriting more articles and like proliferating it. So it's really hard to actually nail down who's who and what's what, because that story was being plagiarized and copied and pasted in like 100 places at once.
There's a strategy that often gets employed when they're trying to promote an idea or a narrative. There's one bot that shares with 10 bots that come in and comment and support that claim. Whereas like oftentimes that also then goes into rewriting these articles and making them slightly different and sharing them. It's an entire environment and ecosystem that they have built out, which you say like, don't trust Fox News. I say don't trust the news.
Yeah, it's getting worse and worse. Like even like
it really is.
Yeah.
And it's not just American news, mind you. Like I often watch all of them. Like I need to see what they're saying on Fox and what they're saying on CNN, and then I look at international news. And for a while, international news was far more accurate, but even that's now getting poisoned with the American narrative. They just have zero intention of telling you the truth, because that's not their job anymore. And even online, finding out reality online is difficult too. My like advice is to just engage with the news always as if it's probably a lie. And that's kind of the best you can do at this moment. I tend to have the best luck by knowing what's real, by looking at what the people in charge are complaining about. If they're complaining about someone, they're doing the thing that they're complaining about is what I usually find to be accurate. But that's not always the case either. It's mostly like, how do you go about figuring out what's real in an environment where everything is a show? It's all bread and circuses, and it's multiple versions of reality being fed to everyone at the same time. Mm-hmm. The only way to do that is to unplug. What Minnesota and to a large extent Chicago and well now also like other places have done, I think is really the key. Like both in keeping your community safe from random terrorists, but also in growing out of this experience. Like we're not going to vote our way out of fascism. We should still vote, by the way. Never saying you should not, but that will change the direction things are headed, but everything still comes down to us. Like positive long-term change will only come from the bottom down, from the bottom up rather, is what I've always said. And I see that when speaking to you guys in your communities, in your surrounding area, that people got fed up, they came together and they said, no, we're gonna change this. This is too far. And then they go about doing it. Mm-hmm. And I think those people are all heroes. Every single person who gets arrested, every single person who stands out and protests, whether it's, negative 30 degrees, or even if you're just you talking about it, explaining reality, trying to shine a light in the fog of like, no, stop listening to them. They're lying to you. You're being like mind controlled. You're being puppeted right now. Think for yourself. It's a very difficult feeling. I'm sure you can understand, especially as a therapist, of the cognitive dissonance that's just being installed. Like people are turning into AI these days.
Well, and the people, I mean, I really think that it's all like the capitalist machine, In our country, capitalism is God. It matters more than healthcare. It matters more than human life, you know. And I have people coming into my office who are grieving and in sorrow over their, you know, Mexican American first generation immigrants, and they grew up here and now they're seeing what's happening to their people, and they're paying $7,000 to have one tooth fixed and almost going bankrupt. And they're like, what's wrong with me that I'm in sorrow? And I'm like, nothing, dude. This is a perfectly normal reaction.
Yeah,
So
it's like as a
right now,
therapist,
it's
you
not
can't.
normal. It's not normal at all, you know.
You can't do talk therapy out of material conditions for my life and the people I love are horrendous. There's no talk therapy. There's no medication for
No,
that.
it's totally a normal reaction. And I think the main thing that I really hope that comes out of this bizarre shit show is that people, I mean, truly people need to realize that we're the majority. The elite are the minority, and all of this circus and all of this gaslighting and all this bullshitting is to keep us asleep to the fact that we're the majority. Because once we realize that, then we have collective power and we can very easily change things.
I'll take it even a step further. Not only are we the majority, we are the vast majority. Even most MAGA voters would be on our side if they just knew reality. Like, they're just being puppeted because they listen. But if they listen to us, it'd be over. That's the thing of, I think not only is the capitalist machine responsible for this, but I think the main side effect of it being hyper individualism is what broke our ability to connect with each other in reality. And when I say hyper individualism, I mean that in like, my needs and my family's needs are not the same as my community's needs. Because prior to even just my lifetime, I know that a lot of America existed in a what benefits me benefits my community, because what benefits my community then benefits me type mentality. And this was not possible then. Yeah. Sure, were we headed in this direction? Yeah, but could they have convinced I wouldn't even say, like, they convinced 1/3 of the country to vote for, you know, the regime, but they convinced like 90% of humanity of things that just aren't real or real. I'm seeing people talking about how the new moon landing is fake. And half of these aren't people, they're robots, and half of them are people, and they're just insane because they don't have friends. They don't have a community. They don't talk to anybody outside. It's all online. We need to talk to our neighbors. We need a new social contract. Yeah. We need to invest in our community, because that's how, like, I put out a basic idea for a basic social contract. Actually, I would like your guys' input on this, because I think something similar to this is what's already being employed around you. In that everyone around just agrees on 2 to 3 simple points. If any of us gets sick or is in danger, all of us are going to be there to help you, to help your family, to take care of you. And I mean, I added one saying if any of us dies, we all will go to their funeral. Some people thought that was a little dark, and I'm like, you don't have to include that. You can go knock on your neighbor's door and not add that in. And the third point being like a weekly gathering, like a hangout session. I don't know. Everyone pitches in like $5 a week or $2 a week or whatever for food and drinks. And you go out of your way to even invite the people you absolutely despise. Because if they show up to this, they pay that $5. Now they have to deal with you. The MAGA hat and you have to not argue, because if either of you argue, then you both lose the social safety net of, hey, everyone here promised to make sure we'll all help each other if we get sick. It's America. Where are you going to get health insurance for $5 a week, you know? It's that mentality that needs to come back. And that's a natural human mentality. That's how we lived for all of human history. They've taken this away from us and turned us into farm animals. That's my view of it, at least, is the violence being done is because someone tries to escape the cage a little too much. They don't want to be milked by Peter Thiel and Larry Ellison, and so we need more violence. Fear, fear, fear. Don't pay attention to reality. Don't talk to your neighbor. They're terrorists. They're scary. Do you see any way forward in a way that we may be able to build a broader coalition of these communities who have suffered at the hands of the regime and ICE to to create a broader network, a decentralized structure, let's say, of not necessarily rapid response, because some of this is across state lines and all, but like a response network between all of these different groups. I suppose if we did that, the regime would just call it Antifa. So, you know.
They already do.
Yeah, they already do. And that's the other part.
I mean, I think, yes, I think I think the model that was created very quickly in Minnesota has been, you know, coming into my area for sure. And they've been doing trainings, and it's, you know, absolutely.
It's been adopted because it works.
Yeah.
That's an important like note, is that it works. You're seeing it get readopted. And I think pushing that message is far more important than, hey, look at the news today. Hey, look what's happening today. Hey, look what ICE did today. I stopped showing all of the different things ICE does, the horrors and atrocities after a while. For a little while, I was trying to warn people. And it turns out that no, actually that plays into their hand. It overstimulates you and makes you not care anymore. They're going after specifically journalists and people who talk about ICE.
Mm-hmm.
But these people don't think about that because, well, you're looking at them going after people on the street. You're not on the street, you're in your house. And then suddenly knock on the door. Hello, it's the FBI. Oh, here, DHS is in the back. Like,
I mean, I think that's why, like, I do think that, like, the age of technology helps us out in the sense that people have cameras. You know, we can record these horrific things happening. And there's lots of people, over the last several months, that have been, you know, openly talking on their social media about how they've gotten letters directly from the president and the vice president harassing them and threatening them. And they're like, you're not going to silence me. I'm not afraid of you. And honestly, that's the thing, right? Is like bullies. This is like what it comes down to me, from a psychological perspective, is bullies. And bullies, you can either ignore them or you can look at them like you're bored and say, I'm not afraid of you. That doesn't, and that's what Minnesota did.
That's why it was effective.
St. Paul stepped up and they said, we will not cower. You try to make us afraid and we show up even stronger. Like, that's...
I think the contempt Minnesota showed is specifically key, because these freaks love looking evil. They like it when you call them Nazis. They don't like it when you call them terrorists because they think Muslim, and so, you know, whatever. But like, they don't enjoy looking cringe and weak. They want you to fear them. They want you to think that they're strong. They want you to think that they're going to bust your door down. Except I've seen them run away. I've seen them run away from two people yelling at them. I've seen them fumble around and nearly shoot each other because one of them dropped the gun. They're
very badly trained. They're not very, you know, I mean, these are not.
I think that's an important point.
Who are emotionally very intelligent.
I hear this talking point a lot, and I actually disagree that they are badly trained. It's not that they're badly trained. They're trained to do this. They're trained well.
They reduce their training to 47 hours. So if you look at that compared to the average police department, that's poor training on things that matter, like handling weapons and de-escalating situations. So they are not trained maybe to do this, but they're poorly trained.
An important note on their training, and also for a lot of police departments, is that ICE and the NYPD specifically have field offices in Tel Aviv, and every year multiple sergeants, captains from various police departments all around the country take a trip to Tel Aviv and do their training there, as well as ICE. It is a known fact that they've done for a very long time. So when you see them walking around and acting the way that they do, it's very difficult to not tie it to the same mentality that you see IDF soldiers walking around Gaza feel. And it's the same thing when you look back a couple years ago during the George Floyd protests. The police then also were acting as if they were the IDF in Gaza. That's the enemy. They don't think of protect and serve. They're in a fight or flight mentality because, I believe this fully, but all militaries and police structures currently are cults. They're built to be cults. I think that policing should exist. I don't think policing should exist the way that it is. In fact, I kind of tie into what you said, in that I think all police should be more of like a community servant, not just a social worker, but I think the cop's job should be to help the old lady put her groceries into the car, or help that dude move because he just moved into town. He doesn't have
if you look at their calls, and at least in the Seattle area, 65% of their calls involve mental illness and substance abuse crises. So, I mean, truly, like, actually what they're responding to is often what a social worker should be responding to. So
I would never call the police.
An embedded social worker. You know, like that would be
Police
very good.
will only make it worse for a mental health crisis. I mean, you see this in New York where Mayor Mamdani is introducing like social workers that will ride along with the police that will respond to these calls. And for just this year already, like New York has reported the lowest like murder rate pretty much ever, just in the short change. And it shows the way that you engage with the community impacts how everyone in the community lives. And by you, I mean like the royal you, everyone. All of us need to engage with reality more and be a little bit more offline. Have a little bit more investment in your neighbor. Again, if you hate your neighbor, that's a you problem. I can take a MAGA hat wearing neighbor and turn them into one of like, I don't know, a normal person. It's not hard. They're not exactly very smart.
Some of them are, though. I actually need to challenge that
true.
stereotype. I think that stereotype is dangerous because, yeah, a lot of them aren't, but some of them are. I've met people that are geniuses, people that are nurses in LA, people that are, you know, have advanced degrees that voted.
Personally, I don't try and convince them.
Times. So I think that that's an easy thing to.
You're not wrong.
Assume, but I don't think it's necessarily true.
I mean, I've also seen, like, during COVID, we saw a lot of nurses and doctors become anti-vax. Like, you can be intelligent and you can, like, it's kind of like a cult, you know, like any cult. You can be, I've seen PhDs of cults try and infiltrate a cult, knowing it's a cult, and become a cultist anyway. And it's the same concept here. So you are right and to challenge that, and I do appreciate it. It's more so, I don't like to argue with them. My view has always been, if they come to me, I will help them. I will answer whatever questions they have. I just won't go looking for them. But if we're talking about going and knocking on your community, like your neighbor's doors, trying to get them involved, yeah, if they're smart, they might end up causing you a little bit of grief. Don't argue, is my view. Ask them questions.
Well,
the best way I find, especially if they're smart.
I have seen a few of the folks, you know, talking about how they very, very recently changed their mind and kind of realized what was going on. And all of them say the turning point was a hard conversation with somebody that they know and trust. It's not going to be a random stranger fighting with them. It's going to be somebody in a one-to-one, usually in-person conversation. You know what I mean?
You ask them questions.
They can hear it. So, yeah.
You'll never argue. You'll never logic somebody out of a point they didn't logic themselves into. You'll never argue them out of it. You ask questions. Mm-hmm. Just keep asking. And on that point specifically, I've said this before, to de-radicalize somebody, you have to put in the same amount of time and effort it took for them to get radicalized, the amount of steps it took for them to get there. You have to reverse them. And this is fundamentally something that needs to be done by someone that they feel comfortable with, they feel close to, that they like, because you can do it successfully and then walk away, and then tomorrow they will just have reset the loop because it needs to settle. They need to accept that and then start moving through that mentality, not just say, oh, okay, that's real, and then they move on and they open their phone and scroll on Twitter for 10 minutes and poof, that's gone. It's all gone. It needs to be a continuous, repeated effort.
Well, and I think the other thing too is, and I think, you know, the main point that I feel about this time frame and about what's happened in Minneapolis is, like, this is not about right or left or about politics. This is about basic human decency and values versus state-sanctioned evil. I mean, truly, like, that's what's happened, and that's what it's about for me. It's not even about politics and this divisive shit. It's like, are you a good human being or not? Are you going to act like it or not? Because every day as human beings, we have the choice to be good or to be assholes. So are you going to stand for love and for being a decent human being and helping people out? Or are you going to, you know what I mean, do some kind of weird diluted backflip to justify
the thing that I find,
straight up evil? You know, I can, yeah.
Yeah. Especially with what you mentioned of the people that recently have come back, you know, to reality. A lot of that, I believe, was initiated by what I like to call touching the stove, you know, The stove is hot for a reason. You learn from it hurting. And once it hurts, you're more willing to have a conversation with somebody that you trust. And almost all of these people can be brought back over. I've talked about an ICE agent, like actually a enforcer of violence, who was flipped just by a 2-hour conversation with somebody who they thought was on their side at first. This person was smart enough to like keep up the charade until the officer started breaking down about how lonely he is, about how like he doesn't really care about any of this, and he really just joined this because like every time he tried to talk to the other side, they would be like, oh no, all of you are insane and bad, I don't want to talk to you. And they were like, you know what, well fuck it, I'll be insane and bad then. And then they're miserable while insane and bad. This guy was offered a chance, like, hey, you don't want to come with me to like a DSA meeting? And that dude quit ICE and joined the DSA within that time frame, and is consistently
I think it's also like an important point that like a lot of social researchers are pointing out, that a lot of young men that kind of join these movements, it's because they are incredibly lonely, and it's actually they don't necessarily believe in the rhetoric, they just want belonging to a tribe. And so that's how they kind of get manipulated into it and into being kind of radicalized by this. And then all of a sudden, shit gets really crazy. And so
I saw immediately after the election this happened. A lot of young men were saying, well, you guys said that all young boys are Hitler, so we voted for Hitler. Duh? Like, a lot of a lot of that is self-inflicted damage from the Democrat side. And this is, again, going back to the issue of it's the capital class. It's not a right or the left. The Democrats broadly, the like establishment, the actual people in power, most of them are on the same side. Most of them have zero real issue with what's happening. They've all submitted. I've said before, you can see this by looking at Canada, Europe, and Australia. There's a large fallout after the Epstein files dropped in all of these governments between the people who are more state power and the people who are more capital power oriented. There's an argument there. There is a shock that some of their colleagues might have engaged in some of these things. Now, the consequences are lacking, but there is that like actual feeling and argument. Whereas in America, not really, because most of both sides are on the same. They've all submitted. I can see like 8 maybe total that haven't, including a couple Republicans. But again, most of these are not on our side, even if they tried their absolute hardest. There's no ally in the Democratic Party because they will sell us out before ever choosing to let go of power, to let go of wealth and their, proximity rather, to the capital class. It's all about greed. Even AI being a problem. Like, I don't like AI at all. Do I think that it would be innately evil if we didn't have the profit incentive and build it to specifically be a slave? No, I don't think we would have anywhere near as much problems with AI if it wasn't built for slavery, if it wasn't built for profit. Everything comes back to this. Is there anything you guys wanted to add in? Any points that you want to bring up about how anyone can help, how anyone can contribute, whether it's locally or in the area?
I wish I were better prepared for this. I should be.
You're okay.
You can donate to MIRAC.
MIRAC. Is that .com? Just so we can have it linked in the description below.
Minnesota Immigrant Rights Action Committee. It is .com. Yes.
Is it .org or .com?
It's .com.
Wonderful. So that will be in the video description below.
MIRACMN.com. I feel ashamed that I don't have other things ready for this.
That's okay. The broad concept is talk to your neighbors.
There's also like MinnesotaMutualAid.org, standwithminnesota.com.
Yeah.
So there's a lot.
I think everyone can like
Neighbors helping
do
neighbors,
something.
Twin Cities.
Neighbors helping neighbors. I like that one.
That one is nhn/tc.org.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. So we will make sure to link all of these in the description. Please donate if you can, or please donate to one that's local to you.
Yeah, local as well. I think anywhere that people are doing mutual aid for people that are hiding and feel like they can't go out to work and things of that nature.
I would also very much recommend the SRA, the Socialist Rifle Association, which is a 501c4 nonprofit prioritizing and community organizing and self-defense. It is a non-political organization, and they do actually do disaster relief and community outreach as well. So very much recommend checking out the local chapters for those, especially for both of you, because as someone who was also faced like harassment and direct messages that are threatening, it does sit in your brain for a little bit. Like, how many of these are real? How many of these are bots? Is this some guy in like a cubicle in St. Petersburg or whatever it is? It's having people that will be at your side that will help you here.
I also think, like, in general, the ACLU
of course,
is litigating
ACLU,
some really
always.
important cases right now in the Supreme Court and continuing, if the cases go upwards. But yeah, local immigrant rights organizations, there's a lot of attorneys that are doing a crazy amount of work right now.
I've never been so proud of attorneys. I've seen so many doing pro bono work who have themselves been arrested in multiple cases. I know one who ended up in a coma for multiple days because while wearing their ACLU flak jacket, like the ICE people were beating them. They literally unbuckled their helmet to try and rip the helmet off to beat them harder.
Crazy.
It's been horrific. So thank you to you guys for actually coming and talking and being open about this. Like, it is dangerous to talk about this openly. So in my view, both of you are American heroes and should be treated as such. And so is everybody that goes outside and does anything about this. We're the ones that have to fight. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I hope I get to see more of you. I hope they put those shitty like fake news articles away and get some consequences for lying about it. And I hope that all of you stay safe.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Appreciate your time.
Have a lovely evening, guys.
Okay, you too. Take care.